Like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the
them
only person
books
I had
with
been
the
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes. Spins till so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley
those?
doesn't state the obvious. Like
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need
the
to
nature of
understand
American
that
culture.
it's a white
If they
people
want to
problem.
beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
Do I think it's okay?
Well, welcome everybody to the Saturday version of Stanley versus the World. I am absolutely sure people will be bored, but the theme is Black Historian Day, the middle class, fearless pride. And we're going to go from here. Let's see. Did I post the link? I did post the link. So if anyone wants to come up, feel free to do so. But we will try and stay on topic for a couple hours, and then the whatever happens on Saturday can happen.
He felt that Fraser had erred and committed the sin of, as it were, airing the dirty linen of the black middle class in public. The kind of image that is conjured up in my mind is of a black person who is primarily concerned with the trappings of life, the symbols of success without any real substance. Things like having a Cadillac, for instance, being able to dress in a certain way, for instance, being able to go to certain nightclubs and so on and so forth. Something without any real substance.
After Fraser's study was published, to be called bourgeois in the black community was considered to be either an insult or a compliment, depending upon a person's quest for status and the trappings of society, a theme which re-emerges later in the 1980s.
The 1960s brought on the civil rights movement. The black middle strata made greater gains during the next 10 years than during the previous 50 years. Why? Because desegregation of schools, public accommodations, employment quotas, and affirmative action made it possible for blacks to become well-educated and obtain jobs in areas never thought of before. No longer were blacks restricted to religious and teaching occupations. Now the white-collar and professional marketplace opened with employment opportunities in management, medicine, law, and marketing. Blacks then could shop anywhere and obtain the finest goods and accommodations that money could buy.
According to a study by University of Maryland sociologist Bart Landry entitled The New Black Middle Class, between 1960 and 1970, the black middle class doubled in size, achieving a growth rate of 106.8%. However, between 1970 and 1980, the black middle class rate of growth declined to 61.9%. Whites experienced just the opposite. Their middle class increased faster in the 1970s than in the 1960s. If the black middle class had developed at the same rate in the 1970s as in the 1960s, Landry writes, there would have been almost 4.5 million blacks in the middle strata instead of 3.5.
It's the 1980s, and a new black middle strata has emerged. They've climbed into the ranks of corporate America. They established successful enterprises. They are called buffies, black urban professionals, the middle-class counterparts of yuppies, their white co-workers. But who are they, and how are they defined as middle class?
These are young people who have gone to colleges and who have moved into the so-called mainstream. They have not really had to fight the tough battles that black folks have fought a generation before them. The way has been paved somewhat for them.
Now, I want to point out here a generational argument, similar but a little bit more maybe well-founded. But again, generational arguments, to me, they never make much sense. In this particular argument, well, if you didn't want your kids to do better than you did, why did you raise them to do so? Generational arguments are about the dumbest way to, at least the way, some of these MAGA blacks want to do it. They generally don't know enough to actually give good foundations to even their bad arguments. So anyway, just wanted to point that out.
And they have profited from the fruits of others' labors, and that's what we wanted. We wanted our children to have a better life than we had.
When we return, we'll take a look at 3 examples of the black middle class: the 2-career marriage, the single male, and the single parent. Stay with us.
This Buppy thing, I think it was the 80s. And again, none of these lame ass 40, 30, 40, even young 50 MAGA blacks who don't read books and who just are laughable sometimes. They're not inventing new arguments. These generational arguments have been bad arguments for fucking ever, since there were humans. If whoredom is the oldest profession, generational arguments is the oldest argument.
In order to examine the middle strata, we must first attempt to define this group. Economists and sociologists debate defining the black middle class. Should it be by income or occupation? Dr. Ben Whitten of the Baltimore Urban League.
So I'm not sure I can give you a sharp definition for middle class, because middle class is somewhat judged on income. And if the income is from one person, that's something different from the income being from several persons in the household working. But generally speaking, we'd be thinking of a combined income or a household income of $35,000 to $40,000.
To examine the middle strata in America more closely, we take a look at the two-career marriage, the single parent, and the single male.
Good morning, Eric Lamberson. Okay, how are you doing today? What can I do for you? I grew up in a small town in northeastern North Carolina called Plymouth. I'm one of 6 siblings. Neither of my parents are educated. My father, I guess, finished about the 7th grade. My mother did do some high school work, but basically come from, I guess, what you would consider a blue-collar background. I graduated from the Coast Guard Academy in 1974 with a Bachelor of Science degree. While still in the Coast Guard, I began attending the Johns Hopkins University Evening College and graduated from there in 1981 with a degree in mechanical engineering. I personally feel like it's unfortunate, but it's just one of the results of being in a capitalistic society. But as a Black person, I think when we focus in on the different classes, that's just one more way to segment us as a population of people. And I think that for me, I don't really have to go around and, saying, hey, I'm in the Black middle class. I think that as a group of people, we really have other things that we need to be focusing on instead of really doing things to segment the population into different classes.
We start from zero, and we reach the stage where we can almost do anything we want to do. We can purchase almost anything we want. We can travel normally when we want to. We're involved in a lot of the family activities where the whole family actually, go on trips together, or the Cub Scouts. We take karate lessons together. And we can afford these things. The kids are exposed to the arts. My daughter, we have a piano teacher come over and teaches her. My son is taking violin lessons. So I think so. I think we finally reached a point where money, basically, we have enough to survive.
Before getting married, we sat at the kitchen table and we wrote our objectives as to what we wanted to do once we got married. And so far, we have met all the goals that we had planned for ourselves.
We just gear ourselves towards the growth of our children. We want them to be exposed to most of the things that I was going to say we weren't exposed to. That's not necessarily true.
We never had the opportunity of being exposed to.
We have definitely set a goal or an objective that every check we receive, 5% is going towards their education. They should have an opportunity. They can almost pick the school of their choice if they qualify for it.
I do come from very humble beginnings. As a matter of fact, I spent a good portion of my early childhood growing up in the McCullough Projects in downtown Baltimore. So it wasn't until the 1960s when Blacks began to increase their social and economic status that my father was able to move the family away from the inner city. There's 7 of us all together and plenty of cousins, aunts, uncles, grandparents. I do have a 16-year-old, and being a single parent, I've raised him alone. But because of the large family, their love and support, it has not been a major task in raising him at all. I think Buppy is more of a social stigma that's been attached to young professionals who want a better way of life. If they feel that they're comfortable in the BMW or the Mercedes, as long as they can afford it, who cares what they call them? I don't mind being called a Buppy. Friends, family sometimes accuse me of being a Buppy, and I wear it proudly.
But what about the trappings, like vacations in the Caribbean, Mercedes and BMWs, the homes in Columbia, Ashburton, and on Madison Avenue? How important are these luxuries to the black middle class?
In my opinion, it doesn't make sense for someone to go out and buy a $50,000 automobile and they're paying rent. That just doesn't make sense to me.
You owe it to yourself to get the best in life that you can, because you only go around once. And if it's out there and you can afford it and you feel good doing it, then go for it.
We need one, good health. That's
It is the
We need
80s,
a good
Brian.
mind.
You
And
remember
most
it.
of all, we need the freedom to choose. Aside from that, everything else is replaceable. Those are the things.
Well, this is going to be a long show, Brian, and I am going to cringe a lot. I didn't preview this particular video. Shout out to Hezekiah. He kind of lets me show some stuff sometimes. And by the way, y'all please visit his channel and donate. This dude is like a treasure trove of just all kinds of black history on video. There are, there are probably a couple uh um of the same well, maybe four, maybe even five, at least that I know of, that have this kind of rich visual archive of American history. So this is my shout out to Hezekiah. He is too kind. But Brian, yes, it's the 80s, and there's going to be a lot of 80s notions of what black success is. Some of it, I'm going to say more than a little bit of it, cringy. And I grew up then. And believe it or not, I've not found the way my parents raised me and my siblings. They weren't this shallow. I'm sure there's, maybe I'm biased, but no, this is like, first off, why the fuck would you want to do a TV show or documentary about your success? That is problematic in and of itself. You get on camera and you start talking about, well, I'm a single mother and I don't have to wear like gloves and use a shovel at work. If Buppy is how you're going to describe me, you only go around once. No, that is not success. It's not a recipe for success. There are problems, and I'm not going to go farther, but there are a bunch of cringe moments in this.
It cannot be replaced.
Does the black middle strata have any real commitment to the underclass?
No,
Oh,
I disagree, Aries.
I think, though, that there are enough resources within this large and growing group of educated black.
And by the way, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Even if you are subscribed, share this out. It might be interesting. I don't know of anyone in my immediate YouTube history who's ever kind of dealt with American black middle class. Most of the people that I see on YouTube, kind of follow their shows, they're always acting like all black people come from the ghetto. So it's just my point of view that a lot of these views of black, quote, black culture and quote, the black community are bottom up points of view, not so much mid or top down points of view. The problem with the black community is not we need to be like the Jews or we need to be like the Asians and individualism is bad. My opinion is we're not educating our kids. And that's an American problem. And this bullshit about, well, Stanley, you're an individualist with no T at the end of the word. No, the problem is not mine. I'm doing fine. So it's an interesting program. Share it out. If you're new to the program, check it out. Let's see if this is something you're interested in. No one else that I know of. It's all 99 days of Corey and Anton. No one is actually observing Black History Month the way it should be observed, at least in my humble opinion.
Making decent salaries to do a better job of helping some or helping more of the youngsters who haven't made it yet or whose families haven't made it yet.
I do not know that this is happening with the degree of frequency that I would like to see it happening. So I guess in answer to your question, making the contribution that needs to be made in a substantive area, I don't think is being made with the same degree, with the degree of frequency that I would like to see it being made.
And are today's Buppies merely a carbon copy of their white counterparts?
No, I don't even consider that at all. I just know that there's a certain lifestyle that I feel most comfortable with. And if material things are interspersed with those, then so be it.
I think there would be some areas of my life that would be considered a carbon copy. Just because of the fact that I'm in an environment where it's predominantly white environment. You know, most of the people I work with are white. I interact with white people as far as my career is concerned. And I do have people that I socialize with sometimes that are white.
One of the things that I stopped doing probably back in my 20s in the Navy, stop comparing yourself to whites. Okay, you need to compare yourself, to be honest, and again, maybe I'm weird, but my biggest competitor was my goal. You know, if I wanted to do something, my competition is what I think I can do. Now, you know, naturally, you know, you may have a friend or, you know, somebody who's like, oh shit, you know, this dude is, you know, doing well. What is he doing? But stop fucking in this point that Brian makes, be like whites. That's the worst advice I can possibly think of. Most whites are not like elite. Whites are just as dumb as blacks. No, don't be like whites. Be like what you think you should be. Brian, you and I disagree all the time on these sort of culture critiques. And today seems like it's going to be a doozy of a disagreement. Be like whites? Why the fuck would you want to do that?
Yes, I think so.
That's a recipe for disaster.
Yes. If we look at the military as a combination, or it encompasses occupation, it encompasses what income, a way of life, I think so.
They're living in two worlds, and many of us live in two worlds or three worlds, and we do that for survival. But so long as we're not kidding ourselves about what some of the real issues.
My French, I recognize good afternoon. My French has been unused for about 40 years. I actually took it a couple quarters in college, and I took it 2 years in high school. I also took German. I also took a lot of Latin. My French is so rusty. I'm honored that I even recognize afternoon after midday.
Then I think that we can look back and bring some other folks along with us.
Our topic tonight is From Bourgeois to Buppy, and when we come back, we'll talk with our three experts on the emerging black middle class. Please stay with us.
Welcome back to City Line. To help.
Hey, what's up, MOT?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Oh, nothing much. Just having fun with I figured part of Black history is the Black middle class, and I don't know that I ever hear um a non-bottom up point of view from um, you know, a lot of folks, they want to go, well, they're all about street cred and stuff like that. And a lot of, I would say almost most Black people, me included, um, the middle class, if you go back and, E. Franklin Frazier had a bunch of criticisms of basically what he thought of as nouveau riche, but we're not getting, you don't get the broad spectrum of what quote Black culture is in the United States. And today is kind of my the middle class strikes back. So
Yeah, but once you look at it, none of these people's job was to become working class. That was never their actual goal. Their goal was to wait on everybody else to do the work, and they walk in and just take it into another direction. Like most of these people have a pimp hole relationship with progress. Like they're just gonna hang around, and somebody's just gonna put them in charge, and we supposed to be their bitches who work on the behalf of them. Like I don't know where they get this stuff from. That the smarty arty people are to be taking care of everybody in the bottom barrel, not trying class. I don't know where that pimp hole relationship with progress come from, because I know it didn't come from their parents. It's just something that was adopted along the way, and I don't know where that stuff came from.
Well, actually, and I don't know that this is true, but the impression I've gotten sometimes is they get allies. And again, this is kind of more or less, today's show is more or less a class point of view, not so much racial, but how race and class intersects in American culture.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking of people like a John Galt, or even they're more than a couple who, like, if you get some bottom feeding white boy up on your panel, kind of telling you, hey, you know what, John Galt, you're the real deal. Dude,
what?
That is like that's even weirder. It's like you're gonna get some person who is, if you do a class analysis, who is pretty much, in your class, but that bottom feeder is telling you, hey, John Galt or Sharon had fucking Bumpkin. Who is Bumpkin? You probably don't know who Bumpkin is. Sharon had racists, avowed racists, people with very racial point of views who are trailer trash. And sometimes some of them can be proud of the term, up on his panel, treating them like equals.
Yeah.
And treating people like equals, like as intellectual equals, there's a difference between treating someone as a human being, like helping them if they're in trouble, but that doesn't mean they're your equal. And I was just fucking, dude, I haven't been tuning into the show. I had an interaction for the first time up on Sharon's panel the other day. And I subscribed to the channel because I want to see what they do after, hours as well. But here's the deal. I go in the next day because it's kind of a political topic. And he's got fucking Bumpkin, who I know well. And he and I've had, when I say Bumpkin is a racist, I'm not just calling him a racist. He will admit he's a racist. And a couple other of his buddies up there, and Sharon is just like treating them like, oh shit, they are, worth hearing. I'm not, I sit on fences a lot on this channel, but there are some fences I'm not going to sit on. And you can't talk about helping the Black community.
Sure can't.
Solutions if you're going to be basically, dude.
Solutions-based group.
These people like Bumpkin, dude, they think someone like Sharon is cool because they think
they get to talk. Yeah, they get to talk.
They get to talk as equals. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to treat a fucking trailer park dude. Look, and I'm not perfect. I know this, but
yeah, but you ain't that.
No, I'm not. If I'm going to treat someone as an equal, it'll be racial. But you know what? I can talk to a John Gall. I can talk to some of these people. At least we have a shared history or a shared, heritage. I'm simply not going to treat some fucking trailer park bottom feeder as an equal. And I don't care.
Man. I mean, but you have to understand that they're doing it for an audience. Like, they don't care at all about any of this stuff, and it's meant to draw out. Now, you have to understand, thankfully these people exist, because what they're doing is meant to draw out the people who are not serious. And as it turns out, the growth sector is in the nonsensical Delta November market. That's the hottest thing on YouTube right now. Being an on-camera Delta November who don't know anything about anything. That's most of these people want to see.
Right. Well, it's not my kind of ebony and ivory.
Oh no.
And to Natasha's point, she thought Bumpkin dated a Black lady before. Maybe I'm mixing them up. Thomas Jefferson treated Sally Hemings better than the other slaves. You can be a racist and have a relationship with a favored Black person. American history's rife with that sort of stuff. So what's up, Soul Provider? So anyway, let's get back to this video. And Ryan is saying satirical Saturday. Is it satirical? So again, this is from Hezekiah, Black Bourgeoisie. It's some special report, and I forget who actually put out this kind of documentary.
Help us in our discussion. We're joined by three eminent sociologists who are going to help us along. Let me begin by introducing Dr. Bart Landry, who is author of The New Black Middle Class and is also an associate professor of sociology at the University of Maryland and a visiting scholar at the Joint Center for Political Studies. Welcome.
Thank you.
Next is eminent sociologist Jeannie Guy, who's with the Baltimore County Department of Personnel. Thanks for being here. Followed by Professor Martin Kilson, who is an associate professor of sociology at Harvard University. I want to thank all of you for being here.
Welcome.
Let's begin with trying to get an understanding of bourgeois. We mentioned that we started looking at a Black middle class sometime around the turn of the century and have tracked it over a period of time. Can we use the two terms? Can we intersperse the two? Are they the same? When we say middle class, are we necessarily saying bourgeois and vice versa?
Well, I think bourgeois has a different connotation. Bourgeois really took on a negative connotation. It implied a group of people who are very self-centered in their lifestyle, in their aspirations, and the things they did. And middle class really doesn't have a negative connotation. It just says where you are in the economy. You have a pretty good job that with good income, stable, and you're.
And to be honest, even using black bourgeoisie, and I understand the term is, going back 150 years maybe. I think in 2026, we shouldn't even be using the term bourgeoisie.
Oh no. No, you can't.
Because it is essentially a white yardstick.
It is.
And I'm not sure. I'm not the level of sociologist or social theorist. I don't have a better term. Well, maybe I do, but this isn't that show. But we need to
I mean,
stop.
just working class people. I mean, entertainers are not working class people. I mean, just
Well,
like
that is absolutely true. But the thing is maybe I'm just on this thing where I've been looking at a lot of capital L liberal theory, and I'm okay with being an individualist. You got to start somewhere, and you don't, it. You got to start somewhere with the excellence argument, and other people. I just think that, you can do a lot of good things on the outside. Look at, to use a good example, look at a Donald Trump or his buddy Epstein. Look at Bill Gates. On the outside, they're excellent, but really, there's maybe I'm just finding in my old age maybe a little bit more of a spiritual element to what excellence is, and I just don't see it from a lot of people. I'm picking on Black MAGA, but they're not alone in the Black community as to what exactly means excellence.
yeah, but I kind of draw the line with people who I don't want to live around and people who I don't think like, and I don't have the actual outcome with.
Well, that's very important. If you don't want your kids to play, if you don't want to live around them, you don't want to be in that kind of community. Yeah, that's actually, what I'm saying. If you're getting an ick factor from your next door neighbor, they don't need to be your neighbor. You're exactly your point is exactly what I'm talking about. Um, there's something, even if you are kind of, a secular personality, I'll go back to, Albert Camus was a big influence, believe this or not, senior in high school and into college, where his point was that, Christian values are actually good values. They translate to kind of a secular way of living. And a lot of people who profess to be Christians don't have Christian values. So, it's a huge problem in American culture. The people who profess to, be Christians or hold Christian values are like the worst of the
yeah.
worst when it comes to living that life. They walk the walk.
And the thing is that even as an atheist, I have far more to the point Christian values than most Christians that I know. Shouldn't be that way.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I do believe in, social justice and doing things for the right reasons and the brotherhood and all. I understand it because I read it and I live it. It isn't that I read it, I ignored it, but I hide behind it when it's convenient. That's kind of the difference between Christian values and non-Christian values. But the only thing I have to say, like, look, you want to wipe both of them off the map, Let's go back to Abrahamic law. All these people be gone before sunset.
All right, well let's go back and listen to a little bit more of this.
Able to afford the kind of things that we associate with the American dream.
And you also ascribe to a certain lifestyle, a middle-class lifestyle. But in agreement with what Bart is saying, but going a little further back, Karl Marx talked about the bourgeoisie as being those that owned the means of production, those that could provide for themselves and had people working for them. They actually owned the money, they owned the capital, they owned the equipment, and they paid people to produce.
Well, was this then ironic that E. Franklin Frazier would call the group that he settled on the black bourgeoisie, if you indeed adopt that definition from Marx?
Yeah, I mean, that was a misnomer. That I'm not sure why Frazier did it. One of the reasons might be because his book was already originally written in French, and there it was called bourgeoisie noire. And bourgeoisie was a term that was familiar in French, and it was translated. It would have been more accurate to call it middle class rather than the bourgeoisie.
Now, I have reread the Black Bourgeoisie, and I want to know, after all these years and looking back at it, why do you think, Professor Kilson, that he held the Black bourgeoisie to such in such scorn or disdain and actually caricatured them in a way?
Well, I think partly because Frazier worked and lived among a sector of the Black American middle class that had a lot of frivolity attached to it, I'm afraid. I mean, a sector in Washington, D.C. And he thought that was the universe of being Black middle class, which it is not. And not only is the term bourgeois or bourgeoisie a term used for people who own capital, which is right, but I think it's best used for people who give leadership, who give direction.
I think there are some other dimensions to the Black middle class that we might want to consider from a historical perspective, and that is skin color. Oftentimes, light-skinned Blacks would consider themselves middle class because they had light skin and curly hair,
which meant that they were descendants from.
Which meant that they were descendants of slaves.
This is the Tots and Teens 80s. Or the Jack and Jill 80s. Yes. If you go back and you read E. Franklin Frazier, yep, colorism has been a huge thing in American culture, in Black American culture in particular. Yeah.
Now, but I've seen, with my own eyes, how badly light-skinned people were treated. I'm shocked that they even wanted to even be a part of the Black American experience.
Yeah, but I can tell you places like New Orleans, Savannah, Charleston, yeah, they were not treated badly. They might have been treated badly like within if they were the lightest person in a particular family, but no, there is also a lot of the opposite where go back and think of what was the name of the movie that's so famous, where it was a light-skinned girl, and I'll think of the name of the movie, I guess, in a minute or two. But dark-skinned mother, light-skinned girl, and the girl is like passing, and she gets reminded she's Black because she has this rebel without a cause white boyfriend. So no, it depended. Where I grew up, no, light-skinned people and light-skinned women, they were kind of a class in and of themselves.
Now, my mother told me about that, that her era, she was, boomer or whatever. But
I'm older than you are. I'll be 61, so yeah. I'm like the last year of Gen X and grew up in Savannah. It is weird. there can be in places like Charleston and Savannah and New Orleans, especially New Orleans, a whole mulatto class. Like they're just kind of, they're not.
like my grandmother was part of that, type
Mhm.
of thing. Like she used to tell me how in her era, that's how she got into business. Because she was able to pass and she was able to go into different communities and kind of all that other stuff. But then like my mother told me about how that kind of slid in her generation, and then I'm X, so I'd seen a whole different part of it by the time it came to me witnessing it. But my grandmother had her story about it. She was definitely silent generation, and my mother, she was a boomer. She had her kind of thing on it, and it was like you're right. It was a class, but by the time it got to my era, it was just scorn and disdain, and they had to have themselves removed from society, kind of, in the
Mhm.
South where I was at, for the most part.
Yeah, it's and it might be. I don't know if did you grow up on the coast?
No, no,
Um,
I grew up along the Mississippi River, but not no coast.
yeah, the look, you will think I'm weird, but I can actually provide the literature. The coastal South is different.
Way different,
Especially
way different. I
yeah,
know it is.
it's it is, Savannah, Charleston, especially Charleston. There are whole families that are, they marry light skin. They don't. DC
What?
and oh no, oh my lord. There's there's a
Oh, do it,
whole
do it,
thing
do
like
it. Explain. I haven't heard this before. Go ahead.
oh no. It is like, you've heard of the paper bag test. Well,
Yes.
this is like a whole different thing. DC had kind of the same thing. And as a matter of fact, there's a guy who's dead now, wrote a whole book about um, black and middle class. But no, there is a whole colorism thing in the black community, especially in the coastal South. Um, I don't know how to explain it. And I'll find books to there's a recent novel about a family that grows up in New Orleans, and I haven't read it, but it was I think she even won a Pulitzer or something. Where one sister passes and goes off and has a whole white family thing, and
What?
they're twins, and she stays in New Orleans, the South, and they live like totally different lives. And at some point, they kind of reconnect, and there's whole drama that creates a novel. But no, you colorism. Oh, it's like there were. I'll just have to. I can't think of it off the top of my head, like ready examples, but it is a thing, and it was a thing when I was a kid in Savannah. Shit, kids like when I was in grade school, dude, if you were real dark skinned, oh shit, those poor kids. And I unfortunately cannot say that I was virtuous, but I, kind of knew that, it was a wrong thing. Dude, grade of hair, color. Oh no. Even in the church I grew up in, it was a black Catholic church. There were certain families, there'd be like generational light skin. Like, you weren't gonna marry someone who was too dark. You should hear my mother
Wow.
talk. You should oh no, I'm not
That's
dude,
crazy.
you should have heard my mother talk about shit like that. No, I'm I will find you books. The black, and this is why I'm so um it's easy for me to call a black person a racist. Colorism in the black community in these coastal towns,
Oh yeah,
where
like
there
my
was a lot of
grandmother. What?
miscegenation. Oh no. Oh man, of tomorrow. Oh dude, you think these people
My
were from
grandmother was hell bent, and she was light skinned herself. She was hell bent on breaking that system.
oh man of tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
No, no, no.
she
They're
was hell. Oh yeah, trust me. She told me about the light skinned people of her generation and how she was hell bent on breaking that shit up by marrying, and everyone else was light skinned and forcing them. Because my grandmother had a lot of power because she
well,
sold.
right, but
Yeah,
think
yeah.
about that though. She was hell bent on breaking a system that was very firmly established. There's a
Yes.
guy named Edward, I think it's Edward P. Jones, Pulitzer Prize winning novelist. He wrote a novel. God damn it. It sucks being old. My memory fails me just when I need it. But he talks about that. He grew up in Virginia and his family, went through that sort of thing. Think of loving the Lovings, loving v. Virginia. That was a whole thing. That community, now they were, there was a lot of miscegenation, so it really didn't matter whether you were white and black. There was, so much miscegenation it didn't really matter. But in the deep South, just the basic, field slave versus house slave. Like, if you go back and you look at the history of Monticello and Jefferson and Sally Hemings, the light skinned slaves got treated way better, like miles
Yeah.
better.
Oh yeah.
Like
They
it
sure did.
was like night and day.
And
Like
especially the women
Sally,
too. Especially the women.
oh, absolutely. Well, Sally Hemings was Thomas Jefferson's basically his sister-in-law. She was the half sister of his like wife who died. So there was a resemblance and all that stuff. But what I'm saying is her kids, and there was another family of light-skinned slaves that weren't directly related to Jefferson. There was colorism even on, the plantation. You know, even if you are, massa, and I go back to something Natasha said, you can go out to the slave quarters and have all kinds of relations with some, girl who's a slave. Just because you're having relations does not mean you're not a racist. That's
Oh
like,
yeah.
yeah, you don't even have to think about that.
I mean, most of the
So
races I know love the hell out of them some black women, but they cannot stand the sight of a black man. Period.
oh well, we'll go into, oh my lord. It's not the topic of this show. I guess maybe I need to think about doing a show just dealing with, all these weird ways of, hey, I got a black wife, but she's the only black person I like. And
Yeah, that
vice
shit.
versa
Yeah.
for that matter. Um it's I told you the story of this one guy I haven't talked to in like a year or so, where he's a light-skinned black guy, by the way, but he prefers white women, but he won't date a woman who's ever dated a black man before. Because if she dated that black man for any length of time, she's too tolerant of black culture. And I'm just like, what? I've never, and I think I've met one or two black women online who are kind of that same way. They won't date a man who's dated black women. It's just there's race in
I can
America.
see that. I can see that because if I'm
I
trying to get away from a subculture of like me, I made a decision based on that. She could have never dated a black guy, and she has to be intolerant
Really?
of fucking yes. It's the only way that this shit's gonna be able to work.
Well, let me ask.
It's,
But I mean, I don't want to pry, and
no,
it's
no, no,
really
no.
not.
You deserve to have your questions answered because I've had to answer these questions to cousins and shit every time I
I
go over
well, no. The
for
the
holidays.
thing is,
Yeah.
I don't understand. A good person's a good person. Um,
No, 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 no.
I
It's no, no,
don't get it.
no. A good person, and they have to like not be tolerant of that shit. Trust me. Like I got a lot of incredibly effed up things going on in my family, right?
Right.
And I don't want to take a chance at repeating none of that stuff. None of it. Because you don't know how tolerant people are of theft between family members. Tolerant. Very tolerant. Of, trying to screw each other's wives. Very tolerant.
Right. Right.
Of no, that's a bunch of SA stuff that goes on within the family that's unreported. Very tolerant of it. So there's a lot of stuff that I grew up with that I just out and out just wanted to avoid by just getting rid of the subcultural person that even have any level of interaction of tolerance with that type of stuff. I mean,
I
yeah.
I just never. I honestly, like, there has been one divorce. Now I have a fairly small family, definitely on my mother's side, because she was an only child. But my father, even on my father's side, honestly, there's only been one or two. Like most of the people, and I'm talking great aunts and uncles on my father's side, um, it's like nobody got divorced. Like those old people, even if they didn't, like, they just be kind of mean to each other sitting on the porch. they
Yeah.
It was like they were going to be together till one of them got buried by the other. It just did not happen. And I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but I just never had that experience. So
But the thing is, like my solid generation people, they all stay together. Like this whole divorce shit, that shit only happened with like my older cousins and like all of the boomer like aunts. They were on that shit, and like even like my dad was the youngest, so he wasn't on that shit because it was my granddad's and grandmother's favorite. So he was kind of like an honorary silent generation. They put all them values on him, but they didn't really put the values on like the women. Because there was like a lot of women boomer aunts, and they just let them motherfuckers run wild. Man, like divorces, kids out the wazoo, 2, 3 husbands,
but
that
did
type
you
of
have a
shit.
big family?
Oh, huge,
Oh,
huge.
okay. Well, it could just be, my family, even on my father's side of the family, he had 4 siblings. There were 5 kids, but even, um, I mean, no one ever is, one of his sisters got divorced, but the other 4, their death do you part. They all stayed married. Um, so I don't know. It was just I've just never been through it, so I may not be the best example. I don't. I have never, to be honest. Most of the women that I've dated, I've actually never asked who they dated. It all comes out in the wash. You eventually find out who or when, and that's why you should always have long engagements. Time everything comes out in the wash in a longer engagement. Um Now I knew my wife had dated outside of her race, but I don't know. I don't think she ever dated anyone who was black. She dated Asians. Um so I don't know. I just think that if your person, you can tell if someone's toxic. Um, and again, I just think that if you're smart, if you're actually just like a critical thinker, that's really my top requirement. I just can't, I don't want to have a relationship, with some woman who's just dumb, you
Oh
know?
God, no, 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 no. I can't do that. Oh, no, I can't. I
And
can't do that.
you use the word uncultured, and I
Yeah.
think that's an even better word. Yeah, you gotta have some culture. Yeah, I kind of get that point when you say uncultured. That kind of, if you're cultured, that implies some discernment. It implies some
And here's the thing:
level
I live
of
in a
critical
family
thinking.
with both, and I've had experiences with both, and it's like, oh, you a self hater. I'm like, dude, I don't consider uncultured behavior as part of being black. I don't consider that shit as being black. Period.
Well,
Like,
it's raceless. I agree with
yeah,
that.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Like, dude, you can go around the corner, you can go straight to the trailer park and find the exact same thing that I would never tolerate. Period. And people are like, oh, well, you wouldn't. I'm like, listen, man, I'm trying to have successful outcomes and cut down on a whole bunch of stuff. So if I could deal with the tolerance or the introduction into it and not really have an experience with it, I am better off. I have been a lot of places. I have seen a lot of things, and avoidance and not having um, an intellectual idea of what goes on there is also the case, because having the intellectual ability to want to experience that for yourself and you'll decide on your own. I don't want to be with anybody like that either, because you're just as
Well,
uncultured as the
I'm gonna
people that you're
tell
trying
you
to. Yeah,
something. You
yeah.
might have somewhat of an advantage. I'm telling you right now, that military can be a game changer.
It is. It
Um,
was.
it's like, you get to do some things, and I'm thinking of I, my time in Haifa. Um, it was through the USO, and the lady who ran the USO was just so fawning. Part of it was being a black officer. I, it was something new to these people. So, dude, I had front row seats, and I think I might have told you this story. I met Zubin Mehta, who I didn't even know who the hell he was, but they took me backstage and I shook hands and we chatted for just a minute or two. I had no clue because he was directing the Israeli Philharmonic or something like that. He wound up directing the LA Philharmonic. So he was a bigger deal than I ever knew. If I'd known, I'd have gotten his damn autograph. Dude, but you know what? I shook hands with some famous conductor, and I like classical music, and I did not know who he was. But, I'm front row at some big deal Philharmonic thing. Um, yeah, that's culture. That's like, well, goddamn, you know what? I want more of this. This is
Yeah,
awesome. I'm meeting people who are so nice, and I want to be around people like that. I
yeah,
want
yeah,
I want my children to be around. It was just awesome.
yeah.
Um,
I get what you mean,
but
man.
you gotta be
About that
able.
night shit. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, I've done it right, and I've planned it accurately, and I've planned my
Oh,
life not to
absolutely.
even tolerate it. Period. And people are like, oh, you're a self hater. I'm like, dude, the stuff you're trying to get me to tolerate is a different level of mental illness that I have absolutely no patience with, none to the whatsoever. It doesn't matter how many chances you give these people. It doesn't matter. It's set like concrete. There's nothing else you could be able to do except avoidance. And I was never an actual adopter of these personnel or their ways. I just wanted to be away from them, and I did. And once I had my chance, because my chance was not to be spent on trying to impregnate somebody in the neighborhood, you know, so that way I could be stuck there with the rest of them. So I just wanted to leave and be able to have a decent, regular life with a one and done, so that way I wouldn't have to be around this stuff multitudes of times, and I just don't want to do it. Nope.
Right.
And that's my choice. I get to do that. Just like they get to stay, I get to go. Just like they get to choose whatever they want to, I get to choose whatever I want to.
Well, we'll finish this out, and the show, as the title implies, it's going to be a lot about the black middle class, and we're going to talk just briefly because I didn't have time to go back and pull out quotes from E. Franklin Fraser's Black Bourgeoisie. But what I did is an AI synopsis of it. And to be honest, he was fairly critical of the Black Bourgeoisie, but he also published the book in 1957. I think we have evolved like way more. However, in my opinion, the Black Bourgeoisie, kind of the people I grew up around have gotten better and worse, but I don't think it's any better or worse than the larger American culture.
No, it's the
It's
same at
so
this point.
weird.
It's the
Yeah,
same. It's not
after
any different.
1964, and I have some sympathy for the argument that quote black culture was somewhat shielded. But after 1964, we were open to the good and the bad. It was for better or for worse.
And people had a
Marrying
choice.
into
People had a
yes.
choice.
Oh, no. Dude, do you know how important what you just said is?
Yes.
That is Western culture, Judeo-Christian culture, whatever you want to call it. You have a choice is so effing important. That
Yes.
ought to be the name of the show.
My parents and my grandparents showed me the outcomes of
Yes.
everything, and everyone had the same. Well, not my younger brothers and sisters after everyone died, but everybody ahead of me, they had the same introduction I did. They could have, but then, as when you have choices, people can know what the best outcome is, and they just make a deliberate choice to go another way, and they have to own those actual outcomes. I wanted to own my outcomes too, and guess what, this thing could fall apart tomorrow, but I can tell you this: every step I took up until this point was to deliberately not have that type of outcome, period.
Right. This
So
is an interesting statement. So Brian Nichols, who's my age, it's okay not to accept black culture, but don't turn around and defend blacks. No idea what this means.
me neither.
Honestly, Brian, I need you to break this down. So all blacks live in black culture, and is not black culture part of American culture? You're acting like all blacks are still in segregation. Brian, I'm not going to accept this kind of it's not a good analysis. Um I don't I'll let you amend it or expand on it or whatever you need to do. So let's get back to this video though, because there is an agenda, believe it or not.
Masters. And so that alone would give them a certain type of status. Now, later on, they were able to get better jobs, have access to more opportunities in the society because of their skin color and the texture of their hair. However, now the emphasis is on not only content of character, but on the skills and abilities that one brings to the employment office, to the boardroom, or wherever that person may be, regardless as to the shade of their skin or the texture of their hair,
Are we then looking
or,
at a difference?
or the physiognomy. that they portray. If they have
Ooh,
Negroid
physiognomy.
features, if you look
Nice.
evidently black like I do, or if you would tend to be sort of marginal, where you weren't able to distinguish if you were of the black race or of the white race or mixed.
Okay, but are we looking at a difference now then in definition of middle class? Were there certain things that were part of the middle class in the 1950s and 60s that is different in the 70s and 80s?
But those things, I mean, didn't define the middle class even in the 50s or the 40s. Those things defined the status structure of the black community, who were seen as the most desirable people within the community. I mean, if you go far back enough, blacks who worked in the homes of rich whites shared the highest status in the community. Caterers in downtown restaurants, head waiters in downtown restaurants. Those were all status considerations, nothing to do with class.
BT?
Yeah, let's take a question from our studio audience.
I believe that the black people who are rising towards prominence and are in a race to achieve middle class status have forgotten about their children and forgot to teach them the values and instill in them the knowledge that they have to work to get what they want instead of giving it to them. You believe that it will ruin a whole generation of children because we are spoon feeding them and turning them into the partiers and the people who want to achieve for themselves?
I think enjoying a wholesome and full life has always been a part of Americans. And we are part of America. We are Americans. We just happen to be black. So partying is a part of our lifestyle, a part of our history. But I don't think that we are not passing on values to younger generations. I think that we are. They're still going to school. They're being educated. They are still going to church. They are still working part-time jobs to augment their income from parents to educate themselves.
12th man.
So I
12th
can't
man.
see that
Banana
that's a
tomorrow.
real
We can hear
consideration
your
at this
breathing.
point.
The middle class has found out is that having reached the middle class doesn't mean you automatically are able to live the way you expected to be able to live. Blacks need two incomes, and even with two incomes as a group, have lower family income and individual income.
Well,
than
you
whites.
have to,
Professor
Kelso.
What years we talking about here? What years we talking
this
about
is
here?
from the 80s or something. This
Okay,
is
so
old.
they're talking middle class. They're talking 70s, maybe middle class, or are they talking about middle
70s
class
and
currently
80s.
turned?
No.
Nope.
70s or 80s. This is old. He doesn't have the year. Now, at some point, and maybe I'll jump the gun here. This is at least the oldest. I'm sorry, the most updated it could be would be the 80s. This is probably late 70s, early 80s. This could be, with the quality of the video and the color, it could be mid 80s easily. I remember,
I was wondering
I
because of
was
the Technicolor kind of look. I'm like, I wonder.
Oh
what...
no. This is old. This is like I graduated from high school in 83. This could easily be 83. So
Okay.
now you gotta look at the title. It's Black History. So we're these are some dated ideas. And my intent is to kind of look at how the black middle class has evolved. I was born in 65. I kind of became of what the black middle class is probably around 1975. I was 10. Bicentennial, 76 was the bicentennial, high school, 79 freshman year, 83 graduation. So, in a way, this show is kind of me making sense of my arc in life. I honestly think that we know what this country is as far as race and racism and all that sort of stuff. I've just found that um, you better you got to take care of yourself. Progress starts one person, one house at a time, one
Oh yeah,
community
household.
at a time.
Oh
It's a
yeah.
very bottom up concept. And people just, you know, I wonder if people understand that, progress begins with you, your home, what you do. Even day to day, people tend to forget that what you do is important. And I think one of the reasons MAGA is even a thing is people seem to think that what they're doing is unimportant and doesn't matter. You get a bunch of MAGA blacks. Most of them probably didn't even vote. They just
Yeah,
like Trump. They didn't get off their lazy asses and actually vote for what they believe in.
yeah, but they think that
That's
they're
just my guess.
building actual leverage through non-participation. I
Right, and
don't
that I don't
understand that
understand.
concept.
How do you not participate in
and,
building and build?
and expect things, and the things that you want is inherently liberal. You live in a liberal place. You didn't make the deliberate decision to move to a conservative place, even though that's where you at right now. It just doesn't make any sense to me how this kind of conservative, because conservatism doesn't hand them anything. It didn't give them anything. Actually, it excludes them.
Well, you know, part of the problem is it does conservatism live in your hood?
No, I don't. No,
That that's
I mean,
that's
because
what
this
these
type of
people need to be
masculinity.
asking.
Uh, uh, I mean, because this type of new masculinity rose up because they didn't want to be working class, and they wasn't elite at anything possible, right? So they kind of made up their own left behind kind of masculinity that doesn't really comport with any other level of masculinity.
Okay, well, most of these people are talking about okay, if you're not gonna, live a life of the mind, reading books, being a smarty arty black, well, what else is there? Do they and this is actually a serious question. I think being a rap artist is working class. You gotta motherfucking get in the studio and you gotta produce some shit.
Yeah, but these
That's
people want
working
the
class.
outcomes without the work. Like that's different than being working class. Like that's way different. Like
Is it though?
obvious. Is it?
Is it
Yeah.
though?
Wanting the outcomes without doing the work
Oh,
does not
oh,
make you working
well,
class.
well, no, that's not working class. That's just lazy.
Correct, but most of these people are looking around for reasons to just try to take something off of somebody else's table. Like they're not creators. They're not going to follow any established path
Right.
unless it's the wrong one. Even though content creator is an established path at this point, it's the wrong type of path. But
Well, wait, hold it. Content creator is not a career path.
they think it is keeping up a whole bunch of
Oh boy,
nonsense.
are they
They
wrong.
think it is career path. Like, listen, most of these MAGA blacks, and they are content creators who think this, because you don't have people walking around your neighborhood who's just with a MAGA hat on. You don't have it. It's only an online thing by itself. It is exclusively online.
Well, let me, and I'm thinking of one specific person,
Uh-oh.
and it's not Sharon, by the way. Dude, there were several career paths, and uh, I honestly think that content creator was probably one of the few career paths open.
Yeah, I mean, but it
And
became open because of the disrepair that most people were in. Period. This is why they came into the content
well,
creator
no, no,
thing.
no, no. In this particular case, it was his own disrepair. It's like, you know,
Oh,
after you fucking fail at your government job, you know, you might be bitter. And, you know, you bitter at blacks, bitter at a lot of things. And, you know, cunt, being bitter is an excellent way to start a channel and be successful, because there's so many bitter Americans. Being bitter in the United States of America is probably one of the very few things where race doesn't matter. You just fucking hate everybody. Yeah,
oh
hate
yeah, man. Like those right wing
you hate
content
the
creators
blacks.
who didn't get a job because the existence of affirmative action. Can't tell you what specific affirmative action issue is. Just like, well, a black person got a job, I didn't get one. Bad stuff exists. I'm mad at everybody. What? Yeah.
Hey, Zhang. By the way, no, I'm not talking about John Galt. Don't know where you got that from. There are plenty of bitter blacks, bitter black peppers.
Black bitters. Wow. What a term. Black bitters.
So I'm determined we're going to finish this out, and I've got like probably 20. Oh, by the way, everybody, most of the videos I'm going to show are actually in the show notes. I know this looks like crazy and just kind of unorganized. I actually put in some work getting the sequence of the videos right and selecting the videos. It's not always, you know, sheer, hey, let's start up a YouTube show and show some videos. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new, please make sure that you hit the well, I guess you can't hit the share. Subscribe, share this out. Check it out. May not be your speed, but who knows, it might be. And by the way, the Sovereign Beer Fund is open. It is going to be a hoot going through some of these videos, and I have, you know, newspaper subscriptions, though most of these aren't going to be newspaper articles, but bear in mind that it is fun, but help a brother out if you can. What's up, Fred? And Zhang, and Khan, good to see y'all too. So this is going to be it's actually going to be kind of a time capsule in a way.
Kelson, would you?
Well, I think there's one point to make. In addition to what Professor Landry has made, that is that I think the middle class is growing in terms of the addition of qualitatively new kinds of skills, new kinds of occupations that just weren't available. I mean, 3 black lawyers who became financial managers last year brought over Beatrice Corporation. Beatrice is about a $2.8 billion corporation. You got financial managers at all level of national and international financial management on a scale heretofore, you know, unavailable, and that's true in other fields too, in the scientific fields, computer fields, and so forth and so on.
Well, I think that the black middle class is growing, but I think that if we're headed for a recession within the next 2 years, the first people that will be the ones to have to leave the work world will be blacks. And we will regress rather than progress in our statistics, as Dr. Landry is
but I think
projecting.
we will always regress relative to others. I mean,
absolutely.
It won't be back to zero.
Okay,
So that's important. But I think you're right. Yeah, there's still racism around. We have to face
that's
that.
another factor.
At the same time, it's not what it was in 1931 when I was born.
I agree with you, but I have no basis of comparison to 1931.
Right.
We were.
All right, so there is a show after this. At least I thought there was. So let's see here. And hopefully no one can hear this microwave timer. I'm actually making marinara in the background. Let's see, what do we have here? I am going to play
Stanley, man, you have a nice one,
this
man.
first. Okay. Well, this is actually the John Hope Franklin Center at Duke University. I actually there's some good stuff here, though it isn't always, stuff that is in my wheelhouse. But they've got a take on the black middle class too. And by the way, thank you, CKJ3. You are always too kind, to be honest. So we'll just blame you for this content for now. But thank you, Admiral. Saturday's middle class show, and of course I can't goddamn type. Let's see here, middle class black show is blamed on CKJ3. So it's your fault, sir. What's up, tough guy? You there, tough guy?
Yeah, sometimes I have to get my audio straight.
Okay. Well talk. Say what you got to say. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I got to clear this microwave timer.
Okay, he's gonna be back in 30 minutes or 30 seconds.
No, 30 seconds.
Okay, well, I'm gonna roll up this blunt and I'm gonna tell everybody happy Saturday, and hopefully you making some money today, or you getting some vagina if you're a man. Hopefully, you know what I'm saying, you getting your shit together, and enjoying the day. Yeah, we doing the Black History thing over here. Stanley pro-black, and he gonna let y'all know that not all black people is ghetto, but I'm ghetto. So I'm just that 1% of blacks that's ghetto. Yeah, it's not many black people that's really ghetto like that. And I want to talk to Stanley about John, because John was talking about black people on Pearlie's channel, and she was pissing me off with that shit, man. So I want to know what Stanley has to say about that shit, because, man, I didn't appreciate that shit. And when we see John, me and Stanley gonna jump his ass. So that's what I want to talk to Stanley about, actually, why I wanted to come up on the panel. Because this motherfucker decided to do that bullshit on Black History.
Well, I'm back.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question though. I didn't see the show. Is it something that could wait for a separate show?
I guess. I mean, it would have to be
Well, what did he?
A whole show about it. He was on Pearlie's show.
Pearl. Okay, let me just ask questions so I can kind of get context. So this happened recently?
Yes. John went up on her panel, pandering, talking about his content.
Okay, hold
how black
on.
people live.
Let me. You said it happened recently, like in the past couple days.
Yes. Like
okay,
2
so
days
John
ago.
went to Pearlie's show.
Yes.
Okay, so why is this upsetting you? John couldn't get her to his show.
Right. right, but still, the way, and then he had her talking about black people because of how he was coming off with the shit. Like you got to see it, man. It was ridiculous.
Do I really have to see it?
Yes, you do. Yes.
Will it surprise me at how
No, it's not
racist
gonna
John
surprise you,
is?
but it'll
Oh,
probably make you want
hold
to have a
on. Let me
conversation
finish.
with John because
Let me
he thinks that
finish.
he can just do whatever and
Will
say
it
whatever with no
surprise
consequences.
me? Will it surprise me? Did it surprise you?
I mean, in a way, yeah, because I just couldn't believe how blatantly disrespectful he was on this white bitch's channel, trying to make it seem like black people was like,
So
yeah, a
you
little
couldn't,
bit.
you were surprised that John is racist?
No, not that, but I was surprised that John would go
Were
that
you
far.
surprised that pearly things can say racist shit about black people?
No, you know what I'm trying to say,
Oh
Stanley.
no, I'm not sure I do. Well, let me put
Oh,
it to you this
really?
way.
Oh,
You
really?
got a wrench.
You're
You
not
got a
sure I
wrench,
do,
right?
huh?
You have a wrench. Drop the link. I mean, I will certainly watch it. As a matter of fact, shit. Drop the link. We'll watch it tomorrow if you want.
No, I need you to do it now. I
Not
also
gonna
sent
happen.
you email. Did you get
No,
my email?
I will not be derailed.
Okay, well, did you see my email that I
No.
sent you today?
Oh, is the link in there?
No, that's a new link. I wanted you to see that. I wanted
Okay,
to see
well,
what you thought about it.
if
Did you see it?
have you
Did you
seen
get the email? Yes or no?
I'm gonna check my email now, and while I'm doing that, I need you to have a look at the title of today's show.
Black historian. I know that, man, but we got all day to talk about
Oh,
that.
hold
That's what the
on.
show
There's
is
a
about.
reason. Hold on. There's a reason I asked you if you saw the title of the show.
I did. I did see that part of the show.
Okay, now do you think I'm going to deviate from my topic
But
today
why are you
to watch?
deviating when that's
Oh,
your topic
hold
of the show?
on.
You can talk about that all day long.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm going to say. Do you think I'm going to deviate for a white racist and a black racist talking about black people when I'm talking about black history? No, that's not going to happen. We
You
can
know
do
what
it
I'm trying to
tomorrow.
say.
That I don't care what you're trying to do. Tomorrow's a good day to do it. You know, the
I have
black
my
middle
daughter on
class.
Sundays. You know that.
No,
I'm
I
busy on
don't know
Sundays.
that.
You know
I
that.
don't keep up with your schedule, tough guy.
Well, you know that I do play
Okay,
drums and I
so
see my
you
daughter on
think that
Sundays. Do
are
I
you
not?
thinking?
Do I not? Do you not know that?
No, I don't know that.
Okay, so you don't know I play drums on Sunday at church.
Okay, what does your daughter have to do with you playing
I see
drums
her
at
every
church?
Sunday after church. I don't know how you
Oh,
do not know that.
after church. No, I did not know. I know about the church and know about the drums. I didn't know your schedule after drumming at the church.
Oh, well, you know that I see my daughter every Sunday.
I know it now. Now, my question to you is, do you think I need to plan my show schedule around you seeing your
A
daughter?
little bit because it's about your
Okay, I need
audience. It's
to
not
ask
about
you the
you.
question. It's a yes no question. You think
Yes.
that a grown
Yes.
ass man
Yes.
on the other coast
Yes.
of this
I
country
do.
is going
Yes.
to
You asked me, I'm telling you,
schedule
nigga. I
his
said
show?
yes. You
Well,
asked me,
then
I'm telling you. Yes.
you are
You
sorely
asked.
mistaken.
You asked though. You asked me.
You know what? I did ask, and
Okay,
now I
so
have
that's
my
my
answer.
that's my answer to your question. So you asked me though. You didn't ask yourself.
Well,
You can't be
I hate
asking
to
yourself when you asking me
I
the
hate
question.
to I hate
That's
to
not fair.
disappoint you. I am so
You asked
sorry,
me the
but
question, not yourself.
yes, we know I asked the question, and you made a good point there. No, I'm not going to plan my shows around you and your daughter getting together after church. Y'all go and have a good lunch.
So when are we gonna react to the motherfucking shit then, you bastards?
Not we know it's not going to be today, and we know it's not
Uh,
going to be and we know it's not going to be tomorrow.
why you hating?
Oh wait, how am
You
I
got all day
hating?
to talk about this shit
Wait,
that you
hold
want to
it.
talk about.
Is scheduling the same thing
You
as
can talk
dating?
about this shit all
How
day.
is
You can come back to
yes,
it. You
I
got a whole
plan on
show
doing
about
it
it.
all day or until I'm done.
Okay, then. So why are you
So
acting
we
like that's
know it's not
derailing
gonna
when
happen.
we're just going
We
off
know it's
topic for
not
a little
gonna
bit?
happen today, and we
Well,
know
I'm
it's not
asking
gonna
you a
happen
question,
tomorrow.
Stanley. You're not answering my question, nigga.
What's your question, tough guy?
Okay, my question to you is because you have a topic for today and you'll be talking about this for hours, as you said, it'll be a long show. What is wrong with having different topics here and there in between it? That is all I'm saying. While I'm on the
Well,
panel, because I'm not gonna be on the panel the whole fucking time.
you're not.
Oh
Where are
no.
you gonna go?
Well, I got things to do too. It's Saturday. I'm kicking it with
Oh,
you
so
right
you
now.
have things to do.
I'm kicking it with you right now, though. Why you hating on me being
So
here now,
so
nigga?
so I am privileged to have your
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
I
I'm
see.
a guest
Now
in your house, nigga. I took off my
now
shoes, nigga. I pressed the like button. I took off my shoes. You know what I'm saying? Now you got a guest,
now
motherfucker.
it's
I'm
I
thirsty. Can I
get it.
get some water?
I
Can,
get it.
can I get a
I
glass of
get
water,
it.
motherfucker?
I get it. So Stanley has tough guy privilege while it lasts. I got
You
you
sh-
now.
I mean, come on, Stanley.
What-
I should get a little bit of grace. I should get a little bit of something. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know what?
I come with the theme
You
song.
are
I'm
you
tough guy,
wrote
man. Why you doing me like
you're
that?
absolutely right. And you know what? If you're around later tonight, because this topic will be exhausted, I am in it for a long show. It's
Exactly. So
Saturday.
I'm sure you're gonna be talking about it for a while, and I'm sure I'm gonna
Well,
come back, and you
no,
still gonna be talking about the
let
same
me
shit.
finish what I'm saying. At some point, I will be done talking about the black middle class. We can tack on John and Pearlie's racist Bride of Frankenstein marriage of racism um, later, but it's not going to be a main topic. It'll be hours before I get to it. But what you could do, uh, did you put the link in an email?
No, because I don't know where it was. I just seen it, and I seen him on there, so I know it's on her channel. He said it was on her channel.
I don't subscribe to her channel.
Neither do I, nigga. What the fuck?
Okay, and I'm not going to look up her channel just to see a young white female racist talking to an old as fuck black racist. He was probably high as a kite and drunk as shit, and she is just high on stupidity.
Yeah, well, I told his ass last night. I told him that shit ain't cool, man. And I told
You
him that
told
he ain't
who?
shit because he
Wait,
be
hold it.
using
You
people.
went on John's show?
No, he was on Art Show last night.
So you went on Art show to tell John. Fucking
Yeah, he
Art
was a
is
bitch
an
ass
idiot.
nigga. I sure did tell John that because he was trying to.
Art is a weirdo of another type.
Art is cool. Leave Art alone, man.
No,
He just overweight.
Art is literally, his couch is smarter than he ever
No,
was.
he rest in pieces the couch. So he's not gonna
And
be
you
doing
know
streaming.
what? You know what? That doesn't change my point. A fucking wooden frame with a bunch of cushions that were cloth covered was smarter than Art is currently. He got rid
Well,
of the smartest. He got rid of the brains of the outfit if he got rid of that couch.
Art is cool, man. Leave Art alone, man. That's my West Coast. That's my West Coast homie.
You know what? If
LBC,
he's your
RLBC.
homie, that's cool. I think
You my
he's a
homie too, though,
fucking
Stanley. I mean, you was my homie first.
a
That's fucked up. You
homie
gonna
in
make
a
me choose?
a
You gonna make me
homie.
choose? I gotta choose. I gotta
Oh
choose between
no!
both of y'all
You
now.
know what?
That's how you gonna do
Wait,
me?
hold it. Wait, what's the question you just asked me?
I said now I gotta choose between both of you, motherfuckers.
Well, do you know what my choice would be?
Well, we already know you don't fuck with art like that, so
My choice, my advice, if you think you're making a choice, is go with art.
shut up, motherfucker.
Because hey, you know what? He's glitzier, he's younger, he's got more hot topics. I think Art's a fucking moron. And I literally think he's one.
I'm gonna tell him you said that.
Sometimes, please, well, let me put it to you this way. If he even understands what you say, he won't be surprised.
I'm gonna say Stanley said you're a fucking idiot.
Art knows my opinion of him.
Oh, well, yeah,
You
I
do
guess
know
so. Because he
Art's
did
been
say
on
you
my
cussed him
show.
out one time.
Art
He
has
said that
been up on,
he came and hung out with you for like 4 hours, and the next day you started going ham on him. He's like, I thought we was cool, and then the next day he's going hard on me. Like, I was like, damn, what happened? What'd you say? I said, you must have said something he ain't like.
well, Art is good at saying dumb shit, and I don't like dumb shit.
Well, yeah, I hear you. Especially when it comes to black people, you ain't having it.
You know what? People in general. I don't like dumb white people either. You've not heard
No, I'm
me
saying especially
like.
when it comes to black people, like if somebody says something stupid
Well,
about black people.
I think black people are smarter than white people about American culture specifically.
That's because we are American culture.
Well, I think it's because we have literally thrived in difficult circumstances. And to a certain extent, I think you're right. We had to make a culture when everything was against us. That culture is battle tested. So,
But why do they
and
keep
you know
trying
what?
us then?
I'm sorry, what?
I said, why do they keep trying us then?
Who is they?
Well, I mean, it doesn't stop. They still try to prevent us from getting
Okay,
jobs or
life doesn't
progressing.
stop. Life doesn't stop.
Yeah, I'm
So
saying, why don't they stop with the racist
it's
shit?
never gonna stop.
Well, I mean, by now they should know better, right? I mean, why try to
Okay,
prevent us when
some of the dude, you just
we got
told me
God and
about
angels?
John. You just told me about John Galt. So some of the blacks like John Galt aren't gonna stop. John Galt is white culture, in my opinion.
Well, the way that he explains things sounds
Okay,
like
you don't think John Galt is essential to white culture? John Galt is American white culture.
well, that's why he talks bad on black people because he wants to
Right, that's
cater.
my
He wants to
point.
cater
So
to us.
when you say they, some of the they you're talking about are black people.
Yeah, you call them anti-blacks. I know.
No, I call them anti-black blacks. Emphasis
Yeah,
on
anti-black
they
black. Yeah.
are emphasis they're black. They are white culture.
Okay, so what do you think the disconnect is? Why are they so remedial?
Dude, I don't give a fuck. They're white culture. There is no disconnect. There is a connect.
Okay, so why are they remedial then? Why is it so like
I didn't use the word remedial. I just said they're white culture.
I use the word remedial because they acting like they that
Well,
damn
then
stupid.
define why you think they're remedial, because I wouldn't call them remedial. I just call them white culture.
Okay, what does
And
remedial
by
mean?
the way, they're not white. They're just part of white culture.
What does remedial mean to you, Stanley?
You
What
know
is the
what?
actual definition of
Remedial
remedial?
means irrelevant to my point. They're not learning. They're not like kids or behind trying to catch up to what American culture or white culture is. They're, in my opinion, they're PhDs in white culture.
How you figure that? Because if that was true, then black people
Dude,
would have
because they're
black
racist
people would
as
own.
fuck, and they go on white racist channels talking about how bad black people are, and they don't represent or even know the larger black culture. They think black culture is one way, just like the people they entertain. They're entertainers, maybe. That's why I think they're part of white culture.
I guess, Stanley. I don't know.
So anyway, shout out to the CKJ3. Thank you for contributing to the Sovereign Bear Fund, and we must get on with this show. So this is called Left of Black. That's the name of the show. Out of Duke University, Candace M. Jenkins on the black middle class. And I'm sure I'll get some sort of strike.
Everything black, culture over everything, y'all. We taking it back.
Welcome to Left to Black. I'm your host, Mark Anthony Neal. We're back here in the John Hope Franklin Center. We're joined today by Professor Candace M. Jenkins, who is Professor of African American Studies and English at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. I can never quite figure out
She's kind of cute
how that goes. Thank you. She is the author of
I used
Private
to
Lives,
hang out there,
Regulating Black
Stanley.
Intimacy, which was published by the University of Minnesota in 2007.
Used to hang out
and
where?
Just published Black
The U of I.
Bourgeois, Class and Sex in the
Oh,
Flesh.
really?
Also published
Yeah,
by the University of
I worked
Minnesota.
at the Burger King when I was 16 on campus, and
Interesting.
it was
How'd you wind up
a
there?
great culture, like, you know, being that young and just being on campus, and you know, like I had the college life without even going to college because I was so young. I
Well,
was
how
on
is that
campus.
possible? How so you had all of the fun and none of the study?
Basically, because I was young, I was 16. My stepmother worked at the U of I, and they wouldn't let me stay home. When I first moved out there, I just go to work out there, and that's why I got the job at Burger King, because I was bored as hell. Because basically, when she go to work, I just had all day to walk around, and I was bored as hell. So every time she would go to work, I just started applying jobs, and then I got a job at Burger King, and I worked there for a little while. And then me and my dad got into it, and I ended up getting my own spot. But yeah, when I lived with my dad, my stepmom that he was married to, Dawn, she used to work there at the U of I, man, and I used to go up there on campus with her while she would work, because she worked 8 hours, and I'd just be in the library or walking around on campus by the dorm rooms or by the stadium, or, you know. And I met a lot of girls because, you know, I was young, I was into girls, and I mean, college, ain't nothing but
Gotcha.
girls there.
So
Ain't nothing but girls in dorms.
I pretty much I think I pretty much said it with one sentence. It was college life, basically enjoy without studying.
The studies, yeah, because
Gotcha. So let's get on with this video.
Margot Crawford says of Black Bourgeois, it will be the definitive study of literary images of the Black middle class from the 1980s to our present moment. With stunning new insight, Candace M. Jenkins focuses on the vulnerability tied to Black middle class embodiment. This book adds new dimensions to the study of Blackness and class by foregrounding the tension between the vulnerability of the Black body and the cover of material privilege. How are you doing?
I'm great.
So, and you know, I told you months ago how great this book was. You know, on the one hand, it's theoretical sophistication, the way that I think it brings new energy to a timeless conversation about Black middle class identity, but one I think that always had been rooted in kind of class politics and the politics of respectability from 20 or 25 years ago. And I was struck by the fact that you chose, in terms of a historical formation, to frame it around post-soul. Talk a little bit about that choice.
Well, I was really interested in that period, kind of
pre-Obama, but also post-civil rights.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was drawing on your work, drawing on Nelson George, obviously coined that term post-soul. And people don't use post-soul that much anymore, but it was really useful for me to kind of mark that period where folks are thinking about Black privilege in a lot of ways publicly. And yet, when you look at the literature, that attention to Black privilege is very complicated. It's very sort of disrupted by that sense of vulnerability.
And I think you had some really important contributions to that framing. You know, typically when folks think about post-soul, they think about the actual artist as being post-soul. And you thought about it really in terms of these texts that are produced in this kind. So I would have never thought of Toni Morrison within that formation. But you use Toni Morrison there, and it creates a really rich interaction to think about reading Toni Morrison against Spike Lee's, Spike Lee's film. In this case, the film about
School Days.
Thank you. And Spike Lee's someone who you obviously think about as being naturally post-soul, but then you draw Morrison into that.
Yeah, I mean, Morrison is obviously not a post-soul figure in terms of her birth date or, that sort of thing. But that text, Tar Baby, is really anticipates those concerns that really surface in other post-soul texts. And at the time, and I don't know if this remains true because there's so much that Morrison published kind of later that I honestly have not had a chance to get into fully. But that was the only book that she published that was contemporaneous to its moment. So she was really commenting on
what was happening,
this kind of post-soul moment. Yeah.
Right. And I imagine for a generation of folks who've grown that period of time, besides The Bluest Eye, that might have been the first Morrison.
It might have been. Yeah. I mean, it really depends on Morrison. There's so much in the over that one could start with. But yeah, absolutely.
But talk a little bit about the choices of text that you made throughout the book. Which texts were you drawn to and why?
I was really interested in works that were addressing the question of class in some way. And it sort of worked out that they all ended, and this is how the book kind of came together. They all had in some way or another tackled this question of the simultaneity of sort of class privilege and also this sense of racialized vulnerability. So I look at Danzy Senna's Caucasia. I put that in conversation with Rebecca Walker's memoir, actually. When I talk about geography, I look at Shea Youngblood's Black Girl in Paris and put that in conversation with Reginald McKnight's He Sleeps. Then sort of later in the last kind of third of the book, Percival Everett's Erasure. And then the final chapter, John Henry Day's Colson Whitehead and Michael Thomas, Man Gone Down. And then the epilogue, I kind of bring it forward into our immediate present moment and talk about Insecure and Queen Sugar. So
I'm often struck talking with literary professors that you do in fact do literature and separate that as something that's almost distinct from fiction, which circulates in a much more popular realm. You're looking at these texts that really say much more than what we think of what might be the musical pop charts, as some sort of comparison. And particularly I think about someone like a book like Erasure. It is not easy work, right?
Yeah,
I mean, this is someone who's been committed for a long time to doing very experimental literary work. What did it mean to try to bring that, into the framing of the book?
Well, in some ways, I mean, that book, there's so much right there at the surface of the text that's dealing with these issues, not just dealing with class, but also what it means to be an author, right? What I mean, that Everett has such a sort of wide-ranging oeuvre also, but this is a text of his. I mean, there's literally a sort of book within a book, and the commentary on what does it mean to be a Black writer today, and how are people marketing these works, and can you be a literary writer without performing certain kinds of tropes, right?
And an update on Trey Ellis's work, right?
Absolutely.
Who's doing that same kind of trope 20 years earlier.
Absolutely, yeah. And I do when I teach this kind of topic, I often teach Ellis's novel.
Platitudes.
Yes, Platitudes, absolutely. Yeah.
Ultimately, though, the book is about, as you described throughout the book, the vulnerability of the Black body. and the material privilege of some Black bodies and
Mhm.
trying to find this kind of middle ground. And you begin the book with this story of, we dress up to go to Starbucks, right? Because, Black professional folks have to look a certain kind of way when we're in the world, right?
Mhm.
Because we know that we're Black professional folks and we understand that to dress a certain way.
Mike, let me I guess I need to put voice to my post in the chat. I'm going to level with you, Mike. I have had two people who are members of the show, loyal, people that I value as voices of reason, who literally contributed. I was shocked at how much they did not want you on the panel. When I say three figures, I'm not kidding. Like, I have to pay attention to people who I literally have told one of these people, like, your money's not good here. And they made a point. Sorry, sir. Here's how this is going to happen. When I say $101, that's going to be firm. I'm not, you can stay in the chat. You were blocked in the chat, and I heard you on T's show last night. So you can interact in the chat. Dude, the bounty, and I don't give a fuck how you raise it. And to be honest, letting you up on the panel at any price, I suspect there'll be blowback. It might be one of these things where even if you pay the bounty, and you know what? As a matter of fact, don't pay the bounty, because I'm not going to lose a voice of reason over, someone I can talk to over on T's channel. Dude, you don't understand how problematic you can be. You don't make my channel. I've had a bunch of people, male and female, old and young, say that you're taking away from the channel. And I sympathize with you, but you're problematic, and you're goddamn whining to come back up to the panel and making all these weird dude, $101. Show me that you value this channel. And even when you pay that 101, motherfucker, when you come up here, you're
some
gonna have to
respect.
follow some. Yeah, hold on one sec, tough guy. You're gonna have to follow some rules, even if you ever come back to this panel. I'm gonna tamp your dumb ass down and make you follow some rules. So 101 or stay in the chat. You're a part of the channel, even in the chat.
Should guarantee
Yeah.
that we get treated a certain kind of way. But to tell the story of this college administrator, in Seattle.
Oh, and by the way,
who's in Star-
this is tough love, Mike. some fucking channel, some content creator should have had tough love with you quite some time ago. So I may be a little too late, but god damn it, consider this tough love. 101. 101, baby.
Starbucks with his Black woman colleague,
Yeah.
and all kinds of hell breaks loose.
There was a young white male looking at me, and can you swear on radio?
We can try.
Okay. So, and
We can
I looked
edit.
at him and he said, "Fucking nigger bitch."
Oh,
And I
my
kind
Lord.
of stopped. And it was at that point I realized it was spit on my face and hands. In that moment, I thought he's gonna kill me. is what I thought.
No one in the Starbucks really responds, right? I mean, that's sort of a, silent observers. And so I actually start the book with that story and end the book with talking about the more recent incident in Starbucks where these two young men were arrested for, not buying anything.
What did they get called for? Because there are two black guys sitting here meeting? Yes. Well, what did they do? What did they do? Did someone tell me what they did?
For sitting in Starbucks and not being professionally dressed. I actually, talk about the way that, in some ways, for Black middle class subjects, Black subjects really broadly, it's between a rock and a hard place in terms of, well, you can be professionally dressed, and then there's also a sense, was this attack in part about being uppity, right, and part about being, inappropriately exercising privilege, and then you can, go in your sort of stylish but casual clothes and, be perceived as being a vagrant, being, inappropriately occupying this, space, and the neighborhood in which that Starbucks was in Philly, described as the most elite neighborhood in the city, and et cetera. So that space is a class space, and their presence there, no matter that they were there for a real estate sort of conversation with an investor, right? So this is also a professional meetup,
right?
But again, that was treated as they were criminalized.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
And it's a weird conversation, because I could imagine folks want.
What's up, JB? You there?
JB Smooth.
Yeah, apparently he is swallowed.
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, there you are.
What up, hey,
what's going
JB
on?
Smooth? Did you fix your teeth?
What the fuck you want, man?
I was just asking if you fixed your teeth yet. That's all.
Fuck you, suck a dick, bitch.
Okay, well let me welcome to the
Oh
welcome
man, you
to the
don't be
panel,
mad at me
JB.
for asking you a
I
simple
will
question.
not have this show derailed. Don't make me have to do a twofer, putting people in the back. JB, any thoughts on today's topic?
Hell no, I can't even think straight, man.
Yeah, because he ugly as
Okay.
hell, man. That's what
Good
happens
for
to ugly
you.
Shut
people.
up, tough girl.
Let's mute up and continue.
Why were these two guys there? Right? It's like, well, maybe they're going to rob. So, what is there to rob in Starbucks?
Exactly.
Are you stealing beans? No one uses cash anymore. Everybody's using their.
Yeah. So what is the danger?
Right.
Apart from just the Blackness in
Right.
the space. Yeah.
And I think there's a way, this in which, Black bodies are seen as a threat
Mm-hmm.
to whatever the value is of white space.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And so even as Black professional and middle class folks, right, you're sensitive, right,
Mm-hmm.
to even as you dress the part of the space,
Mm-hmm.
right, there's still some tension about your visibility and presence in those spaces.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the other incidents I talk about in the introduction is the wine train incident. And so, where these Black women, the book club, right, had paid their
Damn.
money to, go onto this wine train and you taste wines and you enjoy
Yes,
with your friends. And, they were laughing too loud. They were,
Yes,
somehow
JB.
perceived as being inappropriate. And again, that's
Well, so I have to stop the video. What you
I
got?
couldn't hear you, man.
What you got?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying, Sam.
Okay, dude, I'm not in that kind of mood today. So unless you have something to say about the video or something to contribute to the show, the theme of the show specifically, you can go join Mike in the chat.
it's just about how blackness is perceived in
on,
these
on a
class
train with a
spaces.
bunch of drunk people.
Exactly, right. But I mean, it was a bourgeois space, in that, wine tasting is about appreciation and distinction, and et cetera. But doing the same thing as everybody else in that space, right, is still somehow out of bounds when it's Black bodies doing it. Yeah.
One of the things that you did in the book that I really like was that you decided to engage Afro-pessimism.
I did.
And in the way that it represents, on the one hand, a kind of social death.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the whole investment in a Black bourgeois experience is, right, to undermine the idea of social death,
Mm-hmm.
right? But yet you read through these kind of dynamics. So I'm just going to ask you, where are you on Afro-pessimism?
I mean, I find it fascinating. I am, I will say this. I'm thinking about Afro-pessimism a lot for the project that I'm beginning now, and which is on the Black speculative, and sort of thinking about. So I'm still interested in these questions of vulnerability and kind of Black embodiment. But I'm moving my archive in a way to thinking about speculative fiction and film. And I'm really, Afro-pessimism is a useful tool for me, in part because, I've taught I'm teaching another sort of grad seminar about this in the fall, but I've taught a few seminars about Black speculative fiction. And it's always, you could say this is about the texts I choose, but they're always quite depressing. there's always a strain of pessimism already there in the work. So it's really interesting to me to think about, well, what's happening when this genre that is about, sort of thinking through futures, right, still returns to these moments that are about Black bodily vulnerability, that are about enslavement, right, that really cause us to return to these questions of Black social death. So for me, Afro-pessimism is a useful sort of way to think through some of these things. I understand the controversy that circulates around it, but for me, it's a way of thinking about and seeing both the world that we inhabit and the possibilities for breaking down that world.
And it is a comment, however we might experience it on this moment, right? What is it about this moment that suddenly you have a cohort of Black folks who can't bring themselves to think about the future, right? Which is really a disruption from how we have generally, moved,
absolutely,
throughout the last 300 years, 3 centuries.
Yeah.
What is it about this moment that suddenly there's this shift that says, I can't imagine us?
Yeah, I agree that there's a not thinking about the future in the sense that it's a rejection of progress within this system, right? But there is a futurity to Afro-pessimism. That's a part of what I'm thinking about with this new project, is sort of Afro-pessimism as a speculative project and a futuristic looking project. But the future it looks towards is sort of total elimination of the system that exists, as opposed to incremental change, right? And so now we might argue about whether that is possible. And that in some ways is where the pessimism comes from. But I think that's an important distinction to make. And I think in some ways that's part of what's happening in the speculative film and fiction too. If you, and it depends on which pieces we're talking about. I'm working on something now about Jordan Peele's Get Out, right? Which is a, really interesting speculative, piece. But he himself has said it's all about slavery, right? And this kind of white prosthesis, this Black prosthesis, and whites using Black bodies as prostheses, right? But if you think about the theatrical ending of that, which sort of does this optimistic kind of turn, and he says that's not the original ending, right? The original ending is he goes to prison, right? And that's a really interesting thing to think about in terms of pessimism and what's possible.
I often wonder, though, particularly in the context of your book and thinking about a Black bourgeois, and this is about Afro-pessimism again, while there are folks who obviously have come from precarity and Afro-pessimism is in part a commentary on precarity, what does it mean that it's a movement coming from people based in their professional lives who themselves are not necessarily existing at this moment in precarity?
That's a great question. And I don't know that I have the answer to that. I mean, I think it's a very reasonable critique. Someone like Wilderson, I mean, you could say he dodges that question a lot, right? That he's kind of like, well, it's the future's not for me to decide.
And he'll be here in a couple of weeks, so hopefully
right?
I get a chance to ask him.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's what I have seen him say is, this is something that can be taken up, right? And he's not he's bringing this to an academic audience so that people can think about these questions. But in terms of change on the ground, that has to happen on the ground, and that's not a charge that he intends to lead. I don't know the answer to, and I think that is, as I said, it's a legitimate critique. And I think a lot of folks who have serious issues with Afro-pessimism object to the sort of class positioning and privilege positioning of those who are making these arguments. But I don't know that for me, it's any less persuasive to say like this system requires Black people to be in a certain position. That's any less persuasive coming from someone who has more privilege as opposed to, because it's still a fact about the system. Right?
What's the quandary of the Black bourgeois in a Black Lives Matter moment?
Well, I mean, I think that's a part of what the book tries to tackle. And that's one of the things that I was, I don't know if I want to say surprised, but certainly it was noticeable to me as I began to work on the project and was looking at these texts, how frequently, for instance, the police come up in the text, right? That, when there is a threat, there is, in Caucasia, we have, this white couple kind of calls the police, the protagonist of the novel, it can pass for white, and she's with her Black father.
And there's always this ghost of state surveillance
that runs
through Caucasia.
Exactly. Right? And so, these moments in which, and there's, he shows them his professor, his, ID, and, and it doesn't make a difference. And they're sort of, did he hurt you, and what's happening, asking her. And there are moments like that throughout these texts, right? So I try to articulate this, Black and bourgeois dilemma, right? This kind of paradox of, the privilege that presumably the university ID, offers, or the, that material access might offer, that is totally undercut by these, moments of encounter where one's Black body is what's making the decisions in that moment, and or what's sort of precipitating the decisions of others around you and deciding your fate in that moment. And that recurs throughout these texts, that sort of sense of this kind of simultaneity of, isn't this a moment where I'm supposed to be protected? Yeah. It isn't, and it doesn't actually work that way. And so there's a real sense of, and these texts are from before the Black Lives Matter moment,
right?
But they're sort of anticipating
what
we're
happen.
Seeing in this moment.
I mean, that scene in Caucasia really anticipates Karen. Right? Karen trying to keep you from going to stare about Karen calling you, calling the police because she doesn't like that you're standing there. It's
absolutely. And so then when I get to the epilogue of the book and I'm talking about Insecure, I'm talking about Queen Sugar,
right.
And Insecure is a series that is, it's a comedy mostly, right? And yet even in that series, the police come in, right, as a surveilling presence and a sort of a moment in which, Lawrence is driving a Jaguar as he's pulled over, right? And so that moment, and the cop turns out to be joking with him and friendly, and but the fear is present. The fear is always present, and those things that those gestures that he takes he turns the music to smooth jazz, right, quickly from hip hop, and he, sort of tries to sort of change his demeanor and et cetera. But we understand as viewers as well that there's, those protective measures are not that protective. Yeah.
Right. Talk a little bit about how important Black Studies is for you as someone who was involved with it here at Duke, at least via the folks that you worked with, like Maurice Wallace and Carla Holloway, but also being in the Black Studies department now at the University of Illinois.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really been crucial. And even when I, at my previous institution at Hunter College, wasn't sort of affiliated with a Black Studies department, I feel like my work has always been very invested in Black Studies as a discipline, in sort of thinking about, what the positionality of Black people in this culture has to say to the work that I am examining, right? These literary works, how does that circulate in that work? And so it continues to be very important to me. And, I'm always insistent on, as much as possible, making sure that the courses that I teach sort of straddle that line, right, between this is an English course, this is an Afro course, and that's the work that we do. That's I think one of the things that it allows for is that interdisciplinarity that really creates space for thinking about more than, I'm definitely a diehard English and literature person, right? That's, how I was trained in a way from my years at Spelman.
Right.
But at the same time, from my years at Spelman, I have always been thinking about, the larger position of Black people and how that impacts all the things that I'm reading and thinking about.
Yeah. And talk a little bit more about the new project.
The new project is very nascent. So there's, so it's definitely still sort of coming together, but I'm really, I guess the way that I would summarize it is, I'm putting Afrofuturism and Afropessimism in conversation. I'm thinking about Afropessimism as speculative, and thinking about the speculative as pessimistic. So and what kinds of productive conversations might be generated if we put those things in conversation? Yeah.
We've been joined today by Professor Candace M. Jenkins, who is Professor of African American Studies and English at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. She's the author of Private Lives, Proper Relations, Regulating Black Intimacy, published by University of Minnesota Press, 2007, and the brand new Black Bourgeois, Class and Sex in the Flesh, published also by University of Minnesota Press, 2019. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Well, like her hair. So let's see what else is in here. Let's see if we can find something a little bit. I don't know. Let's try. You know what? Let us just do something else, and then let's see. Where am I hours wise? 2:17. And actually, Chris M, I'm gonna be honest with you. Why you even try is beyond me. You are literally like that fucking there's a certain aesthetic you always remind me of with some of your dumb fucking racist bullshit. You are literally that fucking are you from Kentucky or West Virginia? You got that white trash chip on your shoulder, like I could have been educated, but no Black is better than me. Dude, you are a relic of the antebellum South. You're not bright. All you do is troll, but never in a clever way. It's like if I gave you 2 sticks, you would try and create a fire, which is about what you would need to do to cook a pot of beans next to the railroad track you were raised besides. You're not bright, Chris M. You're not funny, Chris M. I tolerate you because I know you're from another channel. Get smarter or just fucking stop being so annoying. You're not clever. We put up with you, Chris, because you're kind of a relic. You're kind of, I've seen you in all these chats for so long, but you don't add value to the chat. So, you know what? I think what I'm gonna do is start ignoring this fucking bumpkin fucking flow state it's literally you are just trailer trash white. You're amusing occasionally. You don't add value. So I am literally going to look, I got good moderators. When they get tired of you, and if they don't get tired of you, fine. But I think I'm at a point to where you just need to be ignored. You never bring stuff, yeah, I think I'm just going to start ignoring you, Chris M. So maybe what I'll do is just block you so I don't see your bullshit and everybody else can see you. Maybe I don't know if I can do that, but let me try. If you think I'm whiter than you, then you are literally the trailer park trash I think you are. uh have at it, moderators. And you know what? He's innocuous. It's not something that, he's just, it's okay. It's just like why the fuck does he think what he says is interesting? Hmm. Even Palomino Ricky Z has a goddamn wrench because at least he's occasionally funny. And you have been trying
afternoon.
at this point, Chris M, you have been trying for years to be funny. Even fucking Palomino is funnier than you. Occasionally, Palomino will say something worth a chuckle. Dude, you are literally I can't think of anything that you've ever said that I found remotely amusing. So, but anyway, we can't all be clever and smart. So I understand, son. Now let's check this out. Some of this stuff is rather maudlin. Oh, I remember. I actually have seen part of this. You have to turn up your volume if it's low on your end.
In Atlanta is a problem right now, but I know Liam is on the phone watching. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and take over the duties of introducing our esteemed guest today. Dr. Adria Welcher is a dedicated scholar and leader in the field of sociology with a deep commitment to understanding race.
Hey, Yeti, look, hold on one sec. Y'all don't pick on Chris M because he's been picked on all his life. If he just gets obnoxious and y'all need to teach him a lesson, I am literally going to try and ignore him. I've been struggling. It's the same old dumb bullshit, commie. Everything is commie with this guy. Never anything interesting. Communism ended like decades ago. What the fuck? Who's a commie? Who's a commie?
MA in sociology from Stanford.
Maybe he means commie chef.
From Emory. Her journey with Morehouse began in 2011 as a Mellon Fellow, and over the years, she has remained a vital part of the institution. Now, serving as the chair of the Department of Sociology, she plays a vital role in shaping their academic and social discourse surrounding Black student experiences in higher education. We're here today with Dr. Adrian Welcher to explore the complexities of higher education, the Black middle
And
class.
I'm going to remind everybody, this is about the Black middle class, you know, their foils, their foibles and their, you know, victories. Like the white middle class, they tend to be kind of boring and pedestrian or whatever words you want to use, but there is the occasional achievement and the occasional funny comment. And at some point, oh, is this motherfucker still typing? Stanley doing his makeup right now. He, ha ha ha. Good one, Chris. Dude, you are literally it's why don't you just dress up in a clown outfit and go entertain kids with your party tricks?
Solving challenges Black
What
students
in the
today.
fuck?
Dr. Welcher, how are you today?
I'm so great. Where did you get all that information from?
You know, LinkedIn's a very powerful. LinkedIn is a very powerful website. Yes, ma'am.
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm well. This is a podcast I have been waiting for a long time. As many students who watch at Morehouse have heard, at least, or if you haven't taken a class with Dr. Welcher, you 100% should. So to get started, Dr. Welcher, I want to kind of do somewhat of an icebreaker, and I want to ask you, what do I need to know about you to understand the person who is sitting in front of me today?
That is a really great question. So I think what I want people to know about me is that I am moved by love, right? So of course I'm a woman of faith. And so that matters. But my background and my research, what I study, everything has to do with who I am and who I've been shaped to be. So I grew up in a middle-class family, a blended family, but a middle-class family nonetheless. Went to Spelman, and that's when I sort of began to see the complexities and diversity of the middle class, right? So growing up in high school, I did cotillions and all that kind of stuff, but I didn't know about like the jumping jills and the leagues and all that kind of stuff. Knew about the sororities, but that was sort of the tip of the iceberg, right? So then I got to Spelman and I knew all the things that were Black and middle class, and it didn't really register sort of the implications of what that identity meant. And then after I graduated Spelman, had a wonderful time while I was there, did all the things. Then I went to University of Michigan for my first master's in higher education. And when I was there is when it began to sink in that there was something different about this HBCU experience than about being at I call them historically white colleges and universities, because the problem is not that they're predominantly white, but that they're historically
So
white.
HWCU.
Right.
Okay.
So when I was at this HWCU, I recognized that there was something different about sort of the Black experience that I'd had at Spelman than from the Black experience for many of my colleagues from Detroit who just had a different background, different upbringing, right? So this interest about the Black middle class was piqued. And I was studying higher education at Michigan. So I was very, very interested in what students brought to the table that shaped their experiences. After Michigan, then I went to Stanford and then on to complete my doctorate at Emory. And between Stanford and Emory, I got married and I had children. I now have 4. At that time, I only had 3. I had 4 by the time I finished Emory. But I was really concerned about how to raise those kids, right? Like, where should we live? Where should we send them to school? How does that matter, right? How do we make those decisions? How do we have those conversations? So all of my work, all of my research, all those things that I do relate to literally how I live and who I am. So that's my story in a nutshell. And I think that sort of knowing that about me and that I live and move and breathe and love, at the end of the day, I want everybody to know that they are special and significant. That's who I am.
Okay.
Who you have at the table.
So this is an awesome start because I've just been cheesing the whole time that she was talking, because just from my couple experiences with Dr. Welcher, it has been such a learning experience, and it's just, you feel her energy around. So you may be wondering why we have a sociology professor on a finance tailored business podcast. And the reason for that is she alluded to it earlier, which I would love for you to allude to, is really, you talked about the Black middle class. And I think that's so important because it relates to so many of our viewers. So just to kind of start simplicity at level 1, what is the Black middle class and what does that really entail?
Oh, wow. So this is a question that I could literally write a dissertation on. So the Black middle class, if you ask an E. Franklin Frazier, doesn't exist. So when we think about the middle class in America, we don't have to say white because it's white middle class. So for us to then have to invoke the race piece in front of it means that we're trying to create something that doesn't necessarily exist on its own in society. Because there is no white middle class, we just say middle class. But when we add the black, it complicates it, right? So this notion of intersectionality is what matters. Now, the way that we perform our middle classedness is, you know, we have the credentials. We went to the Morehouses, the Spelmans, the Howards, the Harvards, the Stanfords, right? All these schools. We live in certain communities. We engage in certain activities and events and organizations, right? That is how we have come to make sense of the black middle class. The decisions that we make about finances is where it gets sticky. Because so much of what it means to be black and middle class in this country is about being conspicuous, right? So that somebody can look at you and say, oh, he about that life, right? Like, oh, I can tell the car he drives, the neighborhood they live in. The truth of the matter is, middle class folks and wealthy folks don't display their money. That's just not how they move. So when we think about the black middle class, we have to think, one, about what the actual definition is. Is it based on income? Is it based on what to do with your leisure time? There are several ways that sociologists engage class. But importantly, is this intersection between race and class a real thing? Does it exist? And many scholars would say no, but we're here. This is how we live. So we figure out a way to display our middle classedness in all the aspects of our lives.
Okay, interesting. So do you think, you talked about there are decisions that we make that kind of, I want to say, put us in the situation we're in, but they helped influence. So my question to you would be, is this something that was kind of forged upon us, or do you think because of certain actions in certain cultures, we put ourselves in this environment?
So I think the way that race has worked in America and the way that black folks in general have been socialized to emulate whiteness, that once we were given access, right now, whether it was full access or, you know, even how we want to talk about that today, we can complicate it. But once we were given access, all we desired to do was to be as white as possible, right? So our proximity to whiteness often defines our success. So for example, there's a colored water fountain and a white water fountain. The white water's got to be better, right? So we're breaking our neck to get to the white water fountain when it's the same water, right? So it has been built into the way that we've been taught, the way that we've been socialized through the media, through our families, through education, that the closer we can get to white, which we'll never achieve, right? And in many cases, many of us don't want to achieve whiteness, but the closer we get to whiteness, the better we are. So we've created a middle class life based off of proximity to whiteness.
I'm perplexed because I've never heard that reference before. We're trying to reach whiteness, but the water fountain example is the same water. But is it though?
Yes, in the water fountain example it is.
It wasn't the water fountain.
Now,
The water
I
fountain
will
example.
say what it means to be white, the privilege that comes with whiteness,
Yeah.
is a privilege that we'll never experience, no matter how folks think about all of the successful financially black folks that we know. Think about even Robert Smith, right? Who was a friend to Morehouse. Immediately after he paid off what, about $40 million in debt of the class of 2019, the IRS
It came after.
came after him. Meanwhile, we have a president who's now serving his second term, who has publicly stated, I don't pay taxes. And he still hasn't paid taxes.
Yeah.
Right? So that privilege sets up a paradox that we have not yet been able to master or to figure out. And where I think the rub really is that we've got to go back to the black community and see the success and value within ourselves and not use some external barometer to evaluate our success.
Okay, interesting. You alluded to the president. My question next would be, obviously we're here at Morehouse, you're a professor, you're in higher education. Do you think in a way that chasing whiteness has fed and led to some challenges that we face within our HBCUs?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think that this is part of what Morehouse struggles with specifically, right? So this notion of the Morehouse man, this idea of the Morehouse man, we all, when I say that, we all conjure in our heads an image, right? So we have this image of what it means to be a Morehouse man. What about all of the students at Morehouse who don't need that? Will they be able to win the SGA presidential election? Will they be able to be voted to the board, right? Will they be able to join the fraternity of their choice? Will they be able to be the top picks for whatever corporate jobs or whatever graduate programs or law school programs or medical school programs that they would like to participate? And when you look at the Morehouse man, that is all about proximity to whiteness in terms of what we put on our flyers, on our website, how we advertise what it means to be a Morehouse man.
Yeah.
And because so much of what we do is funded and co-signed by institutions of influence. I'm trying to say this delicately because I don't know who's watching. By institutions of influence, we have to be mindful that whiteness is never about us advancing blackness or our black identity or liberation. So if what we're seeking is liberation, we're never going to achieve that by being closer to white.
So
it's actually the
I
opposite.
totally agree with that.
But that's interesting. So I'll kind of make this personal. So I'm a finance major. I want to go into corporate life. I guess you could say that's chasing whiteness in a way, because that is the majority of the environment. But you talk about we got to turn back to the black community. When turning back to the black community, I don't know if it'll get me to the places where I want to be. So how can you ask one to turn back to the black community?
How are you making your choice? What are your determining factors in terms of, so let's say that you get a job offer, right? One from Goldman and one from UNCF.
Okay.
They're offering similar amounts of money, similar benefits, but they're definitely two very different types of organizations. What decision do you make and why?
Based off of, let's say, my career goals, I love Mr. Alex Lomax, but I'm going to have to go to Goldman Sachs. I think low picking the name is one, but second, it's proved to get people to places that I may want to be at.
Places like? Are we just trying to get you proximity to whiteness?
Making a
we
successful
got
impact.
And so how are you defining success?
I mean, I guess it's a tailored to amount of dollars that you can make, but more importantly, the people that you can impact. And that's when it starts to get a little personal, but.
So you're going to impact people at Goldman that you wouldn't impact at UNCF, which literally funds Morehouse College.
No. I believe Goldman could put me in places and give me the skill set that I can go out and do my own thing that will result in helping the people in impact.
Do you believe that just because you've done several internships there and you've seen what they've been able to teach you?
Prior experiences, other people's.
Well, let me interject here. Both of these two are incapable of actually a larger, I don't know, maybe an ontological point, which is, yes, absolutely. Goldman can put you in places you would never be, but are you able to be in the places they're going to put you and benefit from it? It all comes down to the quality of being. And I know this sounds kind of, I don't know, kind of, who are you? Goldman Sachs is a perfectly good place to work right out of college, but can you handle it? Most college, fresh out of college people cannot. Can you? And if you survive the experience, I don't think this professor is asking the right questions. First question she should ask is, who are you? How were you raised? No one really gives a fuck what his major is. Finance is not like super smart. Anybody can fucking major in finance or business. It's not, who is this child? Should be the question she's asking.
Experiences. Nothing. I mean, maybe nothing in solitude.
Ghetto. What the hell?
I do not know
It is his ghetto point of view. We have royalty here. Salute, Ghetto. And who is this? Me Wee Pee Wee. Me Wee Pee Wee. First time I've ever seen you. Welcome to the show, Me Wee Pee Wee. And let's see. Definition for whiteness doesn't require an entire book. Well, you know what? That you don't think it does just proves to me you are a Me Wee Pee Wee. Nothing requires books for people like you and Chris M and Mike Mike 123. Y'all are ignorant and you don't know until it's too late. Me Wee Pee Wee welcome to the channel. Me wee pee wee.
Based off the
Where
information I
the
have
fuck
on
did you get that goddamn? Where'd you get that name, me wee pee wee?
Just Piers and Morehouse?
Um,
And where are they getting it? Right, so think about all of these sort of
Holy cow!
sources of information.
No, seriously,
right?
I
whether
like
it's
the
looking
name.
at the media, whether it's exploring what you're taught in class.
Yes,
whether
absolutely,
it's looking at
Natasha.
the images of success that we just see.
Yes.
Right?
Well, I mean,
things,
it's so interesting. Somewhere like, and I've never worked for like a banker, but I imagine that one of the benefits of being in the Navy, at least at the officer level, is you get to experience a little bit of officers and men are a thing in the military, for better or for worse. So you are going to it's one of the reasons go into the military. I recommend the Navy or Marines. But oh, hold on one sec. Let me play this video. Be right back.
Those images never really demonstrate what we can pull from our community. So lately, I've been doing a lot with Brown versus Board. I don't know if you've seen
Yes.
the Belonging Beyond Brown documentary that the Morehouse Center for Excellence in Education has put together. But in this documentary, we talk about sort of Brown versus Board and what has happened. So I've been doing lots of listening to podcasts and just sort of refreshing on that because that's one of my reads. And the conversation that we inevitably have to have now that we're looking at 60 years, right, past Brown. 70 years.
I was gonna say it was
Yeah,
50s?
70 years, yeah. We still haven't achieved the success that we were hopeful to achieve as Black folks, right?
Okay.
Education is still not equal. Often our Black students are still marginalized in white spaces. We don't see, until it's time for gentrification, we don't see white folks coming into Black spaces. We just don't see the interaction that we hope for. However, when you look at the legislation for Brown v. Board, it indicates that Black schools were inferior and they were giving a gift to us by allowing us into white spaces, right? So on the one hand, you have Black families who are like, hey, we just want to have access to the resources, right? There's nothing wrong with the education that we're receiving. We just want real resources.
Yeah.
Then you have a Supreme Court who's saying, oh yeah, these Black kids have been so disenfranchised. We gotta let them come with us. That's the only thing that's right. So those two different perspectives collide. However, the court's decision is what shapes legislation. It's what shapes what is happening, who's making the decisions, how busing happens, how we had a program in DeKalb County called M2M, like, I don't know, Magnet to Magnet or something, right? Where who gets put in what schools. That is very different from the marginalized communities' desires and expectations, right? And so we also see this in other capacities. But if we are in a position where Black success is never highlighted, unless it's, oh, look at how close they are to being white, look at how wealthy they are, look at all these things. If that's never highlighted, we're never going to aspire.
Okay, so
Sorry about that. I had a doorbell ring, so I had to deal with that. But as I was saying, I think somewhere like a Goldman Sachs, perfectly fine, but you can travel, you can do things, you can be exposed to things. The one good thing about the military is for a young man, and 22-year-olds, 21-year-olds, they can be a randy bunch. The Navy will impose some sort of discipline, some sort of framework. Goldman Sachs, not so much. However, if you have a good home training, Goldman Sachs, you'll make more money than you will in the Navy. But the thing is Goldman Sachs will only take the best of the best. So, it's not so much an option as much as this young man might think it is. So that's my point. And I'll start the video and read what the riffraff in the chat is typing. I'm sure it'll be a lot of anti-Stanley stuff, and I'm sure I will laugh when I read it.
If it's not something that's going to come from up top, what is the solution that we can have within our communities to, let's say, highlight Black success?
This is why I think in places like Morehouse and other Black institutions, like your fraternities, you know, all the Black organizations that we do, they should be our think tanks. So we should be coming up, instead of figuring out ways to be the next biggest thing, right? The next best thing, because we're really good at that in Morehouse. We're really good at figuring out how to be great. Instead of just focusing on how to make ourselves great, we should be reaching out to the West End community and bringing those kids to campus, not just going to them, right? Because in effect, what we're teaching.
Tyrone, what's up? Long time no hear from.
What's up, my Negro?
No, nothing much. Same old Negro.
How you been, Stanley?
Not too bad. How you been?
Not too bad, Stanley.
Well, good to hear.
What do you got going on up here tonight?
Did you look at the show title?
I'm not capable of reading show titles right now.
Oh my goodness. What have we here? So you gotta be that drunk to hit the panel, huh?
I don't have to be drunk to hit your panel, Stanley. Or
Oh,
anyone
okay.
else's. I
I
just happen to be having my day today and hit your panel today, but I come up without being drunk.
Well, it is so kind of you to drop by. Should I tell you what the theme of the show is? Are you remotely interested?
What's the theme? I'm remotely interested.
Black Historian Day. So we're highlighting Black historians. Historians, not so much the history, the Black people who write the history, and the Black middle class fearless pride. I never hear on these fucking YouTube hood screets anything about successful Black people who host panels. I don't know of any successful Black person who hosts a YouTube panel. Zero.
You, Stanley,
including
you.
me for that matter. No. I'm hosting a panel. I can't be that successful.
You sound like a little giddy girl when I said that. Now you gotta get a little manly about that, Stanley.
Well, no. It's a retirement hobby.
You sound a little flattered there.
Well, all I have to say is that I have nothing better to do. So if I were actually successful, I'd be getting, stuff done. But I'm not bad off. But I'm also going to be whoa. I'm also going to be 61. I'm talking about these 30, 40 and young 50-year-olds who are they don't read books. All they talk about is Anton and Corey for 99 days.
Well, Stanley, they probably don't want to read books, Stanley. Everybody's not interested in books.
Well,
aren't you the one who said meet you where you are?
I did.
Okay, right now I'm meeting you where you are, and I'll read a book, but
well,
I'm not into
you know
reading
what?
books
I
right
will
now.
give you a high compliment if you can accept it.
What's the compliment, Stanley?
You might be the only one who actually has that much sense.
I don't have any sense, Stanley.
You don't? Really? Is that what you think of yourself?
That's what I am. I am what I am. Meet me where I'm at, Stanley.
You know what? You came up to this panel and you met me where I'm at, so I will meet you where you are. Much respect. How can I not have respect for you?
That's great, but I want to hear about these black historians you're talking about that wrote Black history. I want to be
Have you
enlightened.
ever heard of W.E.B. Du Bois?
Oh
Let's
man,
start
you
with.
talking about
Have you
bootlicking,
ever
bootleg,
heard of Frederick
gatekeeping
Douglass?
Negroes.
Have you
You're talking
ever,
about bootlicking,
motherfucker? How am
gatekeeping
I gatekeep?
Negroes.
You do know you can buy these books on Amazon. What gate am I keeping?
Not you, those bootlickers. W.E.B. Du Bois,
Motherfucker, fuck the
Frederick Douglass,
bootlickers.
Frederick
Okay.
Douglass, and
Was
just world
a
renowned who just passed
gatekeeper? Wait,
away,
hold on.
Missy Jessie, MLK. They were all agents. They were all plants for a social experiment. Even Rosa Parks, because her husband had a car. Did you know that?
So
So
what was
why was she on the bus?
whoa. What was having a car? They couldn't take the bus.
They had
Did
a
they have
car. Rosa Parks and her husband had a car.
motherfucker?
But
Did they
she's the
have
face.
two?
She's
Did
the
they
face.
have
She's
two
the face
cars?
of.
Did
What is she
they
the face
have
of, Stanley?
two cars?
It doesn't matter about two cars. They had
Yes.
a
Well,
car.
then it doesn't matter that they had a car.
It
See,
does.
this
Do you
is
know that?
this
Do you
is
know the
what
black
this
girl?
is
Do you know
what.
the dark skinned black girl that
Okay,
happened
let
to
me
before Rosa Parks?
calm you down and try and reframe this
No, you don't have to
very
calm me down. I asked you a question. Do you want to answer my question?
son, no, I'm not interested in your question,
There
and
was
I'm
a black
certainly not.
woman. There was a black woman in the same situation.
Okay, you're
She was a
just
single
gonna
mom. She was
bulldoze
a single
over the
black mom.
stupidity of your point,
No, it's not
and I'm not
stupidity,
gonna let.
bro. This is facts. You
Okay,
can look
your
this
point
up.
is dumb. Your point is
My point is
obtuse.
dumb, but you can look it up, and it's
Yes,
true.
I
So
can.
my
I tell
point is
you why
dumb,
I
but it's
think it's
true.
dumb, or do you already know it's dumb? And I'm pointing out the obvious.
No, it's not dumb. If it's the truth, it's not dumb. How can the truth
Okay,
be the dumb?
did they have two cars?
It doesn't matter. They had a car, and
It
she should not
does
be the
matter
face.
that they had
She should
two
not be the
cars.
face of. I don't
Okay,
want to ride on the
dude,
back of the bus.
you are not the paragon of critical thinking on this point.
I am,
In
because
me,
there was a big social experiment.
well, your buddy,
Stanley, can I say something, Stanley? Please, Stanley. Please, Stanley.
I need you to
Please, Stanley.
explain why somebody
Please,
called
Stanley, can I say something? And I want you to
my
look
wee
this up,
wee,
Stanley. I want you to look this up, Stanley. And I'm going to shut you up
me,
tonight.
wee
I'm going to shut you up tonight, Stanley.
wee,
Do you want to
my
look it up
wee
or not, Stanley? Do you
we
want to look it
are
up or not, Stanley?
my wee.
You don't want to look it up. You acting like a real nigger
Okay,
right now.
okay, what you're asking me to do
You're
is
acting like
look
a
up.
nigger, but you're supposed to be so
You
intelligent.
know what? We don't say that N word on my panel. You know this.
Okay, but
Why
that's
are
what
you
you're
doing
acting
it?
like.
Why
That's what you're
are
acting like
you
right now. You're supposed to be an
disobeying
intelligent
my
man.
panel
You're
rules?
supposed to be
Don't
you pattern
okay,
yourself after
let me calm your fucking ass down, son. We don't do the N word on my panel unless it's funny, and not even then. You need to rectify. You need to re-identify, motherfucker. The rules are the rules. Stop it, Tyrone. You know better.
I do.
Yes, I will do what I want to do. And we. Is he your mascot or what? Why is there someone called me wee?
I'm trying to get you to look up some truth, and you don't want to look it up because
What do
you know
you
that
need
you're
me to
wrong.
look up? What do
You
you
know
need
that
me
you're
to look
wrong.
up?
There was a female.
I'm never wrong,
another-
God damn it.
There was another black female who had the same.
Yes, I know all that. Did you see why that
if
black
you know all
female?
of that, how you
Well,
trying to
then,
make me seem
yes,
like
I
I'm
know.
telling a lie?
Okay, what was wrong with that
You trying to
decision,
make me
sir?
seem like I'm telling a
Okay,
lie? Why would you see the picture?
bitch. I literally said I know it. Tell me what was wrong with that decision.
Now is my question.
What
now
was
is,
wrong
if
with
there
the
was a face
goddamn?
before,
See, this little drunken fool doesn't seem to be. What was wrong with the switch? What was wrong with Rosa Parks versus I forget the other lady's name, but she was younger for starters. Rosa Parks was married for starters. There were reasons. So either between Tyrone Sly or me, my wee needs to fucking tell me what was wrong with the decision to choose Rosa Parks over the other young lady. Tell me or shut the fuck up with the dumb premise.
Please beat your ass. And then I come along and
What
they beat
was
my
wrong
ass.
with the premise? What was wrong with Rosa Parks over the other young lady?
Because it didn't happen to Rosa Parks. But it happened to the other woman, genuinely.
Yes,
the
it
other woman
happened to
genuinely.
Rosa Parks.
No, it didn't. Rosa Parks was a
Yes,
setup.
it
That was a social experiment.
did. Yes,
Colette
yes,
told
yes.
10, 7,
You
10. You
have
were right.
wrong
Colette told it.
information. You
And
and
they
me,
didn't make her the face of it. They didn't
you
make
and
her the
me,
face of it because she was a single black
me,
mama and
you
her
and
skin was dark.
you and
Come on, Stanley, man. Stop
me
it, bro.
need a better
Stanley,
argument.
I've never seen you act this way, bro. What's going on?
Because I'm goddamn annoyed with you.
Why? If I'm telling the truth,
because
are you annoyed with the truth?
Dude, you think
Are you annoyed
are,
with the truth?
You're not telling the truth.
Are you annoyed with the truth?
When you tell the truth,
are you
I might be annoyed.
with the truth?
Are you telling the
10-7
truth,
just put her
Tyrone?
name up there. Colette Hogan.
Once
So
again,
are you annoyed with the truth?
you're doing this, dude. There's only me and you on this panel. Okay. There's only me and you on this panel, Tyrone. You don't have to compete with 8 other dumb fucks. It's me and you. We can actually do a productive back and forth, or you can just be drunk and belligerent. Rosa Parks went through the same thing. I need to know why Rosa Parks was a worse decision.
So why wasn't Claudette Colvin the face of it instead of Rosa Parks?
Motherfucker, they told you why.
No, they didn't tell us why. They sold us Rosa Parks.
Bitch, you need to go back and do your historical research. And frankly, I don't recall what the reason why is. I heard it and I wouldn't have made the same decision, but there was a reason they did it. What you need to do is stop being butthurt about something that happened before you even goddamn born. You sound like a fool.
Stanley, you're too old to be acting this way.
And you are too young to be this ignorant.
You're being ignorant about some real information.
I'm afraid you have pretty much taken the ignorant trophy.
No. Everybody would think that you're ignorant.
All right, well, I'm not going to go back. I'm not going to go back and forth. I am not. Dude, I will not have my show derailed by your ignorance.
Say, my nigga, you are the ignorant one right now.
Yeah, okay.
You're derailing
well, then
yourself.
let's just say I'm the ignorant one. Now you get to be quiet.
Not just let's say.
Okay. I am the ignorant one. You are just not really into knowing why the decision was made. You might not like why the decision was made. Maybe it was the wrong decision, but there was a decision. There's a reason. And your dumb ass, you're either too drunk to remember the reason or you never knew it in the first place. But I will not have my show derailed, Tyrone. Not tonight. So state your case quickly, and then let's get on with these videos.
I've stated it. Prove my case wrong.
I don't care.
And everything.
I don't care.
You shouldn't
I
care.
don't care.
Because you're spewing rhetoric.
Can't get a word in edgewise, and I'm the goddamn host. I don't care about your case. It's not the topic of the show. Suck it up, bitch. The show is not about Rosa Parks.
Show's not about Rosa Parks. Now let's get back. What black Negroes What
I
black
literally
Negroes?
just, I
What
literally
about black
just defined, motherfucker, are you just disrespectful or stupid? Do you disrespect the host or are you just being stupid because you're drunk? Which one?
You are.
I want to get on with the topic of the show. Do
I'm being
you?
what you are. I'm whatever you say you are.
Well, good. Then I'm getting on with the show. Thank you.
Them is that, hey,
Come on then, nigga.
you're good enough
Let's
to go
do
to
it.
the
Oh my lord! Wait, now you're
right? And
over
whether we say that or
talking the
not,
show.
Yeah.
that's an
That's all.
unintended consequence,
Right.
right? And so the fact that there are kids who live within 5 miles of this campus who cannot see themselves on this campus is our fault. And so what we need to do is to make sure that in these spaces where it's all us all the time, that we're thinking and building about how to be the best Black folks we can be. Now, of course, Blackness is not a monolith, right? So it's not going to be an easy sort of 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
But we can begin these conversations. Like I really think Morehouse SGA, just put it out there, should do a lot more.
So Stanley, who wants to listen to her? Is she gonna lead anybody into battle?
Given the gentrification of this area, we so busy.
Is she gonna lead a group of men in the
What?
battle?
Wait, hold it, motherfucker. Wait, what was your question? Is she going to lead people into
Who
battle?
the hell wants to listen to her?
Motherfucker.
Yes. Is she gonna lead a group of black men?
Okay. Bitch, are you going to lead people into battle? I've led people into battle. Have you, you whore?
You haven't. No, you haven't. No, you
Oh,
haven't. Stop
motherfucker,
lying.
motherfucker. Yes,
Stop
I
lying,
have.
motherfucker.
Okay. See, this is where dumb fucks like this. My DD-14 has live combat in the goddamn one of those lines towards the bottom. I can't even remember. It wasn't a lot of days, but live combat is on my goddamn DD-14, you pussy. You have as much chance of leading someone into battle as this silly woman. And she seems like a good woman. Dude, don't you ever fucking tell me I did not lead men into goddamn battle. I've done more than I did more by the time I was fucking 30, Tyrone, than you've done so far. Motherfucker, I've made life and death decisions. Don't you ever disrespect me like that again, or your ass will join Mike123 in limbo in the chat. Your presence is not required. You, what the fuck? Oh, motherfucker. You can goddamn laugh all you want, but I know what I've done. And see, this is in Stan's salute, motherfucker. People who have been in combat, motherfucking talk the talk, have walked the walk. Dude, what have you ever even fucking this is weird.
Negro, you was on a ship, Negro. You ain't never been in no war surrounding, man. Shut the hell up.
So
I've been in more of a
ships
war
don't
surrounding
so
on the street,
ships
nigga.
don't do
Growing
war?
up in the hood than you have, man.
Okay.
I've been in combat.
Okay.
You have.
Okay, motherfucker, I don't give a fuck about that combat in the goddamn hood. Okay. But combat is combat. What you were experiencing was goddamn crime. Okay? You lived in a crime-ridden neighborhood. War is not crime, you fucking retard.
War is crime.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is. If you go to somebody
No,
else's
it
country,
is not, motherfucker.
if you
Google
go
it,
to somebody
bitch.
else's country,
Google
they tell them what they
it,
can do
bitch.
and what they can't do.
Motherfucker, I'm
And
not
you,
taking that hood conservative. Motherfucker, crime is crime. War is war. Stop being dumb and dumb sounding. Dude, I'm about to bounce your ass, Tyrone, because I'm not going to let you make a fool of yourself on my goddamn panel. I don't want you to sound this foolish. I value your friendship too much. I am
Stanley,
not.
you're going to
I
hell,
am
Stanley.
not going to let
Hey,
you
Stanley,
be a
you're going to
fool.
hell because you
I
kill
am
people
not
for the
going to let
American
you be a
government.
fool.
You're going to hell for murder.
I'm not going
You're
to
not
let
going
you
to
say.
go to heaven. You're going to hell for murdering people in the name of a job. You're a
Okay, motherfucker. See, this is the other weird thing. So, Ghetto Boy wants to compare what happens in the ghetto to a war. Motherfucker, if you're going to be that much of a simpleton, killing people is killing people. But if you hadn't noticed, crime in a neighborhood is not sanctioned by a nation state. Dude, take a political science class. Now, it might be a quibble in your feeble brain, but war is not what you experienced in your hood. And no, not gonna even give you go to John Galt if you want to motherfucking have a goddamn shoulder to cry on.
I never said that, bitch ass nigga.
Motherfucker, what
I
you
said
need
you
to
never
do
been.
is shut the
What I
fuck
said
up.
was,
What
what
you
I
need
said
to
was,
do is
can
shut
I
the
talk,
fuck
bitch?
up.
Can I
I
talk,
don't
motherfucker?
care what
Can
you
I
said,
talk,
son.
motherfucker?
I
Can I talk,
don't care
motherfucker?
what you said,
Say,
son.
motherfucker, can I talk? Can I talk,
No,
motherfucker?
you
Why
cannot
not?
talk, bitch.
Why not?
You are done
Why?
talking.
Why?
You are done talking. You need some listening. Now let's see if you can listen, son. What happened in your hood is not war, it's crime. That's why there's police.
You went across the world to do criminal activities to people in the country
You know
where you
that's
had no business.
that's that trailer trash talk, motherfucker. Apparently, you couldn't get into the military to participate in the criminal activity, so you stayed in your hood to do it. That's what it sounds like. Am I right? Bet I am.
No, you're not right. You don't want me to finish because you know that you're a poop butt. You haven't done
Oh,
anything.
what?
You was on a
Wait,
ship.
did you
You
just
were on a
call?
ship. Was you in hand-to-hand combat, or were you on a ship out in
Okay,
the ocean?
see, this is the awesome thing, dummy. Where you don't ask me unless you've done it, bitch. Were you in hand-to-hand combat in the hood?
Yep, more than you on that fucking ship in the water, motherfucker.
No, not what, dude. Let me tell you what my. This
No,
is my
no, you was a
no,
sucker.
no, no,
You was a
no,
sucker and a
no,
coward.
no, 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 motherfucker. And I can put you in the back. You literally ran from fights in your hood. You ran to your mother or whoever the nearest person to protect your dumb ass was. And now you're ashamed of it and you want to do some like comparisons. You have never done hand-to-hand combat. I don't think you've ever been in danger. And that's fine. No one requires you to have done hand-to-hand combat in the hood. Motherfucker, you sound like, honestly, I don't know what you sound like except full of regret.
Say, man, you're funny as hell, Stanley. You never been in hand-to-hand combat with you. Want to talk to me about it? Who the hell has you had hand-to-hand combat with?
This
Nobody. Nobody,
motherfucker,
you
I
weak ass,
had
coward ass nigga.
hand-to-hand combat with
Nobody.
the.
Nobody. You were on a
I
ship.
had
Shoot
hand-to-hand
missiles at people,
combat.
bitch.
See, you want to talk
Shoot
while I'm
missiles at.
talking. You want to talk while I'm talking, and the time for that is over. Motherfucker, you will be quiet when I talk, and then you'll talk when I let you talk. We can either play by those rules. I've been in the same hand-to-hand combat you've been in, Tyrone Sly, in the hood you never lived in.
No, you haven't, bitch ass nigga. You say that you never grew up in the hood, so you could not have been in what I've
The
been in. Back
motherfucker,
to what I'm
but
saying.
then see, you're talking while I'm talking, and I'm not having it. You have never been in hand-to-hand combat, and you don't sound like someone who's ever lived in the hood, to be honest. You lived in that country hood, like John Galt Y'all thought that little bit of shit in a small town in Alabama was the hood? Motherfucker, that wasn't a hood. You sound as country dumbass as John Galt saying he grew up in the hood. I'm sorry, Alabama's not the hood, bitch.
And neither is where you're from, bitch.
Yeah, I never
You've
said
never
I
been
grew
in
up in the
hand-to-hand.
goddamn. I never said I grew up in the hood. Much. I've never said that. But your country fucking ass, you and your little fucking country ass pretend hood bullshit, dude. Y'all are weak. And I don't even know why you're on this panel talking shit. You don't have the goods. Motherfucker, you didn't grow up in the hood. And if you did, you wouldn't be acting like this right now.
How are you acting like you grew up in the hood? So we're on level playing field
Motherfucker,
right now.
I'm controlling your ass. That's how I'm acting. Stop the cap, bitch.
You're not controlling me. You think you are a bitch, but you're not. You are a coward who killed people for somebody who told you you was doing it for freedom. That shows me that you don't think for yourself. Good morning, Stanley. Come back. This is a little ghetto boy, baby. You can't do that with me, Stanley. Take your crime-ridden, murdering ass and repent for the shit you did for the U.S. government.
Motherfucker, the government is where you're getting your welfare check from. You and
I don't get
Jay
welfare.
Prince. You and Jay Prince and John Galt are literally living off government largesse. I fought for your motherfucking welfare check, bitch.
You didn't fight for that for me. I work every day, shouty. You don't do shit for me, dude. Who you
Motherfucker,
think you
you
talking
heard what
to?
I said. You
You're a
and
killer.
John,
You're a murderer. You're a
you
murderer.
and
You murder
John Galt.
innocent people. You got to go to your grave with murdering innocent people.
You and John Galt and Jay Prince, the three nigger amigos, have problems. And you want to come to my goddamn panel to vent? And I'm sorry, I'm not just that interested. Niggaminos. Y'all need to go back to Jay Prince when he gets a channel. John Gall has a channel. All these people have channels. Don't pollute mine. I fought for your welfare check, bitch. You know it and I know it.
I've never received welfare, Stanley. You ain't fighting shit for me. That's your
Oh,
dumb,
motherfucker. Yeah, you
indoctrinated ass.
have.
You
Yeah, you
killed.
have. Oh, motherfucker. If you didn't get a welfare check, your fucking baby mamas did. One of the 5 of them got a welfare check. I fought for the support of your baby mamas, motherfucker. And you need to be grateful for that.
I'm grateful for you being a dummy. I'll never be grateful for that. You sound ignorant, dude. You kill people
Motherfucker,
for no reason. You kill people for no reason. You're going to hell.
Motherfucker, I fought for your kids to have Head Start, bitch. Dude, one of your 5 baby mamas got the welfare check that you couldn't provide, by the way. But God damn it, I fought for her to have it, and therefore your baby's kids could eat. and maybe go to kindergarten and grow up to be smarter than their baby daddy. Motherfucker, I fought for your kids and your baby mamas and therefore for you.
Say, dummy, my kids were homeschooled. You ignoramus motherfucker. You don't even know what the fuck you talking about. You didn't fight for shit for me.
I'm
I took
sorry.
care of my
I'm
family.
sorry. I just don't believe you. I think you're a baby daddy, and you've been scraping together, and I fought for those welfare benefits that have buoyed you and your family above the minimum poverty level. You have failed, and me fighting for your freedom kept you afloat, bitch. I don't believe anything you say on this panel.
I don't believe anything your murdering ass say.
All right. Well,
You're a murderer, dude. You kill innocent people. You're going
dude,
to hell, Stanley. You're going
how
to hell,
how
Stanley.
much longer am I gonna have to put up with this before I get
You
back
are
to my
going
show?
to hell, Stanley. You kill innocent people in the
I'm
name
going
of
to
freedom.
hell, but I'm gonna finish this show before I do.
Well, come on, let's finish it.
But
Start
I
this
think about
bullshit back
the
up.
generations of Black families that are being displaced.
Yeah.
The generations that have supported us, that we have built our complete foundation on their backs, right?
Shut up, bitch.
Okay, so that's good. So I have a little pivot. I want to go kind of back toward the Black middle class. What are some misconceptions that people have with the Black middle class and tied to education?
So, well, number one is I think that often, and again, this goes back to proximity to whiteness. I know that we're pivoting, but it's going to come out. The Black middle class, again, once we gained access to live in white neighborhoods, to go to white schools, that matched our image of success.
Yeah.
And so what we did to our children was to put them in spaces that didn't verify or reify their entire identities, right? So perhaps it made their academic identity great. They were considered the exception or the token. But we have subjected generations of Black children into white spaces that aren't fulfilling them. Like in terms of racial socialization, I mean, they're pulling books and materials out of school now, right? Even in school. So for many Black middle class families, success was making it to the other side of the tracks.
Yeah.
But once you get there, what happens to you, to your personhood, to your humanity?
Yeah. Well, that's a great segment into something that we talk about a lot within finances with the racial wealth gap. And just how you sound like you might have something to say about it. So just how different it really is from class to class, as you allude to. If you want to just some of your thoughts on just the racial wealth gap.
Well, some of my favorite work is Oliver and Shapiro, Black Wealth, White Wealth, and then Shapiro's Hidden Cost of Being African American. So when we look at the racial wealth gap, which generally is the average Black family has 10 times less the wealth of the average white family, right? On average, I think that's actually exacerbated some now in more recent data. But as we're thinking about this gap, wealth, I tell this to my sociologists all the time. They get nervous when I start saying numbers, right? So I give the compound interest formula, right? I'm like, I equals PERT. And they're like, oh, numbers. I'm like, no, think through it, right? So when you're looking at an exponent of rate times time, we're never going to catch up.
Yeah.
So even in the conversation about reparations, which is something that we were promised, we're now 400 years in the hole with that.
Yeah.
We're never going to catch up. It's like a Monopoly board game. If when you start playing, I've already bought up Boardwalk and Park Place. Okay, yeah, keep going and buy those utilities. That's great.
Yeah.
No interest-bearing accounts there. You know what I mean? So
it's railroads.
That's the issue with the racial wealth gap. And we're not teaching finance in school.
Yeah.
We teach the compound interest formula, but not how to make it work for you.
Right.
Right? We don't, now of course you all master that.
Not yet. Trying to help all of you all do that as
right?
well. Yeah, that's the
my
point.
oldest is he's sitting for the final exam of his CPA. He did finance at
Awesome.
And so we talk a lot just about what big money looks like.
Yeah.
Right. And so in his employment at Deloitte, he manages some very significant clients.
Yeah.
And he doesn't tell me all the details. I'm not out. He didn't tell me all the details, but I know it's big money.
Right.
And it's big money that we're unfamiliar with having, with how to manage, which is why I love to talk about that broke 30 for 30. Like we were talking about basketball earlier, right? So when you look at these NFL players and these NBA players who make millions, they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Right? But part of that is because when you grow up with means, you understand that at 2, you're not going to get the big Hummer toy SUV, right? You're going to get a CD. That's what your parents are buying you. You're going to get a trust, right? So that when you're 18 and ready to go out on your own, you've got a stockpile.
Right.
Because that Hummer that your mama and daddy bought you when you were 2, that you weren't even playing by the time you were 2.5, has made no returns on that investment, right? So there's something to be said, not just about having the wealth, but knowing how to make wealth work for you.
Right, and I think that's so important. That's right up my alley.
Okay, so you like that.
Right, like, it's so fun because, like you said, it's what you grew up with is just what you know, and just having content and different podcasts and opportunities for people to just hear it. And if it's on,
I want to make one point here. This is from 10 months ago, and I think they are both weirdos. This is not. I don't know. I guess if you are interested in finance or that sort of thing, they both have no souls. So that's my assessment. And we don't have much longer to go in this video. Then we'll move on.
But you have to do your job in making the effort to reach out to them, and then hopefully that mindset will shift. Hopefully, eventually.
So when you get your big corporate job, you're going to reach out to hopefully have that mindset shift.
I think it starts by coming back to Morehouse and doing things like this with students. I mean, we have people come back like this, but let's say if someone who graduated 2 years ago is, for example, to your son who is dealt with big accounts and dealt with people with large money, what are some of those traits that they see come back on and discuss like that?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's not a paywall, but it's a skill wall behind those clients and everybody else.
Right. And a level of comfortability.
Correct. And finding a way to assess that comfort, that's a challenge for most people. Yeah. So maybe having that conversation, I would believe is a great place to start that.
Well, I expect to see you about this.
I will hold you true to that. I will hold you true to that. I love my school. So we want to start it as we wrap up. I'm starting something new as of today. How we end podcasts as of today. It's all about evolution. So as of today, it's called Rewrite Your Narrative. So my question to you, Dr. Welcher, is if your life were a book, what would you change about the last chapter, and what would you title the next one?
Ooh, that is good.
I'll give you some time to.
Yeah. So if my life were a book, I know what I would change about the last chapter. I would definitely do more research. So continue my work on the Black middle class, where families are deciding to live and go to work, and publish more of that. So that would be it. And the next chapter would probably be entitled, Where Do We Go From Here? And I say that because, to your earlier question, I think that in terms of my own sort of scholarship and anecdotes, I'm clear on where we are as Black middle class folks. And I fully own I am Black middle class. I'm all the things and I'm fine. Check all the boxes, yes, that's me. But there's an obligation and responsibility there, right? And if I'm aware of that, what is the burden on me to both prepare the next generation and ensure that my legacy lasts beyond my life?
That's good. Where do we go from here? We might have to get that book actually.
Well,
actually written. Oh, shout out to the book. Shout out to Dr. Welcher's book. Shout out to Dr. Welcher's book. Well, with that being said, I really could sit and talk to Dr. Welcher all day. This is it's always so refreshing to learn so much from you. I will best believe I will be back. With that being said, behind cameras, I want to shout out Reed.
Well, we'll stop that there. Any comment there? Are you still conscious there, Tyrone? Did you pass out yet? Well, I guess he passed out. So this is oh my Lord, when was this? This is 9 years ago, and it's gotta actually the actual video has to be older than that. This is a guy, um damn. I've read this book like probably 20 years ago. I think that in the quote black community, blacks are so diverse that North and South and then West actually make a difference. Um, Northern blacks who live in, you know, those very urban environments have no fucking clue what they're talking about half the time. I think in the South there is, you know, a more a connection to what historical black life used to be. In California, blacks, they're not even on the planet. I half the time I have no clue what they're talking about. Something about something about something about Snoop. And after that, I kind of get bored listening to it. So this is actually interesting, or should be interesting. I think this dude's father actually, this dude actually grew up in Westchester.
What brought me
upstate
to the
New York.
story was the fact that
Ooh.
I had just finished my prior book, Our Kind of People, which, as you
Yes,
pointed out,
that was the book, Our Kind of People, and it was kind of fascinating. That book came out decades ago.
looked at the black upper class, and I had been lecturing around the country on about that book, talking about the history of sort of old black wealthy families that participated in debutante cotillions. Kids were in Jack and Jill. They had summer houses in Martha's Vineyard or Sag Harbor. And this was a group where a lot of them went to Howard or Spelman or Morehouse and was old money. And while I was lecturing one time actually to a group of students at Harvard about the book, someone looked through the pages of the book and they saw a photograph of Senator Ed Brooke. And he was there posing with a black debutante from Detroit. And the caption said, Senator Ed Brooke posing with a Detroit debutante. And the student in the audience raised his hand. He said he was a U.S. senator. And I said, yes. And he said, well, I thought Carol Moseley Braun was the first black U.S. senator. It really shows you how the collective memory is so short.
Yes.
So I said, well, actually, believe it or not, 100 years before
See, that is the dumb MAGA bullshit. Ooh, Carol Moseley Braun. Oh, motherfucker. We're talking Reconstruction, the first black senator. These fuckers. No, not much.
Senator Ed Brooke, there was Senator Blanche Bruce, who was also black. And I said, interestingly enough, his son went here to Harvard. And so the audience was very interested because most people didn't know, first of all, that there was a black senator in the 1800s. And they certainly didn't know that he was well-to-do enough or sophisticated enough to have sent a son to Harvard in the 1890s. So I didn't know much more about the story. And when people in the audience started asking me questions, I realized I should know this. So that's when I started my research. And what I ultimately found out was in completing Our Kind of People, I thought, well, maybe there is also a family out there that represents or epitomizes the black upper class. Maybe I could find a dynasty. And so when I came upon the Bruce family, I said, here is my dynasty, because I found 3 generations of this black family that started from slavery. Blanche Bruce he's the senator in the title, the senator and the socialite. And the socialite in the title is his wife, Josephine Wilson, who grew up in Philadelphia. And her father was a very successful black doctor in Philadelphia. So the senator and the socialite is really about not just the politics of Reconstruction, but it's also about the evolution of this family from him being born a slave in 1841 and then following it 3 generations from there.
A lot of biographers will just put the senator and the wife will be a sort of afterthought.
Right.
You put them as equal co-partners, if you will, in the book.
Right, because for me, they are the ultimate power couple. In the same way that, today that we look at Bill and Hillary Clinton, or we look at, several years ago when Bill and Camille Cosby gave $20 million to Spelman College, we looked at couples and at entities, the same way people looked at Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt, is that a lot of these high-powered men or high-powered women wouldn't get where they are if it was not also for the synergy that came from spousal support. And for the senator, in my case, in my book's case, the Senator Bruce, he had a tremendous amount of support from his wife and his wife's family, because she had education. She was already a school teacher in Cleveland. Her father was a doctor. Her mother was educated. Her sisters were all teachers. Her brother was a lawyer. They had the polish and the sophistication to help him. Although he was born a slave and had gone to Oberlin for 2 years, he was not necessarily comfortable in affluent settings, black or white. And their marriage in 1878 allowed him to purchase an incredible townhouse on DuPont Circle, which is a national landmark today. And they could entertain. She knew what types of people to invite. I mean, they were both blacks and whites. Of course, they were white Republicans then, because that was the liberal group at that time. And when he was first started off as a tax assessor, then a sheriff in Mississippi. And then the Mississippi Republicans embraced him and said, we can run you for the Senate. And then after he became a senator for 2 years, he got married. And it was one of the smartest, both not just, emotional, personal decisions, but also a smart political decision for him, because she was the one that knew how to grease the wheels and socialize and invite and get him. They ended up becoming very close friends with President Grant, and that was mostly because of her savvy.
I see. He was born in 1841. He was born a slave.
Yes. It's interesting because and I had to do a lot of digging during the 5.5 years of research on this. He did not write about his experience as a slave. Where that information is gained is mainly through letters from his brothers to him, or from him to his brothers. So he never wrote publicly, like in the Washington papers or Mississippi papers. He would only speak personally to other individuals. So I had to call this information from letters, which in a sense made it even better than coming from newspapers, because it actually meant that it was his voice. He was born in Virginia, and on a plantation in Virginia, and he was born to a family that was not a very wealthy family. They were wealthy enough to own a few slaves, but they moved around. They moved to Missouri. They sold their plantation in Missouri. In Mississippi, Virginia moved to Missouri. Then they later moved to Mississippi, then moved back to Missouri. And sometimes they rented out their slaves. But fortunately for Blanche, unlike many other slaves, they never broke up the family. So he was there with his brothers, with his sisters, with his mother, Polly. They were never divided.
Now, his father was a slave owner.
His father was a slave owner.
And it was illicit relations, if you will, or it was a form of
forced relations. I mean, his mother didn't have a choice in that situation, even though she was quote unquote treated well, in the sense that her children were allowed to be educated by some of the personal tutors of the white owners' white children. And like I said, they were never sold off separately. So even till his mother's death, he was very close to her. He was still in contact with, and one of his brothers went into politics in Kansas and ran for the Kansas State Assembly, that they all remained intact, an intact family. They did not all get the same education that he did. I mean, I think there was only 2 of the brothers, he and 2 of the other brothers, that ended up going to college. And that was even rare at that time.
Now, and of course, he had half...
The hell is this?
You know what? I'm sorry, what?
What the hell is this? Why the hell are you listening to this?
Because I can. It's my channel. You can
You need to
always
get that.
leave.
You need to
You
get that
literally. Whoa. You do know you're not being held hostage here, right?
I do know what you said about the one that you
Is
listened to
this
before
not
this.
Black History Month?
That's not Black
Do
history
you
they're talking
not
about.
want to know about Black history?
It's not Black history.
Oh, I'm afraid it is, sir. Okay, and if you're gonna bring
Negro
up that
history.
no. Let me preempt. If you're gonna bring up that weird bullshit about blacks are native to America, get thee gone. I that's
You're not going to
a
tell me
historic.
about what my
Okay, no,
grandmother and
you
great
are
grandmother
literally
taught me.
not going
To
to
hell with you.
overtalk
To
me.
hell with you. And
Okay, motherfucker, blacks, African heritage people are not natives to these United States. Take that shit to T's channel or Sharice's channel or a channel that doesn't give a fuck about Black history. If you care about Black history, you won't believe that drivel about, ooh, blacks have been here before the Indians or the white people. Motherfucker, you sound silly, and it's not that kind of show. Tyrone, you're a friend of the show. I do consider you a friend, but don't bring that bullshit here. Have some discipline as a man. You sound like a dummy. And as to why I'm listening to it, because it's called Stanley versus the World, not Tyrone versus the World. That's why. I get to listen to what the fuck I want to listen to. Deal with it or don't.
shut up, nigger. You're not going to tell me about my grandparents.
Yeah, I'm also gonna tell you, don't use the N-word on my panel. Last chance before you get bounced. And if you're gonna be like Mike 123, that'll be the first word out of your mouth, so you can force me to bounce you. Let's see if you are Mike 123 level stupid.
Nigger, bounce me. Fuck you.
Then your wish is my
I'll bounce
command, sir.
myself, bitch.
What in the fuck? Is it like a code, a point of honor to get bounced from this panel for saying the N-word? That pro-black bullshit or that pro-white bullshit, that racist bullshit, it's not doing the heavy lifting you think it is. Dummies.
Siblings who were white.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
How did he escape?
Right. Well, basically, what had ended up happening, a couple of his brothers really ran away.
Uh-huh.
When one of his, I guess, half brother, a white brother, went off to fight in the Civil War, and this was in 1863, he left at the same time, and it was not because his owners did not have a great deal of wealth, but also they didn't have a lot of children and they didn't need that many slaves to work their property. There wasn't great difficulty for him to leave. I mean, it was one of those rare circumstances where the greater fear was not from his owners because they were ready to let him go. And as I said, they were even ready to let him be educated at Oberlin. They said, this is where you're going to get education. But his fear was being captured by people that would return him or sell him into slavery to some other family or slave owner. That was the greater fear. So he ended up going to Kansas and then ultimately went to Ohio and spent 2 years in Ohio at Oberlin, where there was a large free population of blacks who were either former slaves or people who were born free, because Oberlin was one of those rare towns and rare schools that was willing to educate blacks.
When you read books like this about the 19th century, you always think about how treacherous and dangerous it is for black people to be free or slave. I mean, it's just, if you live in an atmosphere of fear and terror. And there was one incident I read in the book that he almost was killed in a like a terrorist
raid,
in Kansas.
Exactly. I mean, no, he went through a lot. He went through a tremendous amount, even despite the fact of the grace and polish that he demonstrated in the Senate floor, 20 years later. He had the more often the typical experience of a slave of that period. Always being fearful that you could be captured by somebody else, either killed or sold back into slavery. And the worst thing would have been to be sold back into slavery, like in Alabama, Mississippi, in the very deep South. Whereas in areas like Virginia, areas like Missouri, the work was not, the slave owners were not as brutal as they were on those plantations, like where they were growing sugarcane, because it's just they were in an environment which was not as difficult and painful. I mean, even the temperatures. I mean, it was not like working down in Mississippi and Alabama. Those were really the worst, most brutal places for these workers. And it was an awful experience either way, but he was much more fortunate because of who owned him.
So when his half brother left to fight for the Confederacy
right.
in 1863, he left the plantation, and that was, I guess he was like 21, 22 years old,
right? Mm-hmm.
And then from that point, in a 10, 11, 12-year period, he becomes a U.S. senator.
I know that could not even happen today, since we sit here with only one black. 132 years later, we still only have one black in the U.S. Senate.
I mean, that's unbelievable. What happened in
that?
That
Is Reconstruction. That tells the story of Reconstruction, which is really what is captured in this book, is the opportunities that were available at that time, particularly in the South, for Reconstruction, when the Republicans needed desperately to they.
Well, this is awesome. So Tyrone Sly says, Stanley Cross, I can't help. You don't know who you are. I bet you don't go against what your grandmother or great grandmother said. So fuck you. Tyrone, I think you know who I am, and I certainly know who I am. And who I am is the owner of this channel, setting rules you can't seem to follow. If I don't know anything else, I know this is my channel, and you can stay in the chat and tap away. But on my panel, there are rules. Thank you for participating. Do better next time, sir. And I'm also going to do what the fuck I want to do, subject matter wise. Silly boy.
They owned the government. They owned the government, and they needed people to hold positions. Remember, in many of the states like Mississippi, South Carolina, the largest percentage of the population were these black freed slaves. So for those rare blacks who had been educated, wherever they were educated, in the North, wherever, Midwest, there were opportunities to hold local political positions like the ones he held: sheriff, tax assessor. Because he had education, he was able to be a local small superintendent of schools. But the Republican Party, the white Republicans, were recognizing that if we really want to hold on to these blacks in our party, the black voters, we have to be willing to run some of them for bigger positions, like lieutenant governor. And there were several that were in the House of Representatives. Mm-hmm. He was one of those rare, very skilled, very savvy individuals that was not even, they wanted to run him for lieutenant governor, and he held back and said, no, I want U.S. Senate. And people thought, you're crazy. And his close friend, Congressman James Lynch, who was one of his close advisors, who was already in the House of Representatives, said, you're going to hold out for the Senate? You'll never get that. But he did. But it was because of his friendships and his savvy. He was a very, very good politician, understanding that he had to unify the blacks and the whites but the thing about him, which lost favor among some blacks, is that he was not radical. He was not radical. He was very, very moderate. And some blacks felt he was too conservative. But and I hate to just call it just political expediency, but for a black to hold that kind of role, it was impossible for them to have been a radical in the 1870s. Right. But it was because of that savvy, and because he was extremely articulate, and also knew how to hire people to work for him, because he had amassed, I should say, while he was a tax assessor, he amassed a lot of land that had been foreclosed on all these white Democrats, white Southern Democrats there. So he was investing in rental properties while he was a local elected official. So it was also his money that allowed him the access to really basically buy support from people as well.
Now, this is all remarkable because this is after the Civil War in Mississippi. And for a black man to do all this, what's going on down there?
Well, the terrorizing really did not start of blacks until like 1877. That was when so he was already in, and in fact, after he was elected to the Senate, there were only about 2 members or 1 or 2 members in the black in the House. Before then, there had been several, but the 1876 elections were very corrupt. 1877 was basically when President Hayes agreed to the compromise of 1877, which said we will end Reconstruction, we will pull out federal troops, which gave a rise to the Ku Klux Klan because they said, okay, here's our opportunity to keep blacks from voting, to either kill them, scare them, terrorize them enough that if they vote, that they vote for the white Southern racist Democrats, or just, put them back in their place where they were as slaves. I mean, they weren't owned anymore, but they were going to be paid a pittance for the work that they did on these now called farms that were plantations. And he himself ended up buying an 800-acre plantation because he had that kind of money. But he could not go back to Mississippi to campaign.
Yeah, I was reading that in a book, which was really interesting. We're on WBAI. We're talking with Lawrence Otis Graham. He is the author of a brand new book called The Senator and the Socialite, The True Story of America's First Black Dynasty, in particular the story of the first black to serve a full term in the U.S. Senate, Senator Blanche Bruce from Mississippi. He was Republican. It was interesting in 1870s. I still can't. My mind's like trying to wrap around that. But let's go back just a bit because it's so much in this book. And
I want to make a quick point here, and it is addressed to MAGA blacks. The idiots, the MAGA blacks, who tend to idiocy just because they're MAGA blacks. This logic or this point, because it's not logic, my bad. Get off the Democratic plantation, Republicans, well, the Democrats were the racists. The point just now about 1877 and President Harris, who the fuck do you think allowed the Democrats to introduce Jim Crow into law? It was the Republicans, morons. This is why black people should know history. No. If blacks were on a Democratic plantation, it was the Republicans who sold the slaves from Jim Crow back into slavery. And every dumb motherfucker on YouTube, like Cellulite, is a good example. And I like Cellulite, but he just doesn't know shit. Dude, it was Republicans who allowed the Democrats to introduce Jim Crow in the South. And if y'all are too goddamn dumb because you did not get a good... See, this is one of the weird things about YouTube. The fucking Chris M's and the Tyrone Slies, they are truly equals. They don't know shit. They literally don't know shit. Talk a good game. Oh, Stanley, you never did this, you never did that. Motherfuckers, y'all don't know shit. And I know you don't know shit. You can talk all you want. It was Republicans who allowed Democrats. It was Republicans who pulled the federal troops out of the South that allowed the Democrats in the South to introduce Jim Crow. And if y'all don't know that, that's why you sound so goddamn dumb. And I destroy idiots. It's my favorite thing to do on this Stanley versus the World show. Bring your dumb arguments up. Oh, and by the way, hit the like button. I have to do the commercial now. Everyone, please make sure you like the show. Subscribe to this show. But if you are a MAGA black, I want you to hit this goddamn panel and CT if you're in that chat too. Motherfucker, apparently you don't know American history either. Democratic plantation, the Republicans goddamn open the fucking gates. And this is why I laugh at y'all dumbasses. Y'all don't know shit. Stanley versus the world. It's history. It's American history.
It's very richly detailed. When the senator, he at that time, the senators were elected by the representatives in the legislature.
Exactly. Right.
And
at that time they were all mostly Republican.
Mostly Republicans in
Right.
Mississippi.
Exactly.
When he was elected overwhelmingly.
Yes.
You really give a good picture of when he was in his first day in the Senate. Well,
it is customary and still today, it's still customary that when a junior senator in a particular state is sworn in, they are escorted down the aisle to the front where they're to be sworn in by the senior senator from that state. At the time that he was being sworn in, it was Senator James Alcorn, obviously a white Republican, was to walk him down the aisle. So Senator Bruce stood up when they called his name, and he looked around waiting for Senator Alcorn. Alcorn picked up a newspaper and started reading the newspaper because he refused. He was not going to walk a black man down the aisle. He was just, like most of the men in that room, he was a racist. And he didn't want to do it. So he started to walk down by himself. And then suddenly Senator Roscoe Conkling, interestingly enough, from New York, senator from New York, said, "I will do it," and ran up to him and said, "I will escort you to the front." And that began a very close relationship between them. He ended up, Senator Conkling became his mentor along with Senator George Hoare from Massachusetts, both wealthy, liberal white men. And Senator Bruce became so close and was so grateful to the mentoring and support that he got from Conkling. He and Josephine named their first child after him. So their child was Roscoe Conkling Bruce. That's where that name came from. So from the very beginning, he had an awkward relationship with the white senators who were in that Senate chamber with him during those 6 years.
Interesting. Good chunk of your book, half your book is devoted to the other half of the family, the socialite half, which is his marriage to Josephine Wilson. Tell us a bit about her and how they got together, please.
Yeah, well, she was born and raised in Philadelphia. Her father was Joseph Wilson. She was one of 4 children. She had a brother who was an attorney, both in Philadelphia and Cleveland. Both of her parents were, even though she is light complexion, and you can see from the pictures in the book, it was tough collecting all these different photos of family members and others. But she is a very light complexion woman, and which was both helpful and it was also a hindrance. It was helpful in the sense that it allowed them to move comfortably among white society in Washington, white, wealthy, liberal society, not Democrats, but liberal Republicans. It was also helpful for them as they moved around the affluent black society of Washington, because most of the affluent blacks in Washington were light complexion black people, as I talked about a lot in my Our Kind of People book, and got in a lot of trouble for that. But that was the crowd. What was interesting, though, it became a hindrance because there was the larger black population, the voters, who looked at her and said, although they knew she was black, they said she's too light to really care about our experience and our concerns as black people, as brown people. And it was also a hindrance in the sense that for her own political activities, because she was very, very active, she ran for the National Association of Colored Women for the presidency, ironically against Booker T. Washington's wife, Margaret Washington. And they loved Josephine Wilson, but they said, "You're too light. You're too light. You can't go out there and represent us around the country for black women because your skin color is just too light." So that cut both ways for her. But she was she was well-educated woman, very sophisticated, very savvy. Her father, ironically, in Philadelphia, had written a book about the Black upper class of Philadelphia in 1841, the same year that Blanche Bruce was born. So he was well known about the Black upper class. Their family was. But she was a great advisor to the senator, but her family also had some problems because her brother, like her, was light enough to pass. Her brother ultimately, her brother's name was Leonidas Wilson. He ultimately did pass for white and worked in a white Philadelphia law firm, then a Cleveland law firm. And there's a great excerpt from the book about this whole issue of passing in this book. In the current issue of Reader's Digest, they have a great excerpt there. But it's just interesting how her family sort of walked the line between black and white, whereas Blanche's family was a completely black family. And the difficult part was when they got married, he did not even invite any of his family members. I think only one brother was invited to his wedding because they were not educated, they were not light complexioned, and they didn't have money the way the Wilsons family money.
There was some trepidation on her family's part about him because he was a slave.
Right. He was already a senator when they got engaged.
Right.
And the family was, happy when he would come to Cleveland and visit, but they would not allow him to stay in their house. So this is the black family saying, no, we don't want that. Oh, yeah, he's a senator. Yeah. But for them, it wasn't even a color issue. It was a class issue. He was a slave. He was a former slave. And for them, her family were free people. They had been free black people in the North. There was a small free black population that had always existed in the North. And that was both sides of her family. So they looked down on him as a former slave because there were such worries like, well, does this mean we have to invite his former master? Do we have to invite other slaves? There was all these issues where they weren't being facetious in raising these questions with their daughter, but they literally said they would ask questions. Well, what kinds of people are going to be coming to this wedding? Are there going to be because in their minds, they didn't even want to invite, former white slave owners because they didn't like them either. They only liked Northerners. They only liked black or white Northerners, and they only liked educated people. So it really was, in the clearest sense, a very class-based family. And they felt that even though he was a senator, she was marrying beneath herself. And he had a great deal of money at this time because even when they got married, they took before they went on their honeymoon, he went to Saks, as in Saks Fifth Avenue. Back then it was just called Saks and Company in New York, in Manhattan, and bought all of their honeymoon clothing. And I have the canceled checks from Saks and Company that he wrote to them to buy their honeymoon clothing. So he was able to dazzle her family with his wealth. So that's kind of how he won them over. And he didn't insist that his family be there, which was an unfortunate choice for him. But he did remain close to a couple of his brothers.
According to the book, you only have one photograph of him, right?
I have one photograph
and
of
that's
him.
that's the photograph on the cover. Right?
That's the photograph on the cover.
And he was accused of having Negroid features or being too dark.
Can you imagine? And he's already a light complexion man with rather, you can look at him, any black person could look at him and say clearly he is either black or half black or part black. But her family and others of their black upper class crowd were saying, oh my gosh, he's too dark, he's too Negroid, when in fact, he did not at all look like, like what the average, like what who I consider myself an average African-American looking man look like. But it just shows you to what extent people cared in that crowd and at that time about color and hair texture and features and things like that.
Something that still goes on to this day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it was something that even his grandkids had to deal with later when they moved to New York.
During this time, and you alluded to earlier, there was rising racial terrorism in Mississippi and throughout the South as Reconstruction kind of unraveled.
Exactly.
Tell us what happened with his term.
His first year and a half, he was very, very meek and understandably, because for a variety of reasons. One, he had never spent time in Washington. The second reason is that obviously he was the only black person in the Senate chamber. And the other concern was that he knew he didn't have the support or even friendship of his fellow senator from Mississippi, Senator Alcorn. So he really felt very alone there and relied on the guidance of Senator Conkling from New York and Senator Hoare from Massachusetts. So I would say by the second or third year, he started to hit his stride and would speak out on issues, everything from, and not just dealing with Black people, also dealing with Chinese immigration, speaking out on behalf of Chinese. So he really did speak out on behalf of the minority communities, the few minority communities that existed in the nation at that time. He spoke out on behalf of Blacks at West Point who were being brutalized and just horrible things happening to them. He spoke out on behalf of Blacks who had tried to escape the Deep South and move to Kansas. They call them the exodusters, trying to get them money and funding and clothing, things like that. So he would speak out on behalf of those. And by the end, he was even fighting to get money that had been lost through the Freedman Savings Bank. There's thousands and thousands of Black families who had lost their money. So by the end, he certainly was speaking out on those issues, but he often was the lone spokesperson on those issues. So even though the record states that he would put bills out there, other than Roscoe Conkling or George Hoare, there was very little support. So he most often was ending up supporting them on their issues, but they were not out there fighting on behalf of African Americans.
Do you know how he was treated by his colleagues?
They wouldn't eat with him.
Right.
They wouldn't, there were some that when invited to his home would come, and those were often, and they were, President Grant had come to his home. There were, and he really did have a core constituency. Obviously, he was very close to Frederick Douglass. And although sometimes they competed with each other, he was towards the end close to Booker T. Washington, and they very much competed with each other.
Right.
And then their wives also ultimately competed with each other. But he did have his Mississippi, those congressmen from Mississippi were close to him, but he was a stranger in Washington, except among the Black upper class families, like the Wormley family that owned a hotel in, where, ironically, which is where the Compromise of 1877, where President Grant's people signed that, was at a Black owned hotel.
That's fascinating.
Because Washington has always had this this class of Blacks that owned property, owned businesses, in the same way that Atlanta had that in an early time, that cities in the North didn't really have that at that time, as cities in the South and in Washington had.
Now, he didn't make, as we would call these days, constituent trips.
No, he couldn't. He could not go back to Mississippi.
Couldn't go back. No.
Couldn't go back there. He could go to other places, and he traveled the country speaking on behalf of Black issues and Republicans. He did a lot for Howard University when his Senate tenure was over. And probably the one thing that very few people knew, and I didn't know at the time, that after his Senate term was up, he got a tremendous appointment from President Garfield, where he was Register of the U.S. Treasury, which put his money on all U.S. currency.
You said the first Black to have his name on U.S. currency.
Absolutely, and that was tremendous. And Congress didn't realize when they approved that appointment, they weren't really focused on the fact that his name would be on there. And some congressmen got very upset, but they weren't going to change the law. So, and he held that appointment for several years, and then got it again when President McKinley came in. So he held positions under 4 presidents. And so unlike most Reconstruction members of Congress, Black members of Congress who got jobs through Reconstruction, he held his power. The other ones lost their power. They lost their money. A lot of them, died destitute. But he, on the other hand, he was the wealthiest Black in all of Washington, and right up until his death. So he coupled with his wife's money, they invested wisely, owned a lot of property, and held the plantation. The plantation remained in the family until like the late 1920s or early 1930s. Of course, it was called a farm then.
And who worked the plantation?
He had blacks working the plantation. Well, it was called the Bruce Plantation in Bolivar, Mississippi. Obviously, they were paid. They were not. Right. These were not. Even though you call these, they still kept the term the plantation. A lot of the some would change their name to farms, but it was still called he
was like sharecroppers on there.
These were sharecroppers, exactly. They were sharecroppers. They had, small houses, and after he died, his wife maintained the property, and then when she died, his son kept it, and then eventually sold it.
Now you talk about the dynasty here, because he served 6 years in the Senate from 1875 to 1880, 81?
81, yeah. Right. He was really elected 1874, but he didn't take office until 1875.
Now, he and his wife had, how many children did they have?
They had just one son, Roscoe, and who was raised like an affluent child of today. Went to private schools. Of course, back then he went to the schools in Washington were segregated. So he went to segregated schools in Washington. Then they sent him away to Phillips Exeter Academy in New Hampshire because Senator Hoare's children and nephews had gone there, and he noticed that there were a lot of senators, and President Lincoln's son had gone to Exeter. So he said, I want to send my son to, because he had the money, they had the sophistication. So he sent him to Exeter. He was one of 5 black boys at Exeter. So I know that was a tough experience. I've read all of his letters that he wrote home to his family and wrote to his girlfriend, who was a childhood sweetheart back in Washington, who was going to Dunbar. It was called M Street High School then, which was the black high school in the country, and it was in Washington. And Ed Brooke went there, in fact.
Okay, right, that's right.
So they sent Roscoe to Exeter, and then he went off to Harvard, and which again was an unusual experience. But they kept saying, we can't bring him back to the South. We can't keep him in Washington where everything is segregated. Of course, they could have sent him to Howard or Morehouse, but this was the complex aspect of the senator and his wife. They felt uncomfortable, like they had a foot in 2 worlds, that they worked alongside these well-to-do whites and well-to-do blacks, but then they also, since they living in a segregated city, were living around people that didn't have any money at all. Even though they lived in fabulous townhouses, they were back in the alleys where very poor black people.
Yes.
So they didn't very successfully raise their son with a strong black identity, because even though they individually had it, they, having sent their son away at age 14 or 15 to an all-white prep school in New Hampshire, there was just no way that he was going to have a strong, positive black experience when he was away from his family, 9 months out of the year. And then at Harvard, the same, even though Harvard's obviously very different now, but Harvard in 1898, when he arrived there, was, a 99.9% white school. So he continued to date his black girlfriend, who then went to Radcliffe, but she too had the black experience that he was having, which was she was maybe one of 3 black girls at Radcliffe.
Yes.
And wasn't even allowed to live on campus or in the dorms.
Yes.
He was allowed to live there.
Yeah. That kind of quota system continued well into the 60s and 70s. A couple of people I know who went to certain schools, they only had 2 blacks
exactly
per class.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So things they took a long time
Yeah.
before they changed, because having gone to Harvard myself, my wife did as well. We know that you never meet black alumni kids. There's tons of white kids who's, my daddy went here, my mom went here,
Right.
but you never meet black folks who can tell that same story. So interestingly, the Bruce family could tell that story for 3 generations, because not only did Roscoe and Clara go there, but then they sent their kids there.
Yes.
Sent them to Exeter, Radcliffe, Harvard, and even Harvard Law School.
Yes.
But interestingly enough, things had changed so much by the time the grandkids got there. They were not allowed to live in the dorms like the father lived. So Roscoe Sr. was allowed to live in the dorms, but when Roscoe Jr. got there, the president of Harvard at the time, President Lowell, sent a letter to him and said, we no longer allow black boys to live in the freshman dormitories. So Roscoe Sr., the senator's son, who was furious because he said, well, I went to this school, I give money every year to this school. And he said, and he was superintendent of schools of Washington down in DC by this point, had worked for Booker T. Washington. He started a national campaign against Harvard to get them to change the rules. So Franklin D. Roosevelt, who was on the board of Harvard, said, this is outrageous, you've got to integrate the dorms. So this family was militant sometimes when it related to issues that affected well-to-do blacks or middle-class blacks, but not so much when it affected working class or poor blacks.
Interesting. Senator Bruce died in the late 1890s, right?
1898, yes.
1898. His son was at school at that time, right?
His son was just finishing Exeter, about to go off to Harvard.
And then what happened to him after that?
After he graduated from Harvard, and he graduated Phi Beta Kappa. Brilliant guy, very smart guy. And he couldn't get a job. Couldn't get a job anywhere. All of his white classmates were going off to banks and companies, and mind you, there were only, and I have the Phi Beta Kappa photo of the group of Phi Beta Kappa students graduating, there were only about 18 of them. So here is this black young man graduating Phi Beta Kappa from Harvard. Nobody will hire him in any capacity except for to get a job as a waiter or as a busboy or as a cook or as a porter on a train. His mother contacts Booker T. Washington and says, can you hire, because Booker and her husband and she had all been very good friends, can you hire him to work at Tuskegee? So he brought, Booker T. Washington had hired him actually during his senior year to work as a spy for him, literally as a spy, because Booker T. Washington had a lot of detractors in Boston and New York, like W.E.B. Du Bois, who were very critical of Booker T. Washington, justifiably, because Booker T. Washington's approach to educating blacks was purely through industrial training. His attitude was, he said, don't try to be an educator or a doctor or a lawyer or a business person. Let white people take those important high-ranking jobs that require education. You should be the laborers. You should be the carpenters, the painters, the cooks, the seamstresses, those types of work. And many blacks, like W.E.B. Du Bois, said, wait a second, why should we be second-class citizens and accept that? Why shouldn't we demand that our children become teachers and scientists and educators? So, and lawyers and so forth. So Booker T. Washington literally hired Roscoe, while Roscoe was a senior at Harvard, to go to meetings, to sneak in on meetings, write to him about what were the Bostonians and the people in Cambridge, that Harvard, that big black liberal Harvard community that was critical of Booker T. Washington. He then kept him on, and he went down to head up his academic department down at Tuskegee in Alabama. He worked there for 2 years. During that time, he got married to Clara, his childhood sweetheart, who had gone to Radcliffe, and who frankly was smarter than he was. She used to write Roscoe's speeches. She used to help edit Booker T. Washington's speeches. She was brilliant. She ended up going to Boston University Law School and was the first black woman to first black to head a law review. She became president of their law review at BU Law School. So she too could not get a job. So this was a couple that had fabulous education, that were brilliant and talented. But then ultimately by 1909, he got offered a job to come down to Washington, D.C. and become superintendent of the schools. And this was the colored schools, the black schools. So he was superintendent of the schools. They were the toast of Washington. They were like the second generation power couple now, because they had been born in Washington. They had come back. He was a senator's son. He was superintendent of the schools. He had joined the Boulé, which is an exclusive black men's fraternity. She was, like the socialite that her mother-in-law had been. She was there with a degree she'd gone to Radcliffe and had a degree from BU Law School. She was also a writer, writing for the Washington Saturday Evening Post. They had 3 children. Their children went to black schools then they sent them off to boarding school. It was really the third generation that kind of fell apart, that even though they went to these great schools, the daughter, who's the daughter of Roscoe and Clara, who is now the granddaughter of the senator, she goes to Radcliffe. She elopes with a black childhood sweetheart from Washington, who is a black actor who appears in black movies, in Oscar Michaud movies, and as a black actor, but a light complexion guy. He decides in 1941, he decides that he wants to get roles in white movies. But in order to do that, he has to pass. So he changes his name from Barrington Guy to Barrington Sharma, and says that he's now passing. And he says that he's half Italian and half Indian. And he starts getting roles in white films and white theater. This, though, of course, means Clara has to pass, because she can't be black if her husband is no longer black. So she starts passing. Then the oldest son, Roscoe Jr., after he leaves Harvard, the family is hired by the Rockefellers, because John D. Rockefeller, the big philanthropist in New York, says, I want to do something for black folks in New York. And what I want to do is I want to build an apartment complex just for the black middle class and black upper class in Harlem. The Dunbar still exists on 150th Street. But he needs a black family who has the cachet and the sophistication, who will know how to literally handpick the black families who can live there and manage the development. Because he says it shouldn't be like a plantation where whites managing a black development. So he said, very liberal, said, I want blacks to manage it. He picks the Bruces, Roscoe and Clara, Roscoe Sr., Clara Sr. to manage it. They do it. They go to him, they said, can you find our son a job, who's just left Harvard, find him a job managing an apartment development for him. So the Rockefellers find a job for him to manage development in Newark. Unfortunately, the kid is young. He mismanages and loses like $1,500. He's too afraid to go to his parents and say, I need some money to replace this. So instead, he goes out into the streets of Newark, hires 2 black guys to fake a holdup.
Oh, boy.
And the police discover it's a fake holdup. They charge him with embezzlement. He goes to trial, a big sensational trial. It's all across the pages of the New York Amsterdam News, the New York Times, everything. You know, black senator's grandson charged with embezzlement. He's found guilty. He goes to prison for 2 years. The family is...
Well, let me tell you what I heard. I heard Mike 123 needs to pass. And Tyrone needs to pass. You gotta ingratiate yourself with the imperious white people. Ooh, you need to get up on a John Galt panel because you know John Galt's gonna try and pass as a butler. This is what I hear. Fucking people who don't know American history, but I see them repeat the themes in my chat. Dude, it is so sad. Mike 123, you're passing. You know what? I don't really care that much about Jussie Smollett. He is a victim as much as a Mike 123 or now that's an interesting point. Jussie Smollett is the same sort of small brain victim as Corey, like one of these white boys. Who are those white boys who fucking, you know, die early? James. Dude, who is a rebel without a cause? James, whatever his name is. Jussie Smollett is in that caliber. No core. And Tyrone motherfucker, the link is still there. You can click it and get your ass slammed up against a wall and bounced again. I will not shut up, dummy. James Dean. Tyrone, I love just basically you came up, you talked some shit, and you felt some consequences. I don't feel sorry for you, son. Tyrone Sly is the Jussie Smollett of the Stanley versus the World panel. You came up and fucking thought you were going to be a victim, and I just got tired of you, and you lost. That is Jussie Smollett is Tyrone Sly.
Literally bankrupted by trying to fight to get him out of prison, to get them to win the trial. And then the Rockefellers, unfortunately, even though they'd been so good to the family, they dumped them like a bad
Hit the
habit. They
link,
fired them
Tyrone.
from their jobs. They go to David Rockefeller.
We can
who's
do
still
round
alive today,
two.
and they say, can you loan us $800? Our youngest son is in his 3rd year at Harvard Law School. We just need $800 to finish the tuition to pay off some of our food bills. David Rockefeller says no. Now, of course, they are practically billionaires at that time. They won't loan them $800. So that was the beginning of the end. So right after he refuses to loan them $800, they go on welfare. So they apply for public assistance. So the family that was once this very wealthy family, you know, all of their money spent on tuitions and schooling and, you know, fabulous townhouses and everything, they are now literally destitute. The daughter is now passing, and the son is in prison. The 3rd son has to drop out of Harvard Law School. And then Roscoe and Clara end up working in a dry cleaner.
Roscoe Sr.
Yeah. The man who was Phi Beta Kappa Harvard, who had been superintendent of schools, is now working in a dry cleaners on Madison Avenue in New York City. So that, and then the final grace note is 3 years ago, the U.S. Senate unveiled a portrait of Senator Blanche Bruce in the Capitol. And the Clintons had been working very hard to try to get a black, you know, member of Congress in a portrait. So finally, they got one. They unveiled it. The Senate invited all of the descendants of this illustrious Bruce family. Only one person shows up, a doctor, a black doctor. She lives in Kansas City, and I interviewed her for my book.
And what's her relation to the family?
She is the great niece of Senator Bruce. His brother, I forgot the name of the brother, I think it was James. That's her great-great-grandfather. She shows up. None of the other family members show up. And many of them live in New York here, because I have been contacted by many of them since the book just came out. They live as white people. They pass as white people. And I said, why didn't you go to the Senate unveiling? And they said, well, they had all these explanations and everything. And they've wanted to meet me in strange places, out of the way places in the village. I said, here's your chance to claim being related to the first. And these are not nieces and nephews. These are great-great-grandchildren, direct descendants. Direct descendants. They will not own up to being related to this great man. It's a big issue. It really, even today, you would think, why in 2006 is this even necessary? So because I was hoping to try to get some of the family members to help me in my campaign, I'm trying to get the U.S. Postal Service to create a stamp honoring Senator Bruce. Because, as I know, Sheldon, you and I were talking about this before, but the Postal Service has issued stamps for 159 years. They have never once put a black elected official on a stamp. Now they have white congressmen, white governors, white senators, and obviously white presidents on stamps. They even have the first woman senator, Hattie Caraway. She has a stamp. The first Hispanic American senator, is Dennis Chavez, is on a stamp. They've never put a black elected official of any level on a stamp.
I would have thought they would have at least put the great Adam Clayton Powell on there.
He doesn't have a stamp. Shirley Chisholm doesn't have a stamp.
Shirley Chisholm, exactly.
Right, of course, they haven't done it. So who do they put on stamps? I mean, it's wonderful. They should rightfully put on people like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, but who else populates most of our stamps? Black athletes and black singers and entertainers, because unfortunately, that's how the world and the government sees Black America as entertainers, athletes, not as important political figures that are changing the world. So that's why when I look at, the 2006 election season, I wonder, is America going to be able to accept and vote for any of these black Senate candidates that are running, both in the Democratic and Republican Party? Are they going to accept it? Because like I said, what's changed? In 132 years, we had a black senator. 132 years ago, we still only have one out of 100.
That's amazing.
And it's disappointing.
Well, I know that Roscoe Sr. and his wife died in the late 40s, 50s.
Right. Yeah, he died in 1950. She died in 49.
What about Roscoe Jr.?
Roscoe Jr., after he got out of prison, he was there for 2 years, got out of prison, came back, went to Paris to go to the Sorbonne. Now, remember, this family, even though they ended up destitute, had a very affluent lifestyle. So even Roscoe Jr. was sent to Exeter, went to Harvard, they drove Cadillacs in the 1920s and 30s. I mean, they were living very well back when Cadillac was the car du jour for the rich people. They lived very nicely. So he was never an extremely hardworking guy. He got, and his wife at that time, right before he went to prison, left him and she was from a very well-to-do black family from Virginia. But he married again. And he and his brother ran a small real estate business. His brother, Burrell, who was a lawyer, he was one from Harvard Law School, still passed the bar, even though he had to drop out of Harvard Law School in the third year. So they ran a small business in Harlem. He had two daughters. Roscoe Sr. had two daughters. And Clara Jr., his older sister, who passed for white, she had two sons. And remember, we're all in New York now. I mean, we're not in some far off place in Mississippi, Kansas, like we're going to disappear. Everybody's in New York, in the New York City. I'm not talking about, out in the burbs somewhere. They're in New York City. And all of these great-grandchildren of the senator were being raised in the New York, New Jersey area. So
is Roscoe Jr. still alive? Or no?
Oh, no. He died. Roscoe Jr. died in the 1970s or late 1970s. Late 1970s.
Okay.
But his kids are alive.
The kids are alive.
His kids are alive and living in New York.
And they won't come out. They won't.
I'm hoping, and I hope maybe this is an opportunity to plug my book signing.
Yes, please.
I'm hoping they'll come to my book signing. Maybe I'll get to meet them. But I'm going to be signing books on Thursday at Barnes & Noble Lincoln Center.
What day is Thursday?
Thursday, July 13th.
July 13th, okay.
At 7 p.m. at Barnes & Noble Lincoln Center here in New York City. Okay. So, even if they want to anonymously come out into the crowd and introduce themselves to me, because I think it's an important story. And I honestly believe that if there was a descendant out there willing to be out there talking about, to represent the family, more people would know about it, about this great man, in the same way that what allowed us to talk about Malcolm X and what allowed us to talk about Dr. Martin Luther King was the fact that there was Atlas Shabazz and Betty Shabazz, talking about Malcolm X, and the fact that Coretta Scott King was talking about, and Dexter and all, and the other children of these great figures were there. It gives the media, gives the public a face, a current face to put on this great story.
Yeah. Your previous book, Our Kind of People, and people were upset with you because you raised the very uncomfortable issue of skin color, the fact that there are people out here who like to pass, and don't want to admit, for a variety of reasons, don't want to say who they truly are. And I think you really, I think you do. I think you've done everyone in your books a public service, and I think you've also probably helped people become healthy to talk about these issues, because I think there's a lot of dissembling that goes on.
Exactly. I appreciate your saying that, because when most people talk about the Black experience in America, whether they are authors or just people that are just speaking about it in the media, they often don't talk about the Black experience beyond poverty, or the Black experience beyond the hip hop culture. And those are all legitimate stories. They're all authentically Black. But I mean, growing up Black in this country, my parents grew up in the segregated South. So in Memphis, my parents always talked about it. And, and when I got married to my wife, Pamela, when we met at Harvard, her parents grew up she talked about her parents growing up in the segregated South. So our lives are very similar. I mean, she grew up in Detroit, I grew up in New York, but as growing up as Black people, we often know the story of some Blacks looking at us and saying, oh, well, you're not authentically Black because you speak this way, you went to these schools, those kinds of things. And but for us.
Yeah, in this interview is, because this author's dead, by the way, Otis Graham. I think he died quite a while ago. This interview had to have happened possibly in the early 2000s. But that point about authentic Blackness can't be because you're smarty-arty. Yeah, that sounds like MAGA Blacks. MAGA Blacks have been programmed by their powder dusty YouTube mates to think, hey, it's a whole mess, the MAGA Blacks. They are a sad lot. And I'm talking about them just because I like making fun of them on a Saturday night. It's not like they're fucking important outside of being on YouTube, apparently. So there is, how was your day, son? Am I your son? My day was actually pretty good. I'm finishing off, and I've been doing it slowly. Made the marinara, got the noodles done, rigatoni, I guess, and gonna do some meatballs. So it's gonna be a good dinner. Homemade marinara. Unfortunately, the noodles are store-bought, but I could do them, but it takes a fuck of a long time to make pasta. It's ridiculous how hard it is relative to bread. And then I'm gonna slice some sourdough, and it's gonna be olive oil soaked. I was thinking about doing butter, but olive oil works better with sourdough, in my opinion. And let's see, Mike is still here. Stanley, get out your feelings and unblock. Motherfucker, you are unblocked, bitch. You're in the chat. I can see you. $91. There are people who don't think you add value to this panel, Mike, and you just to justify coming up here. And I thank you for your contribution. And now that I'm thinking about it, I need to put this up and add you to it, by the way, because you did contribute $10. 91 more to go. The person who does not think that you add value to any panel, I'm sorry. It was a demonstrative. The dude asked, how much do I need to pay to ban to ban you? Dude, the motherfucker asked me how much. That's how much he and it's a he. One of these people, dude, Mike G. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike 123. There's a Mike G I know who's a dick just like you are. Son, you don't need to come back up. You don't make the show. There is a major supporter of this show who doesn't think you do. And I don't think you do either, at least in your present. You need help, son. What you need to do is take some time off from YouTube. And seriously, you have been through a tough time. An old man's advice to a young man is you need to stay off these YouTube streets and you need to just take a deep breath, work hard as we know you do, and then work on what is happening to you. $91, and I might just refund that shit back to you. Now that I'm thinking about it, the supporter that basically, we're more concerned about you, Mike, the grandstanding, the shit talking. That's what YNs do. And we hope, well, I hope you're not a YN. Though I'm worried that you might be. So we're going to update this banner, give you the credit you're due, and then you need to seek help, Mike. I can't help you. I'm not a sympathetic ear, nor am I a counselor.
I mean, most of my life and most of our world, both my wife and myself and our 3 children, is a very Black world. And so, and it might be because it's Jack and Jill, it might be because where we summer, it might be where we go to church, but it's important for us to talk about this Black experience too, and not to allow people to say that whites own the license on correct diction, or whites own the license on ambition, or becoming lawyers or doctors or bankers or scientists or teachers, that we too, as Black folks, can do this and still be authentically Black.
You've written about all these different issues, and you've, I guess you touched the third rail of Black life when it comes to
Oh, I've been very controversial. I've talked about, I got in trouble when I wrote an essay called "I Never Dated a White Girl." I've been taken to task for a whole lot of stuff.
This whole thing that we have is a phenomenon that Bill Cosby has raised and other people have raised, that somehow if you do certain things that you're not authentically Black, and that if you, even marriage now here is something considered for white people, and education is considered for white people. And
well, there's a lot of truth to what Bill Cosby's saying, and I know there was a firestorm of people getting upset, saying that Bill Cosby was turning against sort of the Black youth or the hip hop culture, in the same way that some Blacks are saying that Oprah Winfrey is not supportive of the Black rap stars. I have to say that if it was not for Oprah Winfrey and Bill Cosby, there would not be the positive self-image that young Black people have about themselves, because they have been tremendous catalysts for making sure that there are positive Black role models on television. Yes. You look back at the I won't even go back to, the Cosby, what he did in the 60s and 70s, but just look at the Cosby Show in the 80s. Mm-hmm. We didn't have an intact Black family with a mother and a father and kids that went to school, used correct diction, loved their parents, got along. And the show was not about race, because there were a lot of black people that said when that show came out, oh, that's not real black people. That's not, black people don't live like that. And there were white people saying, oh, black people don't live like that. There are lots of black people that live like that all around the nation. And there were black people living like that in the 1940s and 50s. When my parents were growing up in the segregated South, they only knew about black school teachers and black doctors because the doctor they went to was a black doctor. The bank that they went to was a black-owned bank. The insurance company they went to was a black-owned insurance company. There was the black-owned newspaper in the town. The barber shops, the restaurants, they were all owned by black people. And that's what the kind of pride that Bill Cosby, and I say to people, how many of these hip hop stars have given $20 million to a black college?
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? I mean, my feeling is he put his money where his mouth was. He said, black folks have to look to themselves. And he's not saying what Booker T. Washington was saying, we have to take some subservient stand.
Right.
In the same way that Oprah Winfrey, it's like, sure, are there a lot of white stars that appear on her show?
Whoever that was who came up, come on back. I'm back now. Dave, just come on back. I was turning over meatballs in a pan, and what Otis says is extremely important. There were people living like the Cosbys in the 40s, probably before that. The bullshit needs to stop. The ghetto, this ghetto shit, I'm fucking bored with it. Don't come up here and tell me you're from the streets and reading books is bad. This is, I'm gonna have to put down a foot. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, Stanley? How you doing?
I'm okay.
Yeah, it's one of those days, huh?
Oh no, I'm actually having a great time.
You're not gonna believe what I did. I took the plane out. It's one of the micros, and I hit a tree. And it got stuck in a tree for 2 days.
Is it
So I went.
recoverable?
Nah, the pilot died. The pilot's name was Bang Dang Ow. He was a Asian man. Yeah, but I went back to
I'm not gonna ask you. I'm not gonna even ask you if that plane can be like, dude. It's a dangerous sport.
It could be fixed. It can be fixed. But yeah,
Really?
it was up in the tree for 2 days. We
By
had high
you?
winds yesterday, so I went
Oh
out
fuck! It was up in a tree.
high.
Okay,
I got photos too.
Tell us the Navy didn't come down and recover that pilot. Did you have to climb the tree?
Nah. The wing
So
flew off of it.
The wind blew it down.
Yeah, I hit the tree so hard, the wing kept going. The plane got stuck in the tree, but it still had a connection to the transmitter. So I kept gassing it. See, what happened was I was watching this
God
thing.
damn, dude.
I was watching it fly through the air, and I got so caught up in looking at it like I'm doing it, and then oh shoot, there's a tree, and then I tried to swerve around it, and I must have hit the wrong directions, man. That it's kind of confusing. You get the wrong how do you say it? You get inverted, or if you're not on it, it's different. It's like you got to go the opposite way if you're flying at you than you do if you're flying away. So I got mixed up. But anyway, this guy that's talking, that's the author.
Yeah, he the book I read, I didn't read his other one, People Like Us. He grew up in if I recall, in like Westchester County. His parents were from the South but successful. He didn't grow up in the hood. He grew up in fucking Westchester. I think he said he went to Harvard, so he was one of those. And look, you've seen the title. The middle class, the black middle class, doesn't seem to have a goddamn voice in this blackatube we live in. And
No, it doesn't.
I
It
don't
doesn't.
know why.
Because we got real
Who the
things
fuck is
going on.
we?
Well, I would consider myself middle class or probably
Oh,
upper
good.
middle
Well,
class.
no. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just like, why don't we have a fucking Lou SKC? Now, I guess y'all have a voice, but y'all are weird. That gulag shit,
Well,
that's weird.
we had to take a. I think we do connect on this level that we had to take a different approach, and it wasn't that normal, regular, victim ass approach. We made some changes and we got different
Well,
results.
hold
That's
on,
all.
no. No, please finish because I'm interrupting. My bad.
No, we just had a different approach, and our approach might have been similar to each other. There is some common ground there. I mean, I think I'm probably the most, I don't know, closest to the black norm than out of the three. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know for sure, but like,
You know what?
I'm still connected.
I think Lou. I don't know that much about Lou's personal life, but yeah, you're pretty normal. I mean, look, you're kind. Now, please don't take this the wrong way.
No, I know I'm a contrarian. I know that.
No. That's not what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay.
I
Because
think
I mean,
you and I, motherfucker, I wish I could have a goddamn RC plane. Motherfucker, you're more normal than you might give yourself credit for.
but I
Motherfucker,
don't. There's no black
dude,
RC plane guys out there.
you can
There's a
afford
couple.
your hobby.
Yeah,
What's
it's
goddamn wrong with
always a
that?
hobby.
Listen to what I'm saying. You can afford your hobby. That is like excellent.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It did go from
Well, motherfucker, if you're having fun, you're not gonna beat your kids.
right. Well, it went from go karts to scooters to motorcycles to RC cars and boats and now planes. Planes is just a whole different animal.
Hey,
This something that you do when you
bitch,
get established.
there's not a goddamn thing wrong with anything you've just said.
Yeah. Plus, I love fishing. I'm always doing something. So
You sound look, yeah, okay, you're middle class. I
thanks.
honestly don't. You sound normal to me, and you know, and let me say something. And I've had a couple beers, and I'm gonna push through because I do have a couple. I have 2 more videos before this opens up into the free for all. But look, it does not go unnoticed that you and your gulag mates, you and Lou and the SKC, dude, I've been in, some places I probably shouldn't have even been. I noticed that sometimes I see some of y'all in the chat going, "Well, get him, Stan." Dude,
Yeah, we root,
to me,
we
I
root for you
noticed.
for sure.
I notice.
Now
And
we
here's
might
my
not agree
time
on
to
other
say
stuff,
I
but like, yeah,
appreciate
we're
it.
in your
I
corner, man,
appreciate the support.
for sure.
It's actually more important than a cash app.
Hey, I want you to play something if you can. And I know this is way off topic, but I thought this was like so cool, dude.
Put it on the guy.
I've been looking this up and trying to find a cheap way to get it, or we're gonna have to crowdfund it. This is so cool, man. I'm telling you. Once you see it, you're just gonna be like, "What?" Yeah, I'm just a grown kid. I'm a grown kid.
Now you are taking me off of my topic, god damn it.
I think the audience can appreciate a slight break, a small break, just a small one.
Well, they could probably just trash the whole show and do something more amusing.
You got a full screen this?
I'm
You
not
got-
I'm not goddamn dumb.
You gotta see this.
I think I have seen it actually. That's the full screen.
Okay.
It's a short. Really?
This is me. Swear to God, this is how I am.
Leader of the
Decepticons. Blast them. Kiss them. No
Really?
Hey, Megatron.
What's wrong?
Convert.
I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
Megatron.
What's wrong?
Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime. I'll crush you with my bare hands.
Convert.
Yeah, man. We
All
gotta
right.
get
Well,
this thing.
this is what happens when you emerge from your basement.
Man, I've been thinking about this. I'm gonna take out a small loan. We're gonna miss a mortgage payment. This thing is $1,500. It's
Yeah,
$1,500,
okay.
and we need to crowdfund this because that's not all it
I'm
does.
not no, motherfucker. I'm not buying you a toy.
We
That's a
are gonna buy me
goddamn
this
toy.
toy. This thing is so awesome. On his phone, you can program it to do all kinds of stuff, and there's new programs every day. It has a mode where it boxes,
Did you
like
say?
boxing.
Did
It
you
bobs
say
and
you like
weaves.
fishing? I'll
Yeah,
crowdfund your ass up to Alaska to do like a salmon fishing trip.
I
That
gotta take
seems a lot more,
12
that
man with
seems a
me.
lot more worthy.
I don't know, man. This thing, you could cut movies with this thing.
You go ahead and cut your movies.
Oh man, I'm so in love with it. I gotta get one.
Yeah, no doubt you do.
Anyway, back to the business. That was just a side quest.
Oh no, you know what? I am going to go to this is actually something that caught my attention because you know how this algorithm works. You start getting some interesting stuff once you give me one sec here because I have to play this off my actually there may have to be a part two. Um Buckley did another interview, like a third interview with Jesse Jackson and Mother Bethel in Charleston. And it's 1982. And there are two parts to it. And it's coming off as something that needs to be watched. And I think I'm going to just save it. Buckley did two interviews. It looks excellent. But it is getting late, and the Mike 123s are getting
He
restless.
can't be banned on the weekend show. Yeah, this is
He's
time to
in.
shine.
Whoa! He's in the chat. He's not banned in the chat.
Nah, the panel. This is panel on the weekend, man.
Okay,
It's Mike. It's
here,
Mike
and
Day.
I'm glad you're here because you're one of the chief. You're one of the chief supporters and a good advisor to this channel. Lupin, well, it's Lupin, and Lupin's not the only one. They are literally like he's taken away from your channel, and these are two people who are roughly my age, and they're going, "Hey, we're not enjoying your show when he's up here," and there was I was asked how much to to Bounty Mike, and I said nothing. I said zero. You don't need to do it because your money's not. If you say do it, I'm going to do it. And it was done anyway, and it was 3 figures. It wasn't your normal. It was. So I know this motherfucker is like, no, dude, no one sent. He was definite. And my point is, if Mike wants to come back up, I let him into the chat, which might be edgy. But, and Mike, by the way, let me go ahead and put up, because you supported the show too, by the way.
I don't hate
no,
the
it's
player. I
TKJP,
do
but
hate the game.
here's the deal. No, let me finish. I'm not going to piss 2 people that I honestly, if I lose everyone, those are the 2 people I'm going to keep. If it goes to me, if the shit goes down to me and these 2 supporters, everyone else is going to have to go.
I understand. And now what Sigma says, he says, pay for your freedom. And I may not like.
Well, no, I told Mike how to come back up. $91.
Yeah, pay for your freedom. But that's the game.
He's in the chat. He can interact.
That's the game. We appreciate Mike 123.
No, motherfucker. No, this isn't a game. I don't know why everyone thinks this is a game, dude.
Not a game, the game.
Honestly, I don't think Mike belongs here.
What?
No.
Mike is a cornerstone.
You missed the part about he needs to go work on himself.
I mean, this could be therapeutic as well.
Motherfucker, don't you ever, dude, I'm not a counselor. I have literally never taken a psychology class because I don't think I'm not a psychology person.
My bad.
I am a person who understands hurt and pain, and I'm not your motherfucking salve.
Oof,
so Mike was banned from the chat, and honestly, I forgot he was banned in the chat. He got up and whined on T's show last night. Oh God, I was so embarrassed for him. No,
Stanley, come on.
Yes, he went up on T's show and whined about, it was so embarrassing.
Hey, what was Big J talking about? He said, thank you to Stanley. What was that about? Who's you cussing out?
Oh, I went up on Sharon's show.
Oh, you actually hit the panel?
Well, yeah.
You didn't review it, did you?
No, it was an embarrassment. I failed.
What? No, not
every time I go up on these goddamn panels, I fail.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think they take something small and try to blow it up, and you might not see the trap coming.
Oh, and I just
that's about it.
No. Whoa. No one else told me I failed. I review my performance, and I failed. I don't give a fuck what. Big J got something out of it because I confronted this failure of a PhD, and I spent an inordinate amount of money because I was just pissed off, and I was just gonna see, dude.
No, you didn't go over there and drop money. That's a fail.
Oh, absolutely, I did, because I was gonna goddamn have my say no matter what. Sometimes you got to spend some money to have your say, especially with a show like Sharon's. Money talks and bullshit walks, except my bullshit, in my opinion, was more valuable than the money.
I gotta see it now.
Look,
you know what they do? You get on a good point, and then they silence you because they just don't like the direction.
I have to actually give Sharon some credit. He let me engage with PH Diva and have my say. Part of it was because I joined I join the club or whatever the fuck is, a member. And then
Oh, they got you as a member over there too?
Oh, yes, he did. Because
Oh, you
look,
surrendered.
you know what? Well, let me reframe that. Motherfucker, I was gonna have my say and I got the goddamn money to do it. They had to hear me. And in the meantime, I fucking took a AR apart. I took motherfucking Brownsville apart. They
Oh, did
are
you? I gotta
not
see this. I gotta see it.
Well, I don't know if it's still up, but it's
It's
not
probably
within
on members. I'm
well,
not being a member
wait,
just
hold
to
it.
watch
God
that. I'm
damn it, I'm a
sorry.
member. I
Yeah,
happen to
you
be a
are.
member.
Run the
I
beam
want to
footage.
stick to the theme. Dude, there are themes to this show that I really well, I'll tell you what. Queen is here. Natasha is actually more important. Natasha and Dawn, and she's here. Yeti. What
I
do y'all
looked up
think?
and I seen Queen over there at the Bomb Cherry Juices channel. That was mighty interesting.
So,
I thought Big J was like,
what are
nah.
you? What are you? The bomb cherry? Are you the bomb cherry police?
I just
Yo,
find it funny.
Queen says show it. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I failed. Dude, I did not do a good job.
It happens to the best of them.
I get no. It is so frustrating. I just don't seem to be able to. Well, most of it is because they don't fucking understand when they're being insulted.
Right.
You know,
Right.
if you call someone a moron and they don't know what moron means, it doesn't hold the it doesn't do the heavy lifting.
Right. I'm about to go pick up my son. I'm a little
All
late for
right,
that.
well, run along and get your son.
Man, play the beam footage, man. I'm in the chat. God bless you, Stanley. I'm gonna hit the cash app.
Well, let's see what Natasha says. All right. Well, Natasha has spoken, and I agree with you, Natasha. And actually, I can go long tonight. It's Saturday, and I think that this will. Let's see here. So this firing line with Jesse Jackson, it's a two-parter. I think I'm going to hold that. I'm going to keep that powder dry, as it were, if I do a show tomorrow, because it seems like I'm not going to get to all the stuff I want. But I watched about half an hour of it, and it's actually excellent. What I was trying to do is look at how the black middle class has progressed or regressed over a timeline, from I was born in 65 till now. And I don't know. I think these next couple videos might do it. We shall see. Let's see here. Oh, this is weird. All right, so let me stop this here and give a little bit. This video will not get better because I'm not good at editing. For starters, let's see. Yep, that'll work. So this is Sheila Johnson. You know what? I'm just gonna let her tell the story, and hopefully I don't get a strike for this. It is very possible, but I did some fair use work on it. Wait, let's see. You want to change it? Hopefully you're talking to Mike. Got 1 3-finger cash app, and Mike supports him every show. No idea what that means. Bowling ball? So anyway, this is this is a very interesting older lady, black lady. So y'all enjoy.
In some ways, the town of Middleburg had welcomed her.
But the thing that really bothered me was driving into town every day and seeing a Confederate flag in a gun shop. When I saw that flag, I said, God, where did I move to?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I just decided to buy the building, and it's now a wonderful market. That's the beauty of having a little money.
Later in the show, Sheila Johnson on the message she hopes readers take from her book.
Walking through fire, all the women who walk through fire. Is this book specifically for women or for everyone who might have gone through that?
This book is really for everyone. I want the women to start looking at themselves. I want them to realize their own power. For men, I want more respect. Looking at these women and giving them the room to grow. There's so many men that want to be controlling.
Then, from a powerhouse businesswoman's story to celebrating female artists. The National Museum of Women in the Arts reopens in Washington, D.C. after a 2-year, $70 million restoration. Rita Braver took a tour to explore its significance.
And take this piece called The Springs by expressionist Lee Krasner. You know, if she's named, she's just called Jackson Pollock's wife.
Correct.
What's wrong with that?
Everything's wrong with that because Krasner was as talented as her very famous husband. You see these sort of beautiful brushstrokes, sort of grasses waving. You can imagine sort of any natural scene.
That's all coming up right here on Here Comes the Sun. You might assume becoming America's first black female billionaire was fraught with obstacles. And it was. Sheila Johnson gives a step-by-step account of her path to success in her memoir, Walk Through Fire. Nancy Giles caught up with her at this serene slice of heaven she calls home.
Just outside of our nation's capital, amid Virginia's rolling hills and picturesque stone walls, is a place that time seems to have forgotten.
And I'll tell you, in the fall when the trees turn, it's just spectacular.
I bet.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The place Sheila Johnson calls home.
When you first came out here, what did you think?
This is where I needed to live.
It feels like a sanctuary.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
She came here in 1996 to find refuge. At the time, BET, Black Entertainment Television, the company she and Robert L. Johnson had co-founded, was hugely successful, but their struggling marriage was the talk of the town.
The rumor mill was off the chart. People would tell me, I saw them at the Super Bowl. Oh, I saw her come down in his shirt. And I said, I need a place where I can be alone, at peace.
Right. Oh.
And this is my secret garden.
And you come out there in the mornings?
That's where I have my coffee, yes. Yeah.
Today, Sheila Johnson is a very successful businesswoman and part owner of 3 sports teams.
On this wall are the championship mystics.
And you look like you've been crying.
I have been.
The first black woman to make it into the very exclusive, very white, and very male Billionaires Club. And yet, she says, tongues are still wagging.
You know, they look at me and they go, okay, you were so-called the first Black billionaire and everything, and you've had it so easy.
Oh.
No, I haven't.
Do
And
people say that? You've had it so easy?
You have no idea. There's so many stories out there. They need to hear from me.
Her book, Walk Through Fire, published by our sister company Simon & Schuster, takes its title from the legend of the salamander.
It's the only animal mythically that walks through fire and still comes out alive.
It's also the name of her impressive collection of 5-star luxury resorts.
Hi, how are you?
We joined Sheila Johnson as she welcomed guests to her flagship Salamander Resort and Spa in Middleburg, Virginia, for a weekend of good food and wisdom from some of the country's top chefs.
This has been a marriage in culinary heaven.
It's been 10 years since the doors first opened.
It was not an easy road.
Oh, no.
In some ways, the town of Middleburg had welcomed her.
But the thing that really bothered me was driving into town every day and seeing a Confederate flag in a gun shop. When I saw that flag, I said, God, where did I move to?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I just decided to buy the building, and it's now a wonderful market. That's the beauty of having a little money.
Getting the town's approval to build a resort was another matter.
I thought I had left one fire. I jumped into a great big one, and I forgot I was south of the Mason-Dixon line. They came after me with all barrels, and they signed petitions. We had hearings. I won by 1 vote.
One thing to know about Sheila Johnson, giving up is not in her DNA.
Your mom walked through fire in many ways.
Goodness. Her life, you know, had a huge impact on me. Here she was at the top of the social circle as a woman, as a mother married to a doctor.
Theirs was an African-American success story, though that success was hard-won. By the time she was 10, Sheila Crump had moved 13 times.
We moved about every 10 months.
Right, because of the work situations for your
father,
father,
because my
right?
father couldn't practice in white hospitals, and he couldn't even operate on white patients.
Finally, her father got a permanent job in Chicago, and they were able to buy a house and settle down. She took up the violin and excelled at it. And then, without warning, her father announced he was leaving the family.
It brought us all to our knees because it was just one night, and he says, I'm leaving.
Her mother had a breakdown.
She had always been my backbone, and I was losing her. It just really kind of destroyed me in a way. And then I realized, I said, Sheila, you know, you can't play the victim here.
With the help of her violin teacher, she got a music scholarship to the University of Illinois, where she met an upperclassman named Bob Johnson.
You were pretty young.
Really young.
Yeah.
How about 16 and a half?
What was your first impression of him?
I was always looking for someone with ambition, but I was also going through something else psychologically. Because my father had left, I felt unloved. He wanted me. And because of him wanting me, I wanted him.
Their marriage lasted for 33 years.
I really shouldn't have let it go on as long as I did. I didn't want to be a failure. And I kept saying, I can get through this.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really behind him. So much so that I got erased out of the picture.
Their divorce was finalized in 2002. By coincidence or fate, the end of that chapter was the beginning of another.
As I walked into the courtroom, I looked at the judge and I looked at my lawyer. I said, I think I know this guy.
The guy was Judge William T. Newman, Jr.
Many, many years ago, we happened to be in a play together. And when the case was over, she said, excuse me, Your Honor, can I approach the bench? And I said, sure.
I said, do you remember me? He goes, oh, yes, I do.
She invited him to a gala she was hosting.
And I put on the invitation, William T. Newman, Jr., and guest.
Bill told his mother about it.
I said, well, I guess I'll take so-and-so, who I just started to date.
You were actually going to take someone else?
Well, yeah. And my mother said, oh, no, you go to that party alone.
3 years later, they married. a lavish wedding that was the social event of the season.
And I said, I love this man so much, we are going to celebrate. We had 750 people at that wedding. It was, I have to say, the most beautiful wedding.
It's a nursery.
It is.
These days, Sheila Johnson is looking forward, not back, and she has no intention of slowing down.
I've come to reconcile the fact that we do need to walk through fire in order to come out stronger at the other end.
Up next, an exclusive excerpt from Nancy's chat with Sheila Johnson, something you can only see right here on CBS News Streaming. Stay with us.
The violin also gave me a safety net during the time that my life was in a dark moment.
As promised, here's more from Sheila Johnson and Nancy Giles.
You played violin.
Yes.
I played viola, by the way.
All right.
What made you choose the violin?
I don't know, but I just love the feel of the instrument. I love the way it sounded. And I don't know why, but all my life, I tend to pick up the most difficult things to do. And so I started with the violin, and I just fell in love with it. And from that point on, you know, to this day, I still play.
Oh, I'm so
play
glad.
the cello. I took up cello during COVID. I just love music. Absolutely love music.
It does. It enhances your life in so many ways.
It really does.
All of the qualities that you mentioned are things that you also continue to bring to the table.
But you know what else? The violin also gave me a safety net during the time that my life was in a dark moment. You know, I would go to my violin. It would calm me down. It would make me feel better. It became my best friend, if you want to know the truth. And I just love listening to the music. I remember my mother buying me a phonograph with all of the classical music, and I think to this day I have it somewhere stored. But with just, you know, the records, she put the needle on.
Records,
Yes, the
albums.
records, the albums, and I would just play them even when I was, you know, doing my homework. And I would go to the symphonies, down the Chicago Symphony, and listen to the symphony there. And I just love music.
And again, classical music and African Americans, it's not a mix you always hear.
No.
Except there was always classical music and Motown music. You know, it really was there. So that was kind of sort of a traditionally white space, I'd say, that you were really integrating on your
but
own.
I did listen to Motown. I listened to I could sing every record to you. I mean, I loved it. You know, I wanted to party too a little bit. But I have to say that I just love music in general.
Yes.
I even love jazz. I remember going into college and just listening.
I want to remind everyone who has a wrench, you are a moderator. You have power in this chat. Use the power wisely. I beg of you, but don't be shy to use it. Don't let folks go too far when they shouldn't.
Listening to Miles Davis, Sketches of Spain. You know,
It's all part of a piece.
It's all part of it, and I just love music.
You had an incident that happened with another violinist that really hit me, where
Yes.
you want to tell what happened?
Yes, I mean, for the past 3 years, I was always trying out for Illinois All-State, and I would get like fourth chair or third chair, something like that. And then that's my senior year, I actually captured the concert mistress spot.
Right.
And I was always competing against this one person. And she says, you only got it because and she said the N-word.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I said, you know what? I just gripped my teeth and I'm like, you're just going to have to deal with it.
You've had
You
to
know.
deal with those things in many different ways, and you've done it with such grace and even humor.
You have to, because if you stoop to their level, they come back at you. And I always want to be above board. And one thing I've learned, when people say ugly, nasty things to you, you just look at them and you be quiet. You just stare.
Wow.
It throws them completely off guard. If you saw pictures of my father, he's very fair. The people would second guess, but you know.
He could almost pass for white, but not quite.
Yes.
There was enough doubt.
And believe it or not, that is still my world to this day. And then as I've later.
So I was asked earlier about does colorism play a part in American life? in the quote black community? Absolutely it does. It gets talked about almost every show, even on, CBS from a year ago. I think this is a year or two. It's probably 2 years old. Race is a thing, even in the black community. And all I have to say is MAGA blacks buy into that racism bullshit that the MAGA masses want them to.
Learned that even in all cultures, the fairer skins, it's an issue. And even going into the media business, it was always the fairer women got to be on camera.
Right.
The darker women were behind the camera. So this is a theme. I do continue to watch it. I watch it even in my hospitality industry. I make sure that I want people of color at the front desk. I want them to visit my hotels. I want to make sure that people know I'm all about diversity and about everyone.
Walking through fire, all the women who walk through fire. Is this book specifically for women or for everyone who might have gone through that?
This book is really for everyone. I want the women to start looking at themselves. I want them to realize their own power. For men, I want more respect. Looking at these women and giving them the room to grow. There's so many men that want to be controlling. They want their women to be submissive. And that turns me off more than anything. I mean, I just think it's crippling. It's crippling for many women. And I just think when you marry someone on both sides, give each other room to grow and to be the better part of themselves, because that's what makes a really strong marriage.
Up next, celebrating women's art.
Well, all right. So that is technically America's first black woman billionaire. It wasn't Oprah. And so many people don't know Sheila Johnson. Kind of sad, actually. And let's see, what else do we have here? So I don't know if anyone in the chat has read E. Franklin Fraser's work. Let's see. I don't have to bring it up, I guess. Oh, there we go. Good. So there's a book called Black Bourgeoisie, published in 1950s. Excuse me, in 1957. And I'm just gonna, it is a book. You can actually get it on PDF online if you don't want to buy it. But he has a point about the black bourgeoisie, which there's a black upper class, and his thing was, that black 1%, as they call it, were definitely mulattoes. They could pass. They were very white adjacent because they were literally, direct descendants of the white masses. The bourgeoisie often came from, circumstances where you worked yourself up into the bourgeoisie or the middle class. And bourgeoisie tends to be a sliding scale, but it was middle class, the way E. Franklin Fraser talked about it. But here are his criticisms And I thoroughly agree with him. Now, this was written or published in 57, and it is literally 2026. And I think things have gotten better and or changed, but the critique still applies. So he, meaning E. Franklin Frazier, critiques the class for its elitism, assimilation into white cultural norms, and the adoption of respectability politics that prioritize status over solidarity with the broader Black population. Now, he and I would fight over that identify or solidarity with the broader Black population, but I'll hold that one. Bottom line is the Black bourgeoisie has lost its way, in my opinion. It has literally done the adoption of respectability politics and prioritizes, well, in my opinion, the solidarity with the Black population actually winds up being a problem. Inferiority complex, I agree with. It is Jay-Z going from drug dealer to billionaire over some years. And there was hard work, of course, to get there. But then I'm never sure if the change was actually understood as a change. Being a drug dealer is not a good thing. The drug dealer aesthetic doesn't need to be, something you do lyrics about. And if you got rich off of that, then there might be penance that needs to be done. That's just kind of how I feel about it. So anyway, this is actually where I'm going with this. This is the Black middle class, and this is why E. Franklin Frazier is right. Y'all don't get my point about the elitism and the assimilation into white cultural norms. The problem is the white cultural norms are not elite white cultural norms. They've assimilated into, look, white people, white culture. And by the way, there's no such thing as white culture, but I'm going to use the term because it's just easier to use, because no one actually understands that culture is not a racial thing, it's an ethnic thing. But I don't have time to teach that lesson. So, the white middle class, and Thomas Sowell actually gets this kind of right, or correct. A lot of people coming into a quote Black middle class or even higher in that class ladder don't understand that white culture, as it's used, is low born white people or middle class white people. That shit is not actually, it's hard for me to describe it, but y'all are acting like nouveau riche. Even the white people would talk about nouveau riche. People who just fucking acquired money and don't quite fit in at the country club. That is Jay-Z and Beyonce. So, I'm sure someone will have a critique. and I'm being inarticulate because, yeah, I've had a couple Coors Lights, but it is what it is. And I have no doubt that I'm right. So let's see, can I find this? Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to pause this briefly. Which black man in this particular chat wants to be this the $700 million man here? I know a bunch of y'all do. And I don't have to ask the ladies. No one wants to be her. At least
$1 million put together.
Tell you, if you marry a fisherman, don't be surprised if he goes fishing.
So what do you think?
You know your stream not showing on YouTube.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, YouTube suspended your stream. You need to go in there and answer whatever their question is so they can turn your stream
Well,
back on.
I need to stop showing this. Now, this is actually a lesson learned because I'm actually playing it from my computer. Interesting.
Yeah, they interrupted your stream. So
Oops. Okay. Well, I'm
you
not
got it.
overly worried about it.
No, you just go in there and they probably telling you to turn it off. So you
Right.
click the thing and then they'll turn your stream back on. But we see a black screen with gray letters that say
Yeah,
stream.
I'm watching it.
Yeah.
Funny enough, they always tell you to look at this, but I'm not overly worried. I have no strikes. So let's see what happens.
Okay.
Not asking me. I'm glad you came up because I never would have noticed. I'd have done a mic.
Yeah, I figured you probably would know. Most people ain't looking at that other screen when they
Right.
doing it through StreamYard.
Well, let's see here. Well, it ceased. Let's see what happens. I've got no email so far.
Now, when you pull up that little the screen, the stream monitor screen or whatever, it should have a little notification there that you click OK to, and then they'll turn your stream back on.
Looks like it's back.
Oh, let me go look.
Yeah, it's back. And actually, this has taught me something. I thought if I played it not from a YouTube source, so there's something in the video that gets played.
It
And
might be the
funny
music.
enough, no, I've never had a problem with music. Usually what'll happen is they'll say, hey, it's copyrighted, but your stream isn't affected. This is actually video. And I actually expected it would happen with the CBS video. I did not expect it to happen from this. But it's not a big deal. The bad part is there's some Atlanta stuff that really made me laugh. And the other thing is I tried to contact the content creators for that video,
Mhm.
and their website is down. I have no clue how to contact them because I was gonna ask them to use the content,
Mhm.
but uh, it's not that important. So far, I'm glad you came up because I would have gotten a strike.
Yep. Yeah. Content creator issues. Mhm.
Yeah, and what confuses me is I'm playing it from my hard drive. You know, the way I thought it worked was if you play it from YouTube, their system knows you're playing it from their equipment. I'm playing it from my equipment um, on StreamYard. So there's something in the video that I need to figure out. But it's not a big deal. And I definitely appreciate you warning me about that. I was expecting it from CBS, not some content creator I can't seem to get a hold of to ask permission. So what are your
Mhm.
thoughts on this middle class thing I've been showing?
It's interesting. Mhm.
Yeah,
To say the
and
least.
poor Mike. What do you think his problem is?
Mike will be okay. Mike don't
You know
listen.
what? I agree. The last place he needs to be is on YouTube shows if he's feeling this emotional. And the problem is, he is one of those as a man types. So if a man tells him this, he's gonna go, "Oh, you're just trying to keep me down." And I'm just like, "No, motherfucker, you are self-destructing in real time, and I'm not gonna let you do it on my panel." That
Yeah.
is what I'm trying to avoid.
Mike don't listen to nobody. I told Mike he do too much. I said it'd be different
Yeah.
if you got up there for a few minutes and then goddamn, but you derail shows for hours. He told me I was lying.
Yeah, I guess you're right. He actually does. Why does he wanna derail shows, I wonder?
It seemed like he don't think that's what he doing. I think he actually participating in the conversation.
Hmm.
Which is even more strange.
You know what? I was actually, um I don't know, you know what? Probably I need to shut this puppy down. I, uh I got all the I got the marinara done, I got the, pasta done. I got me a good dinner here, and I'm looking at Sharon. Um, I don't know. I think Sharon, and to be honest, I'm probably looking at the wrong show. I was gonna go back and look at the PH Diva stuff, but not sure it was.
DJ said it was funny that he
I
told me
don't know that it was though. To be honest, I
he
honestly
said
think it was just a fucking mess, and, and I'm ashamed for participating. I just I just added to the mess.
DJ said Stanley cooked.
Well, you know what? If Big J's happy, I'm happy. I probably don't need to see it.
I want to see it. Shoot. I'm gonna get a membership just so I can watch it because I can't stand that woman.
Well, the thing is, you know what? Let me see if I can find it. And at this point, if I am, if the topic is interesting, which is mostly, gonna be something about politics. And I don't think Sharon's particularly good with politics. I don't think he's very sophisticated. It's a lot of maybe street politics, which isn't necessarily a criticism, but it's not deep.
Right.
Generally, I'm always interested to know why people are doing something. And even if you don't like Trump, which I don't, but there are reasons he's doing things, even if you say, well, hey, he's a fucking white supremacist. Well, his reason.
Right.
So oh shit, I found it. He did put it behind a paywall.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I am a participant in his paywall, apparently. So we can watch this a little while. Let's see here. This is just before I come on.
I don't never go over there.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, this is not my proudest moment, folks. So I watch it at most of the people on this channel are going to think less of me.
Oh no.
I'm gonna lose subscribers over this, over showing this. I'm pretty sure I will. So,
Was it that bad?
in my opinion, it was. Let's see here. There we go. Let's take down some of this stuff. All right. Well, for better or for worse, folks.
As I was saying, so there's always the lessons learned and stuff.
Oh, by the way, AR is a bigger problem than PH Diva, and took a couple swipes at Brownsville too.
Someone come on and hold all their comments to just saying that ICE did something wrong or ICE was the one that was wrong, and then say, "Oh, I'm not doing a 1-to-1 blame game or whatever. I'm just gonna say they did everything wrong and not talk about the guy that killed a woman because he didn't want to face justice, doing something that he was in the country illegally. He was supposed to be deported. He could have deported himself. He didn't. He was in the vehicle. He pulled over, then decided to take off, knowing, or at least thinking that he was going to be deported or taken into custody, like he should have already been. And he ran and killed a woman. And then your comments on here are all just like, yeah, he killed a woman. But anyway, let's talk about what ICE did wrong. And it's like, what are we doing here? This dude ran up. This dude that was in the country illegally and that should have been deported ran a red light and killed a woman. Like, all the outrage should be at them.
Dude,
I don't understand. And like, yeah, we can do the, ICE or whoever else, local law enforcement.
If anyone triggers me spouting bullshit like a motherfucking automaton, it's this idiot. Oh, he should have been deported. Yes, he should have been deported. Yeah, motherfucker, but he wasn't.
Enforcement could have been there, and we can do that. That's cool. Like, just and lessons learned, hot wash, all the stuff. Like, here, future operations, maybe this is what we need to do. But to say, oh, it's their fault that this woman is dead,
their fault.
So he wants people to have more accountability to the illegal than the federal police.
Have you ever watched Doctor Who?
Yes.
No. there are Daleks. It's I don't even understand what Daleks are, other than, you know, if you've watched Doctor Who for decades, like I have, as you know, from the time I was a kid, you know, there's a little person inside these big, well, big to that person inside of these little. It was like the original R2D2, about that size, and they just want to, you know, destroy everything. And hearing AR go on, he just sounds like a fucking Dalek.
It's just stupid.
Yeah, that's why I said I agree with you on that. I won't put the blame on DHS to say that they're at fault for that woman's death, but grand scheme of things, like looking at it, like, yeah, why wasn't local law enforcement involved in this? You know, when that's been the big thing, like, oh yeah, we want local law enforcement involved, but we can't get buy-in from this. We can't get buy-in from that. I've never heard them say anything specifically about the state of Georgia and not having buy-in from the governor, not having buy-in from mayors, not having I haven't heard that about the state of Georgia. So I find it interesting that from one state in Minnesota, that was a big thing, right? We're not getting buy-in from Governor Walsh. We're not getting buy-in from the mayor of Minnesota, Minneapolis specifically. But then you go to Savannah, and it's like, it's nothing. Like, some of their operations seem a bit, you know, like cowboyish, like, you know, gunslinger type of situation. And for me, I'm just like, okay, if your training aspect was 189 days prior, and now it's 47 days. Again, you open yourself to unforeseen situations, which this is an unforeseen situation.
This is like
but
the
if you go
dumbest
back and
speech
look,
I've
you know,
heard
if you
in
go back
quite
and look
some
at the grand
time.
scheme of things, it's like,
And there's a lisp.
okay, yeah, did we do something wrong in this situation? Did we not have enough backup in this situation? Did we not survey the area and see it was a highly populated area at the time?
Surveil,
and
not
pulled
survey.
him over past the red light, or whatever the case may be. But I just kind of find it odd in that situation, but I don't fully put it on DHS. But it's kind of crazy, though. That shouldn't have happened to that lady. God rest her soul, for real.
Yeah, and before I pass it to Stanley, and I also want to say that usually when you get pulled over now, they attempt to try to get you in a parking lot and in a way where you cannot run away and put other people in danger. Like, this is this is more normal practice with law enforcement. They understand that you at that goddamn crosswalk that you have an opportunity to run when you could go left or right to a highway, make all these different things. Like, so it is the criminal's fault 100%, and they are charging him properly with the vehicle homicide. However, moving forward, I should say, not putting the blame on ICE, they need to do a better job of securing the person that they've been investigating. AR, would you like to address it before I pass it to Stanley?
Yeah, I already put my 20 up.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Damn.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you be in danger.
Shadow said, hey, drop his ass. I got one in the chamber. And then
I still got one in the chamber. I still got one in the chamber. Pull it again.
God damn. You want to speak, AR?
I'm in full gangster mode today, bro. You want to play that game? We'll play.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
God damn. He on your neck.
Don't ever talk in my pocket, bro. Don't mistake this job for a mistake.
Talk your shit. All right. You want to talk some more? You want to pass it to Stanley?
No, I'm good.
All right. Go ahead,
hey, let AR go first. I gotta answer the door right quick. I'm listening.
All right.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you be in danger.
All right, we're going to stop playing right now. You said I'm done playing with you, and we know when you get a super chat over 50 ball.
Coming, ride, coming, ride, 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 ride,
So he got another 80 in the clip. So y'all better be careful.
Well, yeah. So the next time Shadow does some goofy shit like that, I'll just save the 80 and I'll put up 420 for Monday and just put 500 on his head, and then he can spend the 500 on Monday to come back. I can't remember what JR said last.
What I was saying, what JR said, you can't put it on ice. And then so what I said is that, like, but we do need ICE to do a little better job at securing the person that they are investigating, because them pulling them
Now,
over after,
listen
like,
to this
instead
bullshit.
of getting them to pull over.
We need ICE to do a little better job. Lil, this is some. Tell me that this isn't MAGA blackness. Motherfucker, we need ICE to stop killing people. We need them to do a lot better. A little better? And then I'm not going to go back to the point that little dude made about what is it? It's still ICE's fault. I'm sorry, it's still the criminal's fault, but you know, ICE usually does this. No, ICE is a problem. You know, there are times when a cop gets charged with criminal behavior, they're criminals when they get charged and convicted. These people are not able to critically think.
In a parking lot or after, like, all those things
Cops
could have
are
helped
not
prevent.
automatically good people.
But I just don't think that we necessarily know what was happening. You know, we talk about the different precincts and the different states and whatever, not saying they are doing different things, ICE doing different things in each one. We don't know whether Savannah or Georgia was working with them. We don't know what the locals was happening. So I don't think it's necessarily the right thing to say, oh, well, why wasn't the local law enforcement there? They might have been there. They might have just been at that red light, or they might have been that red light and doing something else, or, you know, watching to see if he ran and they were going to engage, but maybe it was short. He just did the U-turn. Local police was there and they put on their sirens, and the dude already hit the lady and killed her. So I think we're drawing a lot of conclusions.
Yeah, this is MAGA
something
black
I don't know enough about it to draw these conclusions. I just know a criminal. Well, I don't even call him necessarily a criminal, or at least not a violent one. Ran a red light and killed a woman while he was being pulled over. And so, you know, at that point, it's obviously on him. It's not on.
Let me just say this. Believe it or not, technically, if you cross the border illegally, you're not a criminal. It's not the way it used to work. Not sure how it works under the Trump administration. You are not going to be charged with a crime for crossing the border the first time. This is MAGA black talk.
ICE or anything else. And a lot of these places, maybe they just don't, like, they've been in these operations for a while now and nothing negative has happened. So maybe they weren't thinking they need to do all these extra measures to stop these things from happening, because it just hasn't happened. That's usually, you know, people like to say that regulations and rules are written in blood. You know, they like to say that. So, like,
a lot of goddamn
Savannah, Georgia,
talk.
maybe they've been running this operation for a year. This has never happened, and they've done, you know, a 10,000 or however many operations, you know, and nothing negative has really ever came from them. So they didn't have this in there. And the thing, they're like, all right, our resources can be better used elsewhere. Like, we don't need to have 5 ICE vehicles or 6 local law enforcement there as well. They can go do these other things. They have other crimes happening. They can go patrol. But now maybe they're going to start saying, okay, well, now we need to have
even the fucking host is leaving this droning, this MAGA black droning.
2 or 3 law enforcement there when we're trying to detain these people, and that's going to take resources away from the local community. So there's a lot of reasons to not have it exactly as you guys, as we may want it.
Somebody shut him up.
You know, resources are finite. And that was to JR and Sharon.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you any pushback there. I just,
not there.
That's why I said
anymore.
just from a 10,000 foot view. That's why I said I agree with you. From a 10,000 foot view, it should definitely be something that's looked at and
agree.
addressed, because it's not just this city. Like there's incidents of traffic situations or DHS having traffic situations from Minnesota to Texas to LA
I'm
to
gonna have to
Chicago.
say something
Like
here.
there's incidents.
I'm anticipating me interjecting. God damn, there's a reason I don't ever go back and listen to these shows. Having to re-experience the blather, whew, it's triggering.
It's all over. You know, this one just came to the forefront because, again, that beautiful soul, that lady Linda, she lost her life in this traffic incident, not by the hands of ICE, but by the hands of a criminal. He is a criminal now. I mean, he literally killed this lady, but
I'm going to review this tomorrow. I'll just do a whole show, just reviewing this.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to get a good night's sleep before I have to relive this fucking nightmare. AR is a huge problem. He's, in my opinion, worse than PhD. At least PhD is a little like kind of, saucy, pithy. AR, why he's allowed to drone on? This motherfucker is the Cliff Clavin of the fucking Sharon show. Y'all are probably too young to remember Cheers. Cliff Clavin was the mailman. He could just fucking drone on about any topic and be totally wrong and sounding ridiculous. That is AR. So, ma'am, I will hopefully see you tomorrow. I need sleep and just
Okay. Have a good night.
You too. And everyone in the chat, I'll be back around 2 or so tomorrow afternoon or so. We're gonna do a special show on this Sharon stuff. And again, I did not do a good job, but it was a learning experience if nothing else. So hopefully T does a show, or just, I usually go over to T's show just to relax and read a book and listen to her show. Let's see here. She doesn't seem to be on now, but it's still early. Maybe she'll do a show. And I appreciate everyone being here. We'll be back tomorrow for this special failure of logic and total waste of money, by the way, just to get my way. So see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of it. And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paper bag brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put, they will. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I